Is that better? Is that better? I don't know how that happened. Dag nabbit. Okay. Well, nobody heard any of that. I'll start again. I don't know what happened. Okay. So we're talking about the Karen Swift murder trial. The husband, David, is accused of ending her life before her time. And they are in the middle. We just started trial. We just got past the what's it called? Opening arguments. We've had a couple of witnesses, and we are now on the roll. And I am moving my stuff around, trying to get me in a better situation, as my family says, better situation. Good morning, love. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, that is working. Yay. Oh, coffee is brewing as we speak. I normally can't see this, but this is my computer. Those two, I have two binders here for the Karen Reed trial, y'all. So we've got a lot going on. Did you sleep well, Miss Kevin? Did the little precious angel sleep well? My lights are not on. Oh, can y'all hear that? Can you hear the fresh brewed coffee? Gosh, this coffee is awesome. I'm going to go ahead and we are going to bless my sponsor. Hey, y'all. I am so excited. We have our very first sponsor, and I'm wearing this hat to honor them. Who is it? Well, it's coffee, my favorite thing. This coffee is from Hitchman Homestead Coffee. This is the Shooter Shack Coffee Pioneer Nicaraguan Roast. This coffee is so delicious, y'all. It is so smooth. It does not leave a chemical taste on the back of the tongue. It's not overly bitter. And I have to tell you, it is my favorite. And I am now getting rid of all my other coffee. I kid you not. They have a monthly subscription available. You get 12-ounce bag a month, either whole beaned or ground. And then you can also get a Keurig option as well. The other thing they have is wonderful gift boxes that you can send to your loved ones. So you want to support a fabulous home business and people here in the Hill Country, go to hitchmanhomestead.com and let them know I sent you, and grab yourself some of the best tasting coffee we have here in Texas Hill Country. Y'all, it really is the best. It is delish. I'm very picky with my coffee. I am a coffee snob. And, well, oh, I am so sorry you've got it, babe. That really stinks. Really, really stinks. And then you have continue being a mama, and then your kids have it, and then you continue being mama. It's like you don't ever get a break. I've been there. But thank God I didn't have to do good morning, Andrea. I did not have to do children and COVID at those young ages. That would have been a lot. And I'm so sorry for y'all who do. Good morning. Good morning. I think I'm going to change my background for this one. Do y'all like that? That's the wavy. Or do you like the celestial? I do hope you get to feeling better, love. Okay, guys. So right now we've just heard from a few witnesses in this trial. I know absolutely nothing about this trial. I am learning as you do, as a juror would. So that's why I like to be called the alternate juror. Yeah, I do too. It looks the best with my background, I have to admit. I'm going to try and find other color options in. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I'm going to try and find other color options with that. Um, but I need to switch. Oh, wait a minute. I'm on Joe. I want to be alternate chair. There we go. Sorry about that. I was on the wrong show. Get everything situated. Yep, I know. Misa still a learning. How does that look? I like that better because we do the banners. Okay, everybody, are y'all ready? Oh, breakfast tacos will work every time. Every time. Okay, so we're going to get ready to rock and roll. Looks like I had a hair on here. So the last person that was testifying was missing his upper teeth, and he was talking like this. Come to find out, I kind of researched him a little bit last night. Just him, not the case. He's a pretty smart cookie. He just doesn't talk like it. It's hard for me not to get the accent going when I hear it because I am from Tennessee. So there you go. All right, let's get the trial rolling. How about that? Why is my thing not working? Let's get it going. Y'all, I have it up as loud as I can.
Sir, you can step down. Mr. Box, you release it.
You said,
Mr. Walker. Mr. Taylor.
okay, there we go. My volume up. I'm gonna do that, guys. Whoever did it yesterday on the volume on the Discord, let me know. They had the volume turned off. Hate it when my buttons don't work. Is what it is, y'all. So bring the jury. Are we ready for that? Good, easy music this morning to wake up with. First sip is always the best. My daughter braided my hair this morning. Thank you, beloved. Now they're working. There's no volume on him.
She had marked mine on. Well, Karen told
Thing did you, what if any directions did we're 30?
Okay, well, we're just going to have to wait a minute. I'm guessing he is PD as well. Yeah, they have their mics off. I'm all the way up. I want to hear his name.
Day, if you recall.
I was visiting with a sick pastor in Memphis Sunday.
Okay. Were you on duty on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mystery man.
Yes, sir.
Were you on duty on that Sunday, October 30th?
No, I was not on duty on that Sunday.
Okay. What were you doing that day, if you recall?
I was visiting with a sick pastor in Memphis.
Okay. But while you were in Memphis, did you receive any calls relating to your position as chief investigator?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. You recall the nature of that call and who made it?
Sergeant Heath Walker had called me.
Okay. And what did he call you about, sir?
He had called me and informed me that we had a missing missing mother in Dyer County.
Did he relate any more information?
He relayed that she was missing. There was a divorce had been filed to that nature.
Okay. What, if anything, what if any directions did you give Sergeant Walker on how to handle the case at that time?
He had told me the car was found on Millsville Highway at Harness Road. It was there with a flat tire. I told him to photograph the car, secure the car for evidentiary purpose.
Okay. Did you tell him to do anything else with the car?
I asked him to, once the car was secured, tow it to the sheriff's office so it could be transported to the crime lab.
Okay. And you mentioned Harness Road and Millsfield Highway. That's in Dyer County, Tennessee, correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
Okay. Do you know why Sergeant Walker is retired?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us?
He had a stroke.
Okay. Thank you. Did you learn who made that missing person call to dispatch that day?
Sergeant Walker had told me that Mr. Bill and Kathy Boner had made that initial call.
Okay. Were there any other calls to report?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who made that call?
He told me the second call came from Mr. Swift.
Okay. Did you know either David or Karen Swift prior to that day?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you notify Sheriff Fox of the situation that day?
Yes, we spoke.
Okay. So let's move forward one day. Next Monday morning, are you back in Dyersburg?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a priority? Was there any, let's just say, where on your list was the Karen Swift missing person?
Immediately when I arrived at work, I gathered investigators together so we could start trying to reach out and find out what happened.
Was it a priority for you that morning?
Yes, we made that our priority.
Okay. Do you recall who was at that meeting that morning?
Lieutenant Calvin Johnson, Investigator Gregory, Investigator Barton, Sheriff Box.
Okay. Now, Rick Gregory, you said Investigator Gregory, is that Rick Gregory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is he going to testify at this trial?
No, sir, he's very ill.
Okay. And you mentioned Lieutenant Calvin Johnson. Is he going to testify at this trial?
No, sir, he's deceased.
Okay. So when y'all are all meeting together, is there some sort of protocol that police departments follow with missing person cases?
Yes, we start contacting family members, friends, checking for phone records, cell phone numbers and things of that nature.
Okay. Was that done in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to obtain any personal information about Karen Swift?
After the investigators spoke, we realized that there was a divorce that had been filed.
Anybody know who this guy is?
She had went to a party the night before at the country club in Dyersburg, Halloween party.
And you said that a divorce had been filed. Were you able to determine whether or not she had moved out of the family home?
No, she was still living in the home.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether the parties had any children?
Yes. They had 4 children, 2 girls and 2 boys.
Okay. You said that in your investigation, you had determined that Ms. Swift had been to a party the evening before.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where was that?
It was at the Farms and Country Club there in Dyersburg.
Okay. Did you try to interview any of the people who attended that party?
We did. We obtained a list of those individuals and they were interviewed.
Okay, were you able to discover any relevant information about the disappearance from those witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you able to determine if Ms. Swift had gone to that party with anyone?
Yes, sir.
And what did you determine?
We determined that she went to the party with Bill and Kathy Bono.
Okay. Were you familiar with the Bonus prior to that?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay. Did you determine, or were you able to interview anyone who saw her at the party?
They were interviewed, not personally by me.
Okay. Was any relevant information to your knowledge obtained from those interviews?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you learn what Ms. Swift did after the party?
That she had left the party with Bill and Kathy Bono and went back to the Bono's residence.
Okay. Did she spend the night there?
No, she had received a call from her daughter saying that her daughter was ill, so she immediately left to go pick her daughter up.
Okay. Do you know where they went from there?
Once she picked her daughter up at a friend's house, she immediately came home.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because of her phone records.
Okay. What happened to Karen's Murano that the officers found on Millsfield that day?
It was told to the TBI crime lab.
Okay. Was it, you know how it got to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, a local towing service took it, and it was.
Good morning, Miss Kevin.
To trail that vehicle to the crime lab.
Okay. Was it processed, to your knowledge, in Nashville?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To your knowledge, what type of processing does the TBI do?
We had requested that, if there was to locate any blood stains or any usable evidence in that vehicle.
To your knowledge, was there any relevant evidence obtained by the TBI in the vehicle?
No, there was not.
Okay. You've been in court when we talked about her tire was flat. Did you have anything special done with the tire to have it examined by someone other than the TBI?
Yes, sir. Later, we sent it to a special lab examiner with Mr. Gary Bolden.
Okay. Do you recall where that is?
It's in Ohio.
Do you know how the tire got there?
Yes, sir. Investigator Gregory personally took it there.
Okay. And do you know how it got back?
Yes, it came back by FedEx.
Good morning, y'all. Anybody catch his name?
Just been handed to you, sir.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
It's a receipt receiving the tire by Investigator Gregory.
And do you recognize Investor Gregory's handwriting on that receipt?
Yes, I do.
State would like to move that in next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Taylor?
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll mark that. I believe that's number 2.
Regarding the tire, did you ever receive a request from anyone associated with the defense to examine the tire?
No, sir, I did not.
And to your knowledge, where's the tire today?
It's in our evidence at the Dyersburg County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Did you investigate phone numbers that were associated with Miss Karen Swift?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you determine?
We issue documentation to Verizon to obtain the sale records.
Okay. And did you determine how many phones Miss Swift had?
Yes.
Can you tell us how many?
There were 2 phones.
Okay. Do you determine the origin of those phones?
One of the phones were on Mr. Swift's family plan, and one was a phone that Bill and Kathy Bono had given her.
Okay. Do you remember any of the characteristics of either phone, or do you recall the number of either phone?
One of the phones that the Boners had gave her was I believe the name was a Voyager phone.
Okay. And do you recall the make and model, so to speak, of the phone on Mr. Swift's plan?
I knew it was a Verizon. I'm not sure the exact make and model.
Okay. Did you contact the cellular providers?
Yes, we did. We submitted documentation
Okay. And how do you do that?
by issuing a judicial subpoena to obtain phone records.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, that was done.
Did you receive a response?
Yes,
Okay, did you bring those records with you today?
yes,
Do you have it?
yes.
Okay. Judge, pursuant to our prior 90211 notice, we moved phone records into evidence with their affidavit. Yeah, it's on the thumb drive. Just give
All
it to
right,
Helen.
that'll be marked as Exhibit 3.
This is unusual. The witnesses are bringing their
Were
own.
those phones ever found?
Yes.
Okay. How were they found?
They're bringing their
They were
own.
found with the search party
evidence.
we had with THP, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, and their cadets.
Okay, where were the phones found?
Her phones were found approximately about 500 to 600 feet from the drive of the Swift home.
Were they on the road? Where?
No, they were in a wooded area about 170 feet.
Okay, do you recall who found the phones?
I believe it was Trooper Jason Page.
Okay, and were you notified of that at the time?
Yes, I was there at the time.
Okay. Do you have these? Huh? Yeah. You've seen these. Investigator McCray, I had the bailiff hand you some photographs. Do you recognize them?
Yes, sir.
And what are those photographs of?
Those photographs of the cell phones that I found along with Trooper Page.
Okay. Now, do you recall who took those photos?
Yes,
Can you tell us?
Investigator Barton.
Okay. There's a gloved hand in one of the photos. Do you recognize that hand?
Yes, that's my hand.
Okay. So you were the one who recovered the phones
That's correct.
that day. Okay. I believe we're publishing them to the jury. State would move. Are those pictures a true and accurate representation of the phones as you discovered them that day?
Yes, sir.
State would move to enter the photos as the next state's collective exhibit and ask them to be published to the jury. That's a different one.
Mr. Taylor, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
As far as I know.
You want to pass those to the jury now? Okay, let's take a minute and let them look through them. You all know my math is that good, but that is number 4, right, Helen? Okay.
Yep.
So the phone records are number 3.
With the thumb drive.
The thumb drive is number 3. Okay.
So it's not just me then. Thank you. I do feel better.
Kitten's in here. Oh, it's okay. And she's having fun with cable. Little bugger. I hate the hum. They have a hum going on. Can y'all hear me okay? Am I too hot? I'm coming off a little hot in my ears. I need you to tell me how my volume is. That's interesting. It's still there. Okay. Let me know how I'm doing, y'all. Am I good? Is the volume good? I guess we are on sidebar now. Sorry, I was trying to fix something on my roadcaster. I'm trying to get rid of the echoing in my hearing aids. They are on a Bluetooth. I don't know.
Okay, Investigator, what did you do with the phones after they were recovered?
Interesting.
They were sealed and packaged the evidence and placed in evidence.
And after they were placed in evidence, were they sent anywhere for analysis?
Yes, they were sent to the TBI crime lab for analysis.
Okay, did you ever have the occasion to show another law enforcement officer where the phones had been discovered?
Big pardon?
Yep.
Did you have the occasion to show another law enforcement officer where you discovered the phones?
Yes,
And who was that?
it was Trooper Ghostley.
Okay, and describe Trooper Gossley and what his position
He is with the CERT team, the special response team that we got to come and do the mapping from the phone and where the body was located.
Okay, so now at that time, the body had not been located.
That's correct.
What day, do you recall the day they were recovered?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, was it early on or was it later on
The phones,
in the investigation?
early on in the investigation.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I missed you when you said, did Trooper Gossley, after you had showed him where the phones were, did he come back to Dyer County?
Yes, he did.
And what was the purpose for that?
It was to show him where the body was located, had been found.
And you showed him that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever ask the defendant to give a more formal statement than he had given to Sergeant Walker?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that.
We spoke with him, Investigator Johnson and Investigator Gregory. We asked him to come in to give a more formal interview.
Okay. Did he agree to that?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And did you video record that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring it with you?
Yes.
Okay. You know which?
Yeah, this is weird. Everybody's bringing their own
This one here.
Okay.
evidence. I'm perplexed.
Have you had a chance to look at it?
Yes, sir.
I've never
Is that
seen
an
that.
accurate? Well, to your knowledge, is that a complete recording of what was reported that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. State would ask to play the recording.
Defendant's objection noted to the recording. Okay.
Just hand it back to him.
Oh, so they
I'm just
objected.
asking you, Investigator
Ooh.
McBride, to make sure that when the interview comes on the TV screen, that it's the same interview that we're referring to, the one that was conducted by Gregory and John.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Why can't I pin to the post, y'all?
If you have a seat for me right over there. What do you think? Well, it was Easter morning. I had to have knee surgery. I had to have a total quadricep and patella tendons ruptured. Yeah. I was at my daughter's soccer game and had to be taken by ambulance and had to have surgery the next morning. And about a week ago, it's been giving me a lot of problems. I haven't been able to, stairs and stuff like that because I had to pull sutures and drill holes in the kneecap. It's restricted, but about a week ago, I was at work and turned wrong, and so I had an appointment today with another specialist to get a second opinion. But there's all this happened.
Got it.
That's my name, Rick Gregory. What's your middle name, Dave?
Glenn, Jelly-N.
Just one in. When's your birthday?
1968.
Social?
It's 497.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We don't want that on live video. Are you kidding me?
Cell phone.
870-740-1577.
Nope, we can't.
870-740-1577.
I'm just making noise so you can't hear it. Wow, y'all. I can't believe they did not edit that out.
My BlackBerry.
Where you working at?
Tenaris. Used to be Maverick too.
What do they do there?
We make a pipeline for oil and natural gas.
Okay.
It's been 12 years.
Tenaris.
Okay, just like it sounds.
Yeah.
Spell it again.
Tenaris. Tenaris. Yes. Yeah, it's an Argentine company.
Who owns the company?
Well, it's Polo Rocco is the CEO and president. It's been his family for years. And we have like globally 277,000 employees, I believe. Over there, they're the largest employer in Mississippi County. We have about 1,100.
How long have you been there?
3.5 years. January it'll be 4 years.
Is that the only cell phone number that you have?
Yeah.
You have a home phone?
No,
You don't have a
Not
home-
much.
no, but we got 5 other lines that, that she's had and the kids have had.
Are all them accounted for?
Yeah, they're all.
Let me have them just.
Well, I can't tell you I know them all by memory. I know, of course, Karen's, you've got her cell number, you did. It's 731
All right.
377-5549.
Is that her primary?
Y'all, I
Well,
hate.
yes,
Where's
I'm
my
finding out
sensor?
that she's got other phones, but that's the one that we've had, that she's had on the Verizon account that I pay for.
Okay.
All right. Any other ones that you know of?
That she has, that she would have. Well, I found out yesterday that Bill and Kathy Bono had given her another cell phone. She'd been using it for,
Any idea what that number is?
I'd suspected because she'd been known in the past to have multiple phones, prepaid phones and stuff like that. About a year and a half ago, she had one that I had found.
Mm-hmm.
And questioned her about it, and I confronted Jamie Gurin about that yesterday because she'd been calling him a lot. And she told me that he gave her the phone, and he lives in Lake County. But he said that they just talked, that they weren't intimately involved or anything like that.
What's his name?
Jamie Gurin, G-U-R-I-N or E-N or. But he's the father-in-law to the girl across the road when we first moved over there. And that's when Karen really started changing and doing all kinds of stuff and drinking. But it was her father-in-law that would come over there all the time. They became, friends.
Okay. David, we gotta go through this part here, okay? It's just policy and procedure for us. I'm gonna read these off to you, and as I read them, as you understand them, if you would just put your initial out there at the side. Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights.
Been there, done that many times.
If you understand that, put your initial there.
Not fun.
There we go. You have the right to remain silent.
Okay, at this time, you
Nothing
lawyer
you
up.
say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and have him with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questions if you wish one. If you decide to answer any questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time.
This is when you lawyer up.
At any time until you talk to a lawyer. The final paragraph is, I have read this statement of my rights and understand what my rights are. I am willing to make a statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any
I don't
kind
care if you're
has been
innocent.
used
You
against me.
lawyer your butt up.
Understand that.
Because anything you say will be used against you.
DCSO, the Dyer County Sheriff's Office.
Exactly. Consider yourself under arrest at this point. And if they let you walk out of there, you blessed.
I'm willing to do whatever I can to try to
Save my own butt, but I'm going to tell you that.
find her. I just want her home safely. And
All right, let's go back to Saturday morning. And just start from there. How the day went.
well, Saturday morning, she had actually Friday night we had even at our house we had a hayride and stuff for the kids, and we didn't know all this. Yeah, Friday night. So I got to get you Saturday morning, and I mean, even under the circumstances, we've been still trying to be there, for the kids and still communicating and.
So you're confessing
so
you're not in a good relationship.
The girl spent the night Friday night, and
Who's that?
Reagan Wheeler, I believe. Reagan.
Your daughter had?
Yeah, my daughter had a girl after the hayride, so she had a girl that stayed Friday night, and then so Saturday morning I got up because Karen had a house to go clean over in Trimble. And so I got up and took the girls to skate, to my two daughters, Ashley and Keely and Reagan. And then, I stayed there with them. We got there about 9:45 probably, and stayed there until 12. And then Ashley wanted to spend the night with Reagan, and so I said, well, that'd be okay. So Ashley went home with Reagan, and Keely and I came back home. We went to get something to eat or something, and we came back home, and then we went over to Trimble where Kim was cleaning that house, and took her something to drink, and I even did what I could around there to help with the light fixtures or whatever, because she was Habitat for Humanity. And
Who does she work for somebody in this house cleaning business?
no, she just started, Mary Claire Hopper wanted her to clean it. And she hadn't worked in years, but since all this, she's wanted to get some jobs and work, and she's just recently started.
So she can afford to file for divorce. Let me guess.
So, and then Kathy and Bill pay her to come on Mondays to clean their house and pick up their kids, and she usually stays there till 8:30, and from like 12:30 or 1 till 8:30, and then she does landscape for them and stuff. And
But let's back up for a second. Where's his house in Trimble?
it was 203 Walnut Street, Trimble.
How do you know the address of where your spouse is cleaning? That's weird to me.
A trailer next door to the little ways, and she said that was the ex-husband before they got evicted from that house. It was a Habitat for Humanity home that they were only paying like $200 a month, but the house was destroyed. It was on like
Her ex-husband?
who,
Kathy's ex-husband.
no, the people that lived in that house that got evicted. And that's why they was having Karen to clean it, because they're gonna sell it, I guess.
So this house was empty.
It was empty, yes, but you could see, and I kept noticing the man, he kept, looking over and stuff, and Karen said that's the ex-husband of the wife that lived here, and the wife finally got evicted after a year, so anyways, I was a little concerned about that, but we stayed a while, and then Keely and I came home probably about 3 o'clock, and then she got home probably about 4:30, and 4:30 or 5, and she asked me, she said, why don't you take Keely to go see a movie tonight on one of Kathy's?
And this is Friday night.
This was Saturday night, so on Saturday, yeah. And I said, so are you going to a costume party, or what are you doing? Are you all having a party? And she said, no, I'm just going to Kathy's. I said, well, okay. So I asked Keely, if you want to go see a movie. And she did it first, and then we got talking and everything. She'd rather me take her to Walmart and buy her toy or something. So I just wanted to take her so she wouldn't be upset because her mom was going out again.
Yeah, you
And
don't.
So we left about 7 o'clock, I guess, 7 p.m. Saturday night. I took her to Walmart, went to Walmart, and went to the mall.
Did you buy anything at Walmart?
Yes. Matter of fact, receipt. She wanted to.
That went on my bingo card.
This was 10:30.
What is he looking at?
We went to the mall, we were at Claire's.
He still has it?
Yeah. That was at Walmart where I bought Keely.
Interesting. He's pulling receipts out of his pocket. How many times have you worn those blue jeans?
I saw Kathy's neighbor, Janie, and she was talking about the situation and that everything that was going on with Bill and Kathy. She said, if you want to know what's going on, you can come in my backyard and you'll see what all was going on.
Okay,
So-
explain to me what the situation, we don't know.
You don't know?
We've done heard that about 3 times, I guess, so.
From other people?
No,
For me, yeah.
You keep kind of hitting on it.
Okay, well, okay, probably Kathy owns Fine Arts Warehouse, Kathy Bowman. And she, her and Karen became really close friends, our daughters went there and danced, and then she was over there, all the time. Karen started, sneaking out of the house, and she would go to be with Kathy and Bill. And I know even this past summer.
And when you say go to be with them, what do you mean, go to party with them,
Go party, and I find them naked in the hot tub in the backyard. I found Karen naked in bed with Kathy one night. This was there was once after Kathy's birthday party at the country club, and we all went over to.
That wasn't on my bingo card.
And Karen, there were several, they just got naked in the hot tub. And anyways, we couldn't find Karen. And Robin Alfred said, where'd Karen go? So she went in the house to go find Karen, but Bill Bono had already gone in there in the house. And so Karen said, Robin said, I'm going to go check on Karen. And Karen was so intoxicated she passed out. She was on the couch naked. And so we all went in there, and everybody's ready to go, and they had to get her dressed. Well, Robin Alfred told me later that she prevented Bill from raping Kathy. Said he was trying to take advantage of her. And said she's the one that put the towels on her and everything. And after that all happened, I tried to pull Karen out of the situation. I said, listen, it's not good to be over there. I said, I see what's going on now. There were school teachers that were over there that was involved, Brian and Shannon Lee. They were naked in the hot tub, everybody was. And I didn't think anything about it at first. I thought, and yeah, I just thought, but then when I realized what was going on and I tried to pull Karen out of it, and then I caught her over there another time, naked back in the hot tub. And Dustin would come home at night and I'd say, I need to go check on your mom, because there'd be times that somebody'd have to drive Karen home. Or,
Right.
or I'd have to go get her and drive her home. They call me. And so I was always concerned and worried about her. And so whenever the night that she went to the country club with Kathy and Bill, or she told me just Kathy, but I found out later Bill went too. But she promised me she'd never go get in the hot tub again. That was bad judgment. I even confronted Kathy about it. Okay. And Kathy said, well, not that way. We decided not to do that anymore. But anyways, Dustin got home. Matter of fact, I think he might have been over your son or something, but he got home. I said, Dustin, I need to go check on your mom. I said, it's almost 1 o'clock and don't know where she is. So I went to park down the road. I went to Bill and Kathy in their backyard and went around, and I'd heard people in the hot tub and everything, and there's Brian and Shannon Lee. It looked like they were engaged in sexual activity. They told me naked, and Bill was getting out of the hot tub, but I heard Shannon say, where did Karen go? And I thought, oh my God, she promised she'd never do this again. And so I just went inside the door. Bill had already gone inside. I said, Bill, we're inside the door. And I said, Bill, where's Karen? It's 1:30 in the morning. I'm worried about Karen. Oh, she's upstairs talking to Kathy. I just went on upstairs and I stood there in the doorway and I heard Karen, and I could see Karen was in the bed here and Kathy was over here. And, they were talking, and I heard Kathy say, well, I think that's Bill coming up here or something back. And Karen said, oh, well, if he wants in bed, or back in bed or something, he can kick me out or whatever. So I finally said, Karen, I said, what are you doing? I said, it's 1:30 in the morning. I'm worried about you. And she said, oh, just going home. I'll be there a little bit. I said, why are you in bed with Kathy? I said, what's going on? I said, have you been in the hot tub? She said, no. And then she got upset and started cussing. And so I said, well, get up. I need to talk to you. I need to make sure you're okay. And she said, just leave. I said, I'll be home in a little bit. I'm tired of you always checking on me, blah, blah, blah. So I went over there to the covers and I pulled them back, and she was wet. She did have a towel, but she was totally naked. And I asked her, why are you in bed naked with Kathy? And later on, I confronted Kathy about that too. And there's just a lot of stuff that's been going on that people have told me,
Robin, now you confronted Kathy. What was her attitude?
oh, no, I'm not that way. It was by phone, and that, it was just bad judgment. And,
You didn't say anything to her that night?
oh, yeah, she wouldn't say nothing. She wouldn't, she was just over there, but, they were all drunk and been drinking, and that's what always happens over there, is to the point of all the partying. Then another time, and I've got dates, when she did this, but Karen snuck out. It wasn't that long ago. It's 1 month and a half ago, 2 months, like somewhere in there. Karen was sneaking out of the house again, and she, which I'm upstairs, and even since I worked a third shift, and we haven't slept together in years, the marriage was not bad until recently, until all this happening with Bill and Kathy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's whenever I confronted the situation. I got shunned. Rob and Alfred got shunned because we confronted what all was going on over there. And that's whenever, we got, you're not welcome no more, blah, blah, blah. And Robin confronted them too. and she, they just shunned her, and she didn't want to be friends because she realized what was going on and everything. But going back to, it was about 9:30 one night, and Karen was sneaking out of the door, and I happened to hear the door open. I went downstairs and went outside. I said, Karen, where are you going? She said, I'm going to go ahead and go to Walmart. I said, well, I asked you earlier, we were out of groceries and everything. And she said, I said, you're going to Kathy's, aren't you? No, no. And she got mad, and she said, fine, you go get the stuff we need at Walmart. I said, oh, okay. And then she got really upset. And so I didn't trust her and all that. I said, Karen, fine. I said, I just want to trust you. I said, but if you're going to Walmart, it's fine, whatever. So that was about 9:30, and then Dustin got home about 11. And I told Dustin, I said, she was there with the girls. I said, Dustin, I said, I need to go check on your mom. I said, make sure everything's okay. So I went to Walmart, and I parked away from her vehicle. I saw her vehicle there, and I went inside, searched everywhere, couldn't find her. So I thought, I'm going to find out, if she's having an affair, whatever's going on. And so I went and sat in the Murano. And I probably waited an hour and a half, and it was hot. And I kept texting her saying, I didn't go to bed. I got work the next morning. This was like on a Wednesday or Thursday night. And I think it was on Thursday night because I had to go work. And she said, no, I'm just enjoying myself in here. She said, it's very peaceful and quiet. Where, well, a little while later, about a half hour later, here comes Kathy driving up and parks. And I just get out of the vehicle and I tap on the glass and here's, Kathy. And then I go to Karen's side. I said, where you been? I said, Kathy, why are you taking her around and stuff? I said, if she was going to go to your house, why wouldn't she just go to your house? I said, y'all are hiding and covering up something. There's more to this. And which Kathy has a degree, a master's degree in psychology, but she has a dance studio. And I think that's been a lot of the stuff that's been missing with Karen's head and stuff. And then with the excessive drinking and partying, that Karen told me no, said Kathy came pick me up and took me to her house. And it just, nothing makes sense. And so, there's been times during the day even, I'd come home early from work or something, and Karen would be, she was so drunk once that she was, had passed out on the porch in her own vomit. And Dustin came down and saw that, and he just reminded me that recently. He said, I was there that day. I came down and called her an idiot and went back upstairs. And so when I got there, I took care of the girls, and also Holly Jones was there, a friend of hers that I took care of her little boy because she couldn't leave at that time, drive home or anything. And then I found out another time that Jennifer Lamb, that's our next door neighbor, she told me that Robin was over there one day with Karen, and I guess they were drinking, but Karen was drinking so much that Robin was going to have to leave. They were going to have to go somewhere. And it was probably like 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 3 or something. And said, Robin called Jennifer and said, can you come over here? Help me get Karen in bed, get her dressed, get her in bed because she's sick, throwing up. And so Jennifer went over there and they got her undressed, got her in bed. And Karen told the girl she had another virus or something, the same thing she did that one day on the porch incident. And so they got her in bed, and then Jennifer took the girls over to her house and took care of them. So Karen used to never drink. I mean, she grew up in an abusive, her dad was an alcoholic and used to abuse her mom, and she saw that, and she has resentment towards, her parents for not taking her out of the situation, her mom, and also her, dad.
Still here, y'all.
We got a basic idea now, at least I do, of what it was like. Let's skip forward to, maybe I might have missed something here, but I'll bring you up to date on it. So this past weekend,
Okay.
when you first noticed it,
Okay.
she went at home.
Yeah. Well, so I guess it was, she went out. I texted her probably at,
What time do you think that she left to go out?
I don't know the time point, because I know that Ashley called her and said she didn't want to stay there at Reagan's anymore. So Karen called me about, and I've got the text, you can see it when it's out there charging. But it was probably about 1:15, 1:30, said I'm going to get AM, going to go
We
get.
know it's AM hours in the
Yeah,
morning.
right, okay. So she said, I'm going to get Ashley, I'm gonna put her in bed with me. I said, okay, I'll leave the door.
Okay, hold, what you got? When she came home with Ashley was your daughter, correct? How was she dressed?
She had jeans on. I think they were like holy jeans and a gray coat.
Okay. Remember what kind of top, anything else underneath the coat?
No, I didn't see it, I don't know.
Okay. Was there any kind of argument or anything there?
No, I just, it was very brief. I wanted to make sure that Ashley was okay and that she was, because I questioned Karen about driving and getting her. I said, if you can't drive, I won't get Ashley. And that was all the conversation was.
Okay. How close did you get to her? Could you tell whether she'd been drinking?
Oh, yeah, you could tell. I could always tell she drinking, and that was, but that was it, as soon as I realized that Ashley and they were unsafe, I went back upstairs and went to bed, and then that's all I know until we got up about 10 Saturday morning, 9:30, 10, I woke up, and I thought Karen was in bed, I thought they were all in bed, and so Ashley and Keely got up probably about 10, and they went in there, and she wasn't in bed. And so probably about 10:15, I sent a text. I said, well, I thought maybe she went in town and the girls were hungry. When I said, where you at? I said, you bring the girls breakfast or do I need to fix something? Never got a text back or anything. I waited a while.
This is still Saturday morning.
What number did you text her on?
My phone,
From your phone
my phone.
to what number to her?
To the only number I know of was the 5549.
Okay.
And so, no response. I call it, it goes straight to voice message. I left several messages, and also I kept texting. And then so finally, about a little after 1, I talked to girls and let's go try to find, she's probably at Kathy's or whatever. I was even texting her saying, are you at Kathy's? Or did you go to, I thought maybe she had to go clean the house again at Trimble. And so.
So this is like 1 in the afternoon now.
Yes.
And still no word from her, no phone calls. Has anybody else called to inquire about her or anything else?
No, nobody had. So I just thought she was with Kathy or something. And so I called Jennifer next door, Jennifer Lamb, and because Keely didn't want to go. Keely, my 6-year-old, was kind of a homebody, and of course Ashley was ready to go try to find her mom. She's 9, and we're starting to get worried. And so I called Jennifer and I said, we're going to go look for Karen, but Keely wants to stay here. I said, are you home back from church or whatever? She said, well, isn't that your all's vehicle up there on Millsfield? And I said, I don't know. I said, what are you talking about? She said, well, when I left out of church at 9:30 or so, said I text Karen, said I saw it had a flat. And she said, go on up there and see if that's your vehicle. And so I loaded up the girls, got them, and went up there, and sure enough, it was our vehicle. And so immediately I called Kathy and asked Kathy if she'd heard. She said, no, I've been trying to get a hold of her. And I said, well, the vehicle's here on Millsfield and it's got a flat. I said, so you haven't talked to her? I said, do you think you can call Mary Claire? Or we had that conversation with her to see if she had to go clean that house, or but I couldn't figure out, who she would have called, or if she would have started walking, or, it just, I don't understand. But I didn't know at the time that she had another phone, but from my understanding, there's no activity on that phone. But, so that's all I know up to this point. The only thing I know is Jennifer Lamb at school, when I dropped the girls off, she told me that Kathy called her at 10 o'clock last night and said that there was a ping off of the phone, I guess the 5549, that was around 4 a.m. Saturday morning, and it's around near the Mississippi River. And
She
so I
say where
called,
she heard that?
yeah, she said from the police. And so I called Kathy. Now, when Jennifer told me that, I called Kathy right before I come down here. And, because I saw Kathy coming this way, she was headed somewhere. And so I called her. I said, have you heard anything? And I said, by the way, Jennifer just told me that you had information about one of the cell phones, that there was a ping off of it or something, a message that was received or something at 4 a.m. yesterday morning. And it was around the Mississippi River. I said, where did you hear that? Because I hadn't even heard that. And she said, from the police department. So I don't know if they're working with somebody else or what they're doing, but she's knowing, finding out information that I don't even know anything about, and telling it. And now they've got they're passing out missing persons and all that, and which is fine. It's just that I feel that they're trying to make me. I mean, I want to go out there. I want to do whatever it takes, and I don't know. And Kathy's questioning Jennifer as the information that she'd given me about what time the vehicle was there and all that. And, but I don't even know where Kathy asked me a while ago this morning, said, well, where would Karen be around the Mississippi River? I said, does she know where to go? Or I don't even know where the Mississippi River is, other than, when I drive across the bridge every day to Blytheville. I don't know where it would be. Now, she has been known to go four-wheeler riding with Jamie and others and load up her four-wheeler when nobody's home and take off and ride with people at the river, but I don't know if that's in Mississippi or not. But I don't know where she got this information.
And again now, who got this information to share it with you?
Jennifer Lamb told me, which is my neighbor. She works at the school. She's substitute teaching now. So I saw her and talked with her this morning because I took the girls and talked to the principal and told them the situation.
And Jennifer told you
That Kathy called her at 10 o'clock p.m. last night and told her that there was a ping off one of the cell phones. Now, I don't know which one it is.
Kathy Bowman.
But Kathy Bowman, that she's in.
Okay.
And said it was near the Mississippi River. So I called Kathy this morning and confronted her about that and asked.
What did she tell you?
She said that there was a hit off of it at 4 a.m. and it was near the Mississippi River. And I said, where did you get that information? And she said, from the police. From the police.
She called a name, officer's name, everything.
Going back to the time when she picked up Ashley and
Good morning,
said that
Ronnie.
you told her that you would go get her.
Yeah.
Was this a face-to-face
No, it
conversation?
was about phone. It was just, she briefly called me, said, I'm going to pick up Ashley. I'm going to put her in bed with me. And that's what she said. And then, but I said, are you certain you're okay to drive, Karen? Because, I mean, it's one thing to drive intoxicated by yourself, but then when you put the girls in the situation.
Oh, bull, it's never okay.
She said, no, I'm okay. But here's something else that's odd. When they were both questioned separately, Bill and Kathy, yesterday, I was told that Bill said that Karen came home after the party to their house and changed. Well, when Kathy was asked, the last time she saw her, said she was wearing a black mini skirt and boots. Now, it might be that Kathy can't remember, and, I don't know. I just.
And again, how did you obtain this information?
From Alexander.
They're letting him just ramble on. He's giving him more than he
Talking last
should.
night, he had, I was, talking about the last person saw or whatever, and we were trying to figure out what she might have been wearing, and he was even questioning my daughter, my 9-year-old.
Does any of the clothing sound like something she may own?
Do I now?
Does any of the clothing, the description you gave, the black mini skirt, does it sound like
That's
something
all in the vehicle.
Good luck with
You've
that,
got
Karen.
The vehicle, it's got the black mini skirt, the all black boots.
Is that her stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, she had it at home.
Yeah. I guess that's what she dressed up as at the party. So evidently she changed somewhere before she came home because she had jeans on when she came home. And,
Have you saw the stuff that was in the video?
I saw some of it, yeah. I didn't go through all of it because, you know, they probably had to process it or whatever, but I know there was beer in the cooler in the back and you kind of smelled beer in the front. And that's all I know is, and nothing surprising, you know, I mean, everything.
How long have you guys been together?
We've been married 22 years, in a total of 22 years.
All in all for?
Well, we were married from 89 to 99. And for 7 months, we were separated, but we got remarried. We had the 2 boys at that
Why
time.
the separation?
The separation was that we were having issues and I screwed up. I personally
What
screwed
kind
up.
of issues?
Yeah.
I
Oh,
cheated.
yeah, well, I had,
Just tell me.
I had an affair, and it was a person at work in the HR department. I was in management, and I screwed up. But I repented of all that. I, you know, got actually her and her husband back together. They had divorced. Karen and I, you know,
So your relationship moved on from that start?
yeah, from that point on, we got remarried on our anniversary day. Always really good. You know, I knew I'd failed. And then we were married. And even since that, in 2000, we had Ashley, which is 9 now. We had her later. And then I guess we were married probably 6 years, and Karen had an affair.
Has there ever been any question about whether
What?
either one of your daughters is
Hey.
yours or not?
Get up to go has
No,
got up
because
and went
it
without.
was shortly after Keely was born, and if you saw my girls, you'd know. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that, and it wouldn't change anything if it was, but
But I guess what I'm leading to is you've been married for 22 years
totally.
and you know that she's having these affairs. From what you told me, and this is the first time we've even heard of what's going on. The average man, now let's be frank, the average guy would just sit there and would take this. You got to the point you fed up with this, right? Yes, no, maybe. Are you?
I've put up with a lot. But that's just my nature. You know, I mean, I've always thinks there's hope, and I still love her and care about her. And I just think she's lost right now.
Okay. And you know that you've gone over to the neighbor's house. She's been in bed with a wife. She's been in a hot tub with a husband. She's acting out in ways that she didn't normally. She started to drink. She started to hang out with some people that's partying, doing all sorts of things there. And then, how do you feel about this?
I'm upset. I'm hurt. I mean, but we kept communicating, and I kept asking her, you know, if this is really what she wants in the life, and you know, but I've dealt with it.
How old is Karen?
She's 44.
He's lying through his teeth.
She'll be 45 in January.
He's too calm.
She's going through some midlife crisis.
Yeah, I believe so, and I felt that if we could just get over that, but I also felt that 6 years ago when she had an affair, and at Pocahontas, and she got caught on video down at the gym, and he was quite a bit older than her, and on the small car lot, and his girlfriend caught him on video. She was a massage therapist down there, and it was a big ordeal, and that finally ended, and I said, listen, Karen, you know, let's move on. I forgive you. You know, I screwed up, and you screwed up in this marriage. I said, let's just move on, and everything was going pretty well. And then we had Keely, you know, our 4th child. She's 6 now. And so then we moved to Dyersburg, whenever I took the job with Tenaris and wanted to move over here as a school system. And
How do you feel about Kathy Bowman?
how do I feel about it? I mean, I don't know that they're telling the whole truth and everything about what's been going on, what she might be involved in, who she might be seeing, or, I mean, I think
That
there's.
night you walked in that room, and they were in there, I mean, you didn't get madder than hell.
Well, yeah, I was upset, but I can't say that Karen was over here and Kathy was over here. They later told me Kathy was just so drunk that she didn't go down to the hot tub. And that she's saying that Kathy was dressed. But, yeah, I don't know. I guess I give them the benefit of the doubt,
Then you go to Walmart.
Yeah.
You find a car, you go into Walmart, and you go up down every aisle, you don't see her in there. You go back to your vehicle, you sit there for a period of time, and then you see Kathy bring Karen up. Nothing registered at this point?
Oh, yeah, I think that she's involved in something, or she's going somewhere.
Because a while ago, you questioned, you said, tell me what's going on, why?
Yeah. Yeah, and I didn't get any answer.
What makes you angry?
You can ask my coworkers, you can ask anyone.
No,
It takes,
I'm asking you,
what?
what makes you angry?
Your dog getting poisoned like that?
Yeah, that made me angry, when my dog got poisoned. But that was,
What happened?
when
The two dogs got poisoned out on Harness Road?
Yeah.
One of them was his,
I've had a bad year.
and one was ours.
Yeah, we were dealing with all that. Now, this made me upset whenever going to that night, when all that was going on. That was a Friday night. The whole time we were dealing with all that, Karen kept, when you were there, and Karen, she came out there and she said, hey, let them do their job, come on, go to bed. And I thought, well, this is kind of odd. She's never asked me to hurry up and go to bed or whatever. She hadn't ever really cared. But anyway, so finally, about 2:30, 3 a.m., I went to bed. Well, I got up Saturday morning and came downstairs. The girls wasn't there, Karen wasn't there, which I thought, they just went to town or whatever. Kept texting her all day long. And this was over fall break. This was just recently. And so finally at 8:30, I get a response from her. There's a letter and a notebook on the top dresser drawer. And that's whenever she left a letter saying she'd taken the girls. She had filed for divorce, and after our dog got poisoned, still recovering from that. Dustin comes home that morning with Jack, and, we're just shocked, and she wouldn't tell us where she was or anything. I didn't know if the girls were okay, and she later found out she wouldn't even tell her older boys, Preston and Dustin. Preston's 21, Dustin's 18. Where she was, and Preston finally said, I pinged your phone, I know you're on the beach. He just shot it out there, and she said, fine, I'm at Orange Beach, Alabama. Come to find out she was with Bill and Kathy. And
How did that make you feel then?
upset, just, I was angry, I was mad, I was hurt.
Did you break anything?
No, I didn't. I didn't break anything, I
Walked
just,
through?
Yeah.
not really. I mean, I deal with things that, I've never been violent. She's done a lot of things to provoke me, but I've never laid a hand on her. I've never hurt her. She's poked me in the chest. She's broke a plate over my back once when I caught her in the affair and grabbed her cell phone and saw it was him and said, hey, why do you keep trying to hurt our marriage? And she picked up a portion plate once and pressed over my back, and I just.
Out of the 22 years you guys have known each other, have you ever put your hands on her?
Never.
But you can't say that about her, or
I can say that about her. And there's people that know. And
if you had to use an estimated guess right now, where do you think she is?
I don't know. I'm so worried about her. I mean, she could be anywhere. With Kathy telling me that at this point in time, if she knows that there was a ping on the Mississippi River, then that's where my mind's going now. Is she somewhere?
Do you think that she may have just told you that to throw you off? What if she's at her house?
Why would she be putting us through this and the girls?
Why are they did? That's right. why have she done the things that she's done before and lied to you?
But what advantage or motive would that be? I mean, what?
Sometimes people get caught up in a situation like that, and they prefer to live in this until their mind get clear.
I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore. You know, with all the lies, the deceitfulness, she went to Nashville a few weekends ago to go to her Y training to do the silver sneakers. And I thought it was kind of odd 2-day event. You know, Karen was going to have to go for 2 days. And she left early on a Friday morning. And she came home Saturday morning about 4 p.m. She got her stuff out and she told me, said, will you go get my curling iron out of the vehicle? So I left in there, she'd get ready to go out or something. And anyway, so I went and got her curling iron and I looked down there and there was her panties were on the floorboard. I looked down, I could tell they'd been worn, you know. And so I just left them there and put her curling iron in. And I asked her later, I said, why are your panties in the floorboard? Oh, well, I changed before one of the classes or something. I said, why would you change in your vehicle? And she said, no, I didn't stop at the convenience store. And I said, well, why would it be in the floor? Why would you not put them in your bag in the zipper side or something like that? And I mean, it's just stuff like that all the time. I found a dildo in her coat pocket, a glass dildo. You know, whenever, you know, I was suspicious and searching her closet, searching for things, trying to find, and in her coat pocket was a glass dildo. When I first looked at it and saw it, I thought it was a crack fire. I didn't know what it was at first because it had a handle on it and stuff. So
I don't know, and I'm not trying to be deceitful in things. The only way I know to do this is to ask, okay? Is your wife into threesomes and stuff? Yes, no, I don't know.
when we were intimate, and we were intimate not up till that long ago. I mean, I can't say the sex was ever really, you know, bad and it seemed to get more heightened when she would go over there and then come home and stuff. And she said when she got a few beers down her, you know, she was, and I never drank. I mean, I hardly ever drink at all. You can ask anyone. I don't now. Now I did some to try to fit in and see what's going on, and that's just not me. I've never needed that.
So to get her stimulated, you let her go to these parties and things?
I didn't let her. There wasn't no letting her.
Well, she went to these parties and things, and when she came back, you reaped the benefit of it.
Yeah. And so she would talk about Bill and Kathy while we're having sex. And she would talk about Kathy, that she feels so sorry for Kathy because Bill don't give it to her in a home and he has to take Viagra when he does and all this, and that Kathy would really like to be with me probably, and if she could talk her into all this. And I thought it was just role play. I just thought it was
Great. And what was your answer?
I guess I played along with it just to, you know, but I wasn't. Afterwards, it was afterwards.
I
yeah,
understand.
to me.
To her, you would consider, yeah, okay, you know, if you can set it up, fine, not a problem. Okay.
Yeah, I never.
But this past weekend, what do you think happened? I mean, what do you think, in your mind, what do you think was going on here?
I don't know, other than when it appears that she had a flat. I don't know if she called someone or if she started walking and someone picked her up or so.
Would it be normal to say she had a flat on her car?
Yeah.
Would she not call somebody and say, hey, my car is out of gas, it's on a flat, I'm having car trouble?
She's pretty independent, but there's been times it could go
Okay,
either
that's
way.
my question. Who
That
did she
close,
call?
she should have probably called Kathy, or she would have called. There's been, other than, she wouldn't have called me if she didn't want me, if she was trying to hide something, she wouldn't have called me. Or she'd have been out and early and.
Okay, but common sense, if she's gonna leave a vehicle on a main thoroughfare, that everybody traveling back and forth, they gonna see the vehicle.
Exactly.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Unless she might have thought she could take care of it soon enough or something, or if she called somebody or I don't know.
But from the time that they found the vehicle, you went there to see it, to say, yeah, this is ours or whatever. What did you see on the inside when you first arrived?
When I first arrived?
Yeah, when you arrived, who was there?
There was no one there when I first arrived.
Okay, the vehicle was sitting on the left side, right side of the road,
Yeah,
in a field.
I was on the right side off the shoulder,
Okay.
probably.
Was it locked up?
Immediately I hit the unlock because I want to check, so I don't know if it's locked or unlocked.
Okay.
And so I opened up the door and looked to see, what was going on. And
Okay, when you unlocked the door, you approached it. The first place that you looked was in the front seat, back seat?
the front seat.
Okay, what did you see?
I saw her black boots.
Okay, on the passenger side,
On the
driver's side?
on the driver's side. Her black boots and
Okay.
and there was another bag, and I didn't recall it, remember at the time, but I guess it was the black skirt because later Alexander pulled it out and it was a black skirt. There was,
Where was the skirt?
it was under kind of under the seat, the passenger side. I mean, I'm sorry, the driver's side.
Okay, was there any other kind of container or anything in there? In the front seat or back seat?
There was a cooler in the back, when we raised the hatchback, there was a cooler that had beer in it.
Okay. Was it any of the beer unopened on any of the, was there any containers up front?
I don't believe so.
Nothing in any of the cup holders.
I don't think so, no.
Where's the keys left in it?
And I didn't see her purse either. Not that I'm aware of. I've seen her smoke with Jenny across the road once, one night. And also
Sorry.
questioned that, and then I actually saw her kiss Jenny once, just a peck, when they were partying across the road, But I,
Where does her parents live?
Walnut Ridge, Arkansas.
Have you contacted them?
Oh yeah,
What did they tell you?
they're concerned also, but Karen's mom has talked to me a lot and been concerned about this whole ordeal. And they're aware.
When was the last time you made contact with them?
I talked with her mom about an hour ago.
Okay, the day that you found the car, did you call her?
Yes, I did.
You told her that you found the car and that she was nowhere around, right?
Right. She's borrowed money. I found a contract where she had borrowed money. Bill Bono had loaned her money, $2,000 recently. And then she also, I can't understand if he loaned her $2,000, why she called her Aunt Florence in Little Rock. And Aunt Florence loaned her money too. Well, Aunt Florence didn't realize what all was going on.
How much did she get?
I don't know. She wouldn't tell me.
Undisclosed.
Undisclosed.
How did you find out that she had borrowed money from?
Well, Karen told me, said, because I questioned, because, during all this, we're really not supposed to do anything financial or anything. And Karen's also being sued. I changed bank accounts whenever I realized that, she was filing whatever because the money, she couldn't manage it anymore. It was gone. I didn't know where it was
So y'all
going.
have two separate accounts?
Yeah, I opened up an account with down at First State, the same bank we have our joint. And so I told Karen, I opened up a separate account for my direct deposit to go. I'll put money in our joint account to show them I'm still supporting and, we'll get through all this or whatever. So I was putting like $350 in there at a time.
Where's it at?
First State. First State. And I've been dealing with both.
Does she have a debit card through First State?
She did, yeah, she does. But last Thursday, that joint account got levied because she was a failure to appear recently at court for Capital One. She just would not go to her court dates. I'm not on these credit cards. I didn't know anything about
See,
this.
that was my next question. What other credit cards did she have?
Capital One, Credit One, and Washington Mutual. She's being sued by all three. She has,
Maxed them out?
oh yeah, we would never pay him.
After one or the other two, I'm sorry.
Credit One and Washington Mutual. And I was not on the credit cards. I don't know where the money went. This is over a period of a couple of years, 3 years, whatever. That they've gone after. Now they've garnished or they levied the
How much
joint.
did she owe Capital One? You know,
I know she was like $2,500 on one and $1,500 on one and 2,000 or 2,500 on another. I think it's total of maybe 5,000 total or 6,000.
and how did you find out that she borrowed money from a deal?
I found a contract. I've got a copy of it. And as a matter of fact, I mean, it's there still, I guess.
How old do you think the contract is?
The November 3rd, 2011, she filed on November 5th, 2011. But it says liability on,
Wait a minute now. November ain't got it yet.
I'm sorry, October. Yeah, we're in October, I'm sorry, October. Yeah, it's October the 3rd, and she filed on October 5th. I picked up papers on the 10th.
Did somebody tell you, or you just happened to come across it?
The papers. That contract, I just came across it. She left it, the guy left it.
What about your insurance? You have insurance on it?
No, I don't think, life insurance? I don't believe so. I mean, I know I've got insurance on myself, life insurance and everything, but I don't think we ever took out any on her.
Through your work?
Don't believe so.
What about the kids?
I've got, for the kids, I've got like a 5,000 each or something. It's not a major, it's something that's offered by the company that basically the company pays for it. If anything, that the company would pay, the same with her, the 5,000 or whatever, but I've never had life insurance with her.
Let's go back to the morning you got up and the kids were gone. They went to Orange Beach. She just jumped in the car and drove down her.
Yeah, they left early that morning, I guess. And she wouldn't tell me. I found out maybe, I searched the Verizon account. I looked it up and I saw, I think a 205 area code or something. I called and it was a lobster or seafood place in Orange Beach. And I thought, okay, that's where she is. And then Preston called her and said, listen, I know you're on the beach. I pinged your phone. And she said, yeah, I'm in Orange Beach. So, and I realized that she was with Bill and Kathy. And the girls, she was letting me talk to the girls finally. She said, just don't ask them any questions, blah, blah, blah. And so it was Keely's birthday, which was Friday, that same day that the dog incident, all that happened, So, Friday, I guess it was maybe Monday or Tuesday, Keely told me, said on the phone, said, Kathy finally gave me my birthday present. So I said, oh, really? What'd you get? She was telling me. So they told me they were all together and they all stayed in a condo together.
So let me get this straight. The Friday night that I was out there with the other incident,
She was
and
back.
she was wanting you to go to bed,
Yeah.
hurry up and go to bed.
She was back.
That Saturday morning she left.
Yeah, when I got up Saturday morning, she was gone. And she was probably packing as everything was taking place with investigation with the dog.
How many times do you think she sneaks? I'm sorry. How many times do you think she sneaks out a week?
2, 3. I mean, I know she's going every Wednesday night, at least to Kathy's and Bill's. And there was times throughout I would just catch her. And there's another time that, when Jenny and Chad, when they moved from across the road, this Gar and girl, they moved to Lexington. I thought, oh, thank God they finally moved. Maybe things should quit partying with them and everything, because my neighbors know that too. Marty and Jennifer, they were just like, I don't see how you can put up with it, blah, blah, blah.
The state is doing a good job.
Or I have to go there sometimes. Say, Karen, please come home. I mean, isn't she partying enough and make sure she was safe and home and anyways, when they moved, this was probably 7 months ago, 6 months ago. She it was midnight. I heard her sneaking out of the house, and I called her, and I said, where are you going at midnight? Oh, well, Jenny called me, and she's going to be over at she's at Jamie's right now. Just want me to come over. I said, at midnight? I mean, she was already in bed and everything. I said, at midnight, you're going over there? And she said, well, yeah. I said, Jenny's just wanting me to come over to Jamie's at Ridgely, Tennessee, and that's where Jamie lives. And so when she got there, Jenny, she called, let me know she was there, and that she was with Jenny, because Jenny said, hey, David, blah, blah, and then she got in about 4 o'clock that morning, I don't know.
Uh, this little group, Bill,
Y'all,
Kathy, and Karen.
this is
Brian,
deeper than I
Sharon
thought.
Lee, there's Mark Snyder, Allison, I mean, there's,
There's well, I'm not gonna say there is, I have heard rumors of it, of a group in Dyersburg that pretty much likes to,
Pink Poodle Club or whatever, yes.
exactly.
I've heard about it too, but I don't know if they're associated with that, but everything, all the signs, everything she was pointing toward that.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of stuff that Karen would bring up. It wasn't just Kathy, you know, she was talking about other friends about me, and she would think it'd be hot to be with me coming in and catching her with another young woman.
Oh no,
And
I don't want to
working
hear
out the
this.
dildo and all that, and I'm thinking, you know,
So were you in this circle?
no, I wasn't. I tried to
Who
pull
was
her
the
out
other,
of it.
who was the girl? There was some girl you said you and her got shunned from there.
Robin.
Robin.
Robin and
Was
Paul.
she
No,
part of this group?
no, she was
Robin who?
Alfred, Alfred. Robin and Paul, he owns a security business in town.
Security says alarms.
Yeah. Paul.
I know Paul.
And we were over there that night when all that took place.
Y'all,
And
this is
then,
getting, whew.
you know, Robin told me what happened in the living room when she was passed out naked. And so I confronted Bill and I confronted Kathy, and then they got mad at Robin and they got mad at me for confronting it, and then we were shunned. I haven't been back over the house since, other than thinking around back and what's going on. And
Do you know if this was an
or
exclusive?
going it, but not that I went up to get Karen whenever I found her in bed with Kathy.
Was this an I don't know, use the word exclusive. Just married, were they all married couples, or were there single people there also?
The only ones I saw were married, other than Karen, you know. But, and I know it's not usually that way, but I don't know. I can't tell you. Now, I know that I drove by their house and saw other vehicles I wasn't aware, didn't know of. And there's no telling. Kathy's covered for Karen so much by picking her up, there's been numerous times, and I got called in to work one night. You know, we're having a lot of issues, and I told Karen, I said, you're going to have to come get Keely and Ashley. I said, I've got to go into work. I said, we had an accident or something. And anyways, I said, I'll just bring her by Kathy's. No, just me and Kathy will come to you. And so they met me at Walmart or at McDonald's parking lot, and you know, I saw the little 99 proof they've been drinking and everything, and she was upset because she had to get the girls, and so I said, "Where's your vehicle?" Because it wasn't at Kathy's, and so she was somewhere else, and Kathy went and picked her up to cover and bring her to or something. I don't know. There's just so much stuff that.
Take from 0 to starting at 0, going to 9. How many times do you think you participated with a group?
Participating as far as being involved, or as far as 0?
Sexually involved.
Oh, 0.
Okay.
Well, I've never had any involvement. Whenever I realized what was going on, I tried to pull her out of it. And Robin did too. We confronted, but I wouldn't. It's one thing to behind closed doors to talk or whatever, but to actually do and go through with something, I value.
Oh, this is getting
There's a
icky.
reason I'm asking this, because this whole thing may do a 360-degree turnaround. Instead of her having a strong sexual appetite or want to participate, when we start interviewing people, they may say it was you. So that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Clear this up.
No, I've never had any involvement whatsoever.
Y'all, this is
What do you
getting
think would
icky.
be the odds that Kathy has helped her orchestrate something? Orange Beach, gone somewhere. I mean,
Why don't you do that to the girls? I just can't picture, I can't imagine. Although Kathy said, I'll take the girls if you need for me to, or whatever you need for me to do, and I don't want the girls to be around her right now. I don't trust them. I don't want her to manipulate, and
I think we're all shocked here. It's awfully quiet.
I don't trust Bill. I'm wondering if Kathy is aware.
Swingers was not on my bingo card.
Because I was told by Jamie that lives next door that Karen would show up between their house, on Mondays. They get noon. Bill would be there, and then Bill would leave 40.
Oh, Con, oh, come on, you're speculating. Come on, back it up. Your mind's going wrong places.
Some weird stuff going on, and my mother-in-law and her brother.
Thank God I put the warning up. Adult content.
And I don't know. I'm just saying that she would do anything to stay thin and to appearance. She's had an addiction to diet pills, and she's had, that issue before, and we got through that, and that, Jamie next door said that she's thought that Bill and Kathy were swinging, and the pastor suspected, and she said she wouldn't put it past as far as maybe marijuana and stuff like that, but to everybody else, they're business owners, they don't want this brought out, they don't want that.
Yeah.
That's what I know.
Do you own any weapons?
Yeah, got a 9mm a Ruger P95, which I used to reserve with when I was in Randolph County.
how long did you do that?
I did that, off and on, maybe a year or two. It was, I went to the academy for half as much as
And where you said Randolph?
Randolph County in Pocahontas, Arkansas. Yeah. So I did that as a hobby and to volunteer, didn't get paid, had to buy my own equipment and everything. I had a good friend of the state police.
Woohoo,
He's
you
now
bought
the
all your
director.
equipment.
Steve Schultz, he's director
Good for
of the
you.
academy at Pocahontas. And I've had all background checks, FBI, security clearance, everything. And I also was involved in social work out of college. I wanted to be a social worker. And I also wanted to be involved in law enforcement. And I did that. I was part of CASA, I was court appointed special advocate for abused and neglected children.
So you just have one handgun?
Yeah.
Dustin, the boys have guns?
I've got that and a 22 that they got me for Father's Day, just a long rifle several years ago. That's a little too about that.
At the
Yo.
present time, how many people is living in the household?
Right now, including Karen.
Come here, baby.
You, Karen, 2 daughters.
When Dustin comes home on the weekends. So.
You give us permission to go back out there and look around.
Bless her heart. I didn't know anything about pineapple until a year ago. I don't pay attention to that.
Anything I can do to help.
You know how many people I know have pineapples
We're just trying to
who
cover all
don't have no
bases.
idea what that
I
means?
know, and it's hurtful.
And I understand.
No, I just wanted her to come home and to,
Okay, let's take this also in consideration. What if she has left with somebody? How are you gonna take that?
I just want her to come home and to, be a mother. If she don't want to be a wife, that's her decision. I can accept that. But if there's someone else, as long as they're not hurtful or harmful, but, to the girls or whatever, I just have to accept it. But,
I don't think so.
That's not something that I want or something that it'd be
Have
hard.
you filed for divorce?
She filed on the 5th. And
That's her attorney.
Creasy. Jason
Do
Creasy.
you have an attorney?
Yeah, I got one. Matter of fact, Tim Nathy.
Nathan?
Yeah, that was, he was there the night. He's the brother to the Chris Nathy that their dog.
Ooh, when you start asking about attorneys,
So
that
I didn't
doesn't
know
sound
he had
good.
their attorney and stuff, so he's been talking with me and we've been trying to figure stuff out. I mean, I had to do something. We came to an attorney, and he's the only one that I really knew, and I thought, well, maybe that was fake, but he was there that night.
Well, maybe.
But I don't know.
All right, well, we're gonna start, well, we got people out right now, so obviously it goes without saying.
You're not being arrested
everything,
today.
no matter how minute, call up here, leave a message on my phone or leave a message on,
Have you got a card with your personal number? But has anyone talked with that hog shooter? You know, I mean, everybody's scared to death of him in the neighborhood. And then, you know, keep in mind, we've also had several break-ins out there. And I caught him one night stealing Miss Mary's, the old couple. She just lost her husband. And there was a truck coming by, and they were stealing, loading up her stuff off her porch and stuff. And I was still having issues with my leg then, and I couldn't catch him. You know, I was. And I called 911.
Yeah, like the rainbow.
You know, they did investigation, everything, and this ordeal with hog shooter. And said he's upset now. He said somebody's been throwing nails in his driveway and stuff. So he's upset over that. And,
you mind if I hang on to this?
no, that's fine. Matter of fact, I'm trying to think of where else we went.
It's a Barbie car, so it's probably got a 12-month warranty.
Do one. Oh, Barbie cars.
That's
Yeah,
ours,
it's like
yeah,
Kiwi on it. Yeah, Kiwi. So, but we was also.
So we will talk to him.
Oh, yeah.
On a roll basis.
Bet you will.
Anything else you
Hanging.
think of?
No, I mean, we went to the mall and everything. I talked with Janie. Her dad used to be the mayor here, I believe, or grandpa. Janie.
Ravel?
Is that what it is?
I'm hungry, y'all.
Janie, she's got a daughter, Peggy Jane. That's Peggy Jane. You know, they live on
I didn't mean to put that.
Is it Forsyth Street?
Let's remove that.
Past the park in town, past the park, and the next road to the left. If you pass the park, not the first one where you turn there, the next one.
Do you, either one, does the older girl have a cell phone?
Numbers 3432,
What is it?
it's 731-377-3432.
I'm a little late.
Have you taken a leave of absence from work?
No, I haven't. I was supposed to go today to get a second opinion on I had it set up at Blytheville at 10:45. Of course, I canceled, so I could, and with the orthopedic surgeon over there, there was the issues, but
What's your address at home?
it's 65 Willie Johnson Road.
There's no one there at the present time, right?
And Dustin, my oldest, or my second son, he's there.
We can go take do a walk in a bit, okay? You mind? What are you driving, my friend?
The Volvo, the S60 Volvo,
What color?
silver.
Do you think she would get to the point she would call her
No.
daughter? Or Dustin, or?
I would think so, yeah. I mean,
I'm gonna,
she's,
let's pause this. An upside down pineapple means something. Not a vertical one, not right side up. Upside down pineapple. It has, but it has to be upside down. If it's right side up, it means nothing. Oh, snoot. Didn't mean to do that. Oh.
She had marked money on it.
well, Karen told me, said, 3432,
That's the end of that. I'd hate to sit in that chair that whole time.
Trying to contact them on the phone are unsuccessful, do you change tactics? In this case, did you try other means to find Ms. Swift?
Yeah, like I said, we introduced documents to Verizon to start pulling phone records. We, again, talked to family members.
Did you contact the news media?
Yes, we contacted news media. We did Facebook. We did everything we could to get her name out there to let everybody know that she was missing.
Did you ever organize any searches for Ms. Swift?
Sheriff Box did,
Okay.
along with us.
Did you participate in those?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, just describe to the jury what those searches consisted of and where you searched, that type of thing.
We focus there on Willie Johnson Road near a home. We acquired the assistance of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, the TBI, Dyersburg Police Department, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, the Dyer County Rescue Squad, various agencies that help assist in trying to locate her.
And where were those searches of?
In the area of Willie Johnson Road, the Obion River, on the west end of the Mississippi area river.
No, that's what I was going to ask next. You've heard this ping described several times. Did you guys go to that location?
Yes, we went to that location.
Where is that?
That's going to be west of the Swift residence. And it's an estimated guess, maybe 5 to 6 miles, maybe.
And this is the Mississippi River
Yes.
ping? Okay. Is that area known by a name? Is there any?
Near the Great River Road.
Okay. And did y'all go down there and search?
Yes, we did.
Did you find any evidence while you were down there?
We found items, but they were not usable for as evidence.
Okay. Did you ever enlist, for lack of a better term, a cadaver dog to find?
Yes. We went back to the Obion River, which is on 78 Highway. I asked the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, they had cadaver dogs. So we began to drag that river there on right off Highway 78.
And were those searches successful?
It appeared that one of the dogs, being a cadaver dog, jumped in the water. We had people to go in the water to see if we could find anything. We didn't recover anything, so I asked for another dog to come in and get in the boat with us, another cadaver dog, and that dog alerted the same way the first dog did. And we realized, of course, later, those dogs are cadaver dogs. They can smell decomp that we can't smell. So we think that was coming off the area near the cross area where the kudzu was.
When you say decomp, explain that word.
It's where the body has gone into decomp and started deteriorating.
Okay. Did you ever enlist any type of aircraft to search for Karen's body?
Yes, sir. We asked for the Tennessee Highway Patrol to come with a helicopter. They were not able to fly that area because they have an obstacle thing to fly. But it's in a computer that tells them they're too close to power lines or obstacles. So they couldn't exactly fly the area where the cross was due to the power lines.
Okay. I'm getting out of order here because we're jumping ahead. Other than the walkthrough that Deputy Alexander and Sergeant Walker, was the Swift home ever formally searched?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Later, we got a search warrant went out with the TBI crime lab to go to the residence to see if there was any usable evidence there.
Okay, and describe that process.
The agents, submitted a search warrant. It was granted. We met the crime lab team that came from Middle and West Tennessee there to search the property.
Okay. Did you discover any relevant pieces of evidence while you were searching?
We were there. I noticed bleach, bottles of bleach outside near the home there on the property.
Yeah. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir, I do.
And could you tell the jury what that is of?
That's bleach, several gallons of bleach that's sitting there in the yard.
Okay. State would ask that to be marked for identification only at this time.
All right, that'll be number 6 for identification only.
Were there any other evidence obtained during the search?
There were some issues inside the garage that we suspected might have been blood, but it was later tested, and it didn't show any signs of blood.
Did the officers use luminol?
Yes, they did.
Did you describe for the jury what luminol is?
It's a product that they spray, and then in darkness, we had to close the garage to see if we could illuminate anything that may appear to might have been blood.
And you're saying that the luminol test was negative?
Yes.
Okay. Were any phones or computers at the house taken into evidence?
Yes, that day they did recover phones, computers, cameras, recording device, things of that nature.
Okay, what happened to those items, if you know?
Those items were collected and went to the TBI crime lab for analysis.
Okay, did you ever enter Miss Swift's bedroom during the search?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you recognize any evidence in Miss Swift's bedroom that you would consider significant?
Well, there on the nightstand, there was a bottle of some type of sleep aid, cough drops or cough medicine that was there. I don't remember the exact name of that sleep aid that was on.
Did y'all take that into evidence that day?
No, sir, we did not.
Is there a reason why you didn't?
We didn't think it had any bearing on her disappearance.
Did you later change your mind?
Yes, after the autopsy report.
Thank you. Did you locate any court filings related to the Swift's divorce during your search?
Yes, in Mr. Swift's Volvo, in the trunk, underneath a spare tire, were the divorce papers. And I thought that was kind of strange too. If you're getting a divorce, why would you hide them under a spare tire?
The objection is sustained, ladies and gentlemen. You need to disregard the last statement. You may not refer to it in your later deliberations.
What did I miss?
Investigator McCray, who was John Hogshuter?
He was a guy that lived down the road from the Swifts.
Had you had any involvement with him prior to Miss Swift going missing?
No, I haven't. I didn't.
Do you know whether or not the Dark County Sheriff's Office had an involvement with him?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe that briefly?
There was a report where dogs had been poisoned out in the area near the Swift's home. In my recollection, Mr. Nafy dog died from the poisoning. Mr. Swift's dog did not die from the poisoning.
Okay. Going from the dogs to Miss Swift's disappearance, was John Hogshuter ever considered a suspect in her disappearance?
Yes, we looked at him.
Did you get a search warrant for his home or his
Yes.
vehicle?
Yes,
One or both?
both.
Okay. What happened with that search?
There was no usable evidence there. Mr. Hawkshuter was willing to assist us any way he could in the investigation.
Did you ask him to give a DNA sample?
Yes, we did.
Did he do that willingly or did you need a search warrant?
Yes,
Yes, to which?
he did volunteer to give a
Okay.
DNA sample.
Okay. To your knowledge, Mr. Hogshuter's DNA match any of the evidence collected? in
No,
this
it did
case?
not.
Okay. Did you or anyone in your office take plaster casts of tire tracks on Willie Johnson Road?
No,
Is it unusual to look at a person as maybe as a person of interest in a homicide case or a missing persons case and later rule them out?
it happens all the time.
Okay. My next line of questioning is a little bit more lengthy.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. I think we're close to having lunch for you all there. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the lunch break, do not discuss the case with each other at all. do not form or express an opinion about the case at this time because, we've just begun the proof in the matter there. Also, I don't think you'll have the opportunity, but avoid any conversations with parties, witnesses, or attorneys. And if you are approached or if there are discussions, I will need to know about that.
Okay, we're going to skip.
We're going to
We're going to do the skip city do. Okay, y'all. Let's talk a little bit about this before we go any further. And I have that echo in my ear, and it's driving me absolutely nuts. Wow, y'all. Wow. What do you think? I'm hearing this for the first time. Sorry about that. I've got to learn my buttons. I'm using the Streamback Switcher app, and it's hard for me to. I'm learning everything. Is learning. So, mods, what do you think? Oh my gosh, this is interesting. The one thing that I struggled with this interview is the lack of emotion. If I would have appreciated it more if he would have shown more emotion. Yes, darling. He would have shown some emotion, show some frustration, show something. He ain't showing nothing in that interview. No anger, no frustration, no sadness. He's just very. So I have a hard time believing that any man's wife who was supposedly swinging and cheating. God, y'all, swinging and cheating. Hmm. I would struggle a lot with that. And there are my lights. That to me is a huge deal. I don't know about y'all. Um, if he wasn't participating, then why would he put up with it? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Okay, let's get going so we can get through this and get caught up. Their sound person doesn't turn on the mic soon enough for me. I did not catch that last witness name. If anybody did, please let me know what it is. Oh, come on, please. Seriously. Here we go again. How many did you get? Shut the door all the way. Get kitty out.
She's not in here. Do you want your dog?
No. Once again, court has no sound. It is not me. It is court. Court has no sound. Arr. I don't know why this is doing this. Let me get a hold of my son. We're just going to have to wait. Because I don't want to risk it again. Why is my stream tag not working? It was just me. Oh.
Watch
When
that
are we
video
going to have
affect your
volume,
investigation
guys?
in any way?
Yes.
Okay, tell us.
There
how,
we go.
please.
I told them that we needed to get Mr. Swift back in for a second
Y'all, I
interview.
have this gained
Okay,
up all
did
the
you do
way.
that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who conducted
See?
that interview?
And
Can y'all hear
TBI agent Nathan Bishop and I did.
Okay, and did you also bring a copy of that with you today?
Yes, sir.
I lost
Okay.
it.
Did watching that video affect your investigation in any way?
Yes.
Okay, tell us how, please.
I told them that we needed to get Mr. Swift back in for a second interview.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who conducted that interview?
And TBI agent Nathan Bishop and I did.
Okay, and did you also bring a copy of that with you today?
Yes, sir.
Ask to play the video again.
All right.
Video number 2.
Hey, Bill. This is I'm Nathan Bishop, Special Agent TBI. How are you? Surviving. Have you heard from her today, this morning, or anything? Is anything the members heard from Karen at all?
I've talked to her mom, I've talked to her cousin, those encroachers do their own. And, you know, no one,
You know the cousin's name?
Angie Constance. Yeah, I don't think she was on the list earlier, but she had, said that she talked with Karen, some that, recently, that she talked about her drinking more often and all that. But
Karen drinks.
Karen,
Yeah. She drinks quite a bit.
it turned out to be, she used to never drink. I mean, up until we moved here, I mean, we've never ever, drank. I mean, her dad was an alcoholic and she grew up in, a pretty bad situation. And so she really don't have a really good close relationship with her mom and dad because for one, her mom didn't take her out of that situation. Her dad was always abusive towards her mom and all that. So we always vowed never to drink, but when when we moved here, she became friends with the girl across the road, Jenny, which you all got her number, Jenny Gawthorne. Garen, and that's when she started really drinking. At first she told Jenny that, you still have fun without drinking, Next thing I know, she's drinking with them in the parties and the 2, 3 a.m. going over there to get her. And my neighbors have all, seen that, Marty and Jennifer Lamb. And
When was the last time Angie talked to her?
I didn't ask, but
Do you have a number for her?
Yeah, it's probably a week or so ago. Her number's 573-724-7657.
And that's her niece?
That's your cousin.
Cousin, okay.
And my son.
Has any of the kids talked to her? Have any of them tried to text her? Or?
We tried to text. I've called. just go straight to her voice message. I haven't checked her messages today, but I know the passcode on it, so I'm retrieving. I'm hearing the messages that people are leaving, but
You mind giving me her passcode?
it's 5. It's sort of the last 4 digits of her phone, 5549. So.
Everybody that you listen to on there, pretty much you know who they are.
Yeah. And that's what I've been listening for, to see if there's any unusual calls or numbers. But yesterday, when they were out at the house, we listened to all of them. That was, I guess it was Gregory and
Johnson.
So, but now I haven't listened to them today.
Has she ever run off before and not contact you or the kids before?
I mean, she's been gone a lot, but never this long, not without the kids.
So that's what I'm saying. Did she ever make contact while she was gone and not call you or the kids and say, hey, you hadn't heard from her or anything like that?
No, not like this. I mean, she'd come and go a lot, at all hours. And she would sneak out of the house, at midnight or whatever, and sit on counters. And Jenny Gurin, she went to her house at midnight one night, or Jamie Gurin at Ridgely. And whenever I realized she was going out of the house, I called her, and it was like midnight. And I said, where are you going at midnight? And she said, oh, Jenny's over at Jamie's, and she just wanted me to come over for a while. And, she got in. I don't know.
Does she have a full-time job?
No.
Just part-time? You told me
She doesn't work up until a couple weeks ago. I mean, she started cleaning Bill and Kathy's house on Mondays for a month or so. And, being over there from 12:31 until 8:30 at night or whatever on Mondays, she was doing landscaping stuff for them. She was, always over there. She would go, a lot of times get the girls in bed. She'd take out on, Tuesday night or Wednesday night, get in at, 12, 1, whatever time. A lot of times, reek the smell of alcohol. There was a lot of concerns there. There were several weekends that someone would have to go get her. Or Shannon and Brian Lee brought her home one night from a party over at Bill and Kathy's, where she couldn't drive. And then I had to go get her a time or two. The next door neighbor, Janie, the next door neighbor to Bill and Kathy, her daughter had to bring her home one night.
Did you see her Saturday night when she came in the house?
Saturday or Sunday morning when they came in.
Early,
yeah.
Sunday
All
morning.
I did was pop my head down to make sure that she had Ashley and Ashley was okay. And, that they were going home.
Did you
I
go
went
back
back upstairs.
Oh, so you slept upstairs?
Yeah, I always slept upstairs.
Did you actually physically see her?
Yeah.
What part of the house did you see her in?
It was in the kitchen.
In the kitchen?
Yeah.
Did y'all have any conversation?
It was very, very limited. She said, I'm putting Ashley in bed with me, and that was briefly it.
You remember what clothing she had on?
She had, they were blue jeans. I believe they had holes in them.
Mm-hmm.
And then a gray coat. It was like a tied coat. I didn't know what kind of shirt or anything she had on, but it was a gray coat.
Did she indicate that she was going anywhere else?
No.
Did she tell you if she was going to bed or?
No, I assumed she was going to bed because she said she was putting Ashley in bed with her. But Ashley vaguely remembers that she put her in bed with Keely. The next bedroom over next door.
When did you notice when did you find out the car wasn't there?
I found out whenever I called the neighbor, because whenever I got up, it was about 10 or so, and that's when the girls got up, and they went in the bedroom, and she wasn't there, so, which wasn't uncommon. So about 10 or so, I texted her and asked if she was bringing breakfast home for the girls or if I needed to cook. And I didn't get a response, so, which wasn't unusual because a lot of times she wouldn't answer my phone or text or whatever. And so I waited a while and I texted her again. And then I called her and then it was about 12:30 or so. And I probably called again. I waited until about 1 and I told the girls, let's go look for her. I was starting to get worried. And so I called Jennifer Lamb, the next door neighbor, because Keely didn't want to go. She wanted to stay there. So I called Jennifer. I said, are you back home from church? I said, Keely's, want to stay with you. Me and Ashley's going to go look for Karen. She's probably over at Kathy's or something, but she won't answer the phone. And whenever I, Jennifer said, was that not her vehicle up on Millsfield? And I said, my daughter. Hello? Did I call you? Oh, I probably did earlier. Did Preston show up for Ashley to eat, or do you know?
Interesting. He gets a phone call in the middle of that, and they don't
Well, I'll call you.
stop him.
Okay. No, I haven't. Okay. Well, I'll call you in a little bit. And so whenever Jennifer told me that she thought that was her vehicle up there and it had a flat, I said, well, I'm going up there. So I got the girls' vehicle and I went up there and it was her vehicle. And so immediately I called Kathy and said, Kathy, have you seen Karen? Her vehicle is up here on Millsfield and it's got a flat. And Kathy said, no, but we're really worried. We've been trying to get a hold of her. Said Bill's calling police right now. And so immediately when I got on the phone with her, I called the sheriff and said that something's wrong, or if she had Bill and Kathy, if they had known about her, and that Bill was on the phone. And then
So Bill and Kathy sold the car first?
no, they didn't have. Whenever I told them that her vehicle was on Millsfield, that's when they reported it on Millsfield. And
Who told you it was up there?
Jennifer Lamb.
Your neighbor?
Yeah. When she went out to church, she saw it at 9:30, but she didn't think anything about it, I guess. And so nobody called me. But but it wasn't unusual for her to be gone in the morning.
I don't know that interview.
Go to the wire or something and be gone, and she.
If she'd
Good thing, Miss
she'd
Kevin.
called you to get it changed, or?
She's run out of gas before and called other people. If she didn't want me to know she was out, because everything was so secretive, everything was so, she didn't want me to know things, and when she was sneaking out at night and stuff, and
The night that you saw her in the kitchen, who was all there?
it was just,
It was you, your daughter,
my 9-year-old.
your 9-year-old. Where was the 6-year-old?
She was in bed.
She was in bed. So it was just the 4 of y'all in the house.
And Dustin was going to come home. We were uncertain if he was coming home, or not. He had gone to the Halloween party, and he's at UT Martin, so he thought he was going to come home. And I guess he decided not to.
So did Bill and Kathy ever come to your house Sunday? They never came to your house?
Not that I'm aware of.
But they called you and told you that they were looking for her?
No, I called Kathy.
Okay. And so I'm getting confused. I didn't know if they called the sheriff's office first or you called the sheriff's office.
Well, whenever I was on the phone with Kathy, she said, Bill's calling right now. I was the one that reported to Kathy that her vehicle's, and I'm worried, her vehicle's got a flat.
Right.
And that's when she said, well, Bill's calling right now. When I realized that Karen wasn't with Kathy, or she hadn't heard from her all morning.
Was Bill calling you on the cell phone or landline? Or?
No, Bill called direct to the sheriff's or police department, I guess.
Oh, so what you're saying, you and him never had a
No, we
conversation?
never had a
Okay.
conversation. I didn't talk to Bill at all. It was just with Kathy.
And how did you find out that he was on the line? That's when you talked to
Yeah,
Kathy.
when I was on the phone.
She
Kathy-
called you,
No, I called
them,
Kathy.
Kathy.
Yeah.
And asked, where is Karen?
I asked if she'd seen Karen, that her vehicle has got a flat. Jennifer told me about it. And I'm worried. And she said, well, Bill's on the phone. I guess he was on his cell phone at that time when Kathy said, well, they found her vehicle's got flat on Millsdale.
And you don't have any idea that where she may have gone or anybody she may have, has she ever went off? Somebody we don't know about that we can call and say,
Well, I found a number yesterday. I reported. I talked to that guy. I didn't know. Something just seemed odd about that. I called Jamie that, I felt in the past that she had a cell phone with, a year ago or so that I found. I wasn't aware of this cell phone, so I don't know what her activity is on her other cell phone that Bill and Kathy gave her.
so how many phones does she actually have that you're aware of?
Well, 2 now. The one that,
That's one Bill done gave her?
the one that Bill.
And then your phone?
Yeah.
The family phones
Yeah,
that y'all have?
She has.
That she called her mother or anything? Mother hadn't talked to her? Does she have any other sisters or brothers?
She has a sister, Lisa, and she called me. I already been talking to her phone last night. I called her today, I believe, and they're not really close. So she went and called her for,
Hypothetically, if y'all had a disagreement or something, where would she go to kind of just
Bill
Middle
and
out,
Kathy,
Bill and Kathy.
or she's going probably Tiffany Glass, or one of her friends there, or she,
and you talk to all her friends?
of course, Bill and Kathy's not talking with them now because they're pointing fingers.
Mhm.
My son just went over there to talk to them, and the neighbor gave Bill's number, and Bill talked to Preston, on the phone and saying that I didn't seem concerned or, all this, and I'm worried.
Well, let's say in a week's time, how much time does she spend at Bill and Kathy's house?
Lot.
Out of a week?
In a week's time,
Yeah,
3-4 times
a week.
at least. She's usually over there on Mondays, then Wednesday nights. But I don't know. I'm at work, so for the day, I'm sure she's seeing them.
You work across the river?
Yeah, I work near Wildville.
Newcourt?
Tenaris.
Yeah.
You said that she never started the drinking or anything until you moved here. Where'd you move from?
From Pocahontas, Arkansas.
Pocahontas, Arkansas?
Yeah.
Is she born and raised there?
No, she's born in Illinois, but most, as a baby, and then she, most of growing up was Walnut Ridge, Arkansas, and we lived in Pocahontas.
Does any of her friends from Pocahontas or Walnut Ridge call you?
Oh yeah, and they're planning on coming down here, and they're being very supportive. And, everyone's just really concerned. And
Did she ever indicate to you at any time that she's had some problem with somebody? Or?
not long ago, she at Kathy's dance a few weeks ago. She got into it with a parent and grabbed her and shoved her up against the brick wall.
Who was that?
That was Amanda McCarthy.
Did you tell the investigators that yesterday?
I don't know if I did or not. And she's had several. At Pocahontas, there was several people.
This Amanda McCarthy, where does she live?
She lives out of Crown Point. I'm in Newbern, but she teaches dance or something at Dyersburg. But
I'm just now coming on, but I just found out about this last night. Help me if you just tell me a little bit about her,
about
your wife. Just describe her personality to me, you know, but
her personality is, you know, she's usually outgoing. She just recently started working at the YMCA. She's in, you know, she's in want to be a trainer. She at home, you know, it hadn't been the best, you know. I mean, it was she would when she got angry, you know, she was somewhat hostile, you know. A lot of times, my 18-year-old now, he witnessed, you know, when she wanted something, she wanted it right then and there, you know. I mean, she one day he was on the cell phone in the bathroom, upstairs in his bathroom, and she needed a cell phone. She was doing something with Verizon account. He wouldn't give it to her. He said, I'm using the restroom. You're going to have to wait. She said, no. And in front of our daughter, she picked up a suitcase, I guess, and started beating the door in. And put holes all in the door. I didn't know anything about it until about 3 days later. I was in Dustin's room, and I opened up his closet door, and there was holes all in the closet door. And I asked him, I said, what did you do here? You know, what happened? And he said, you need to talk to Mom. Well, come to find out, after she did all that, she didn't want me to find out about it, I guess, and she made him help her change the bathroom door to the closet door, so it'd be on the inside instead of the outside. And, you know, it's just, she could be loving and caring, and then she, it was just always up and down.
She had been suicide, anything to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. But I don't know what the alcohol has done. I mean, there was Jennifer told me, I found out recently that Jennifer, Rob and Alfred was over at our house one day. You know, I was at work, and Jennifer said she got a phone call and said Robin was going to have to leave with her kids to go somewhere, and that Robin called her and said, I need you up here because Karen's so intoxicated that
I know, Ronnie. I was thinking the same thing.
And so Jennifer Lamb, my neighbor, went up there and helped get her in bed. They told the girls that Mom was sick or whatever, and then
For the love of God, turn off the phone. If they find her, the police will be notified before you.
And then Jennifer took the girls to her house, so Karen could sleep it off or something. Then another time, Dustin witnessed. She was with Holly Jones one day, and I came home that day a little bit early from work, and they both had been drinking. Holly had her little boy there, and Ashley Keeley was there. I didn't realize Dustin was there at the
They're
time.
letting him just ramble on.
He was upstairs, but Karen was on the front porch of our house, and she was so drunk that, and this is probably maybe 3:30 afternoon, and she started throwing up on the porch, and she was down, almost face down in her vomit, couldn't get up. And Dustin told me later he saw her. He went down there and called her an idiot and went back upstairs. And then we had to get her around and get her, in the house, give her something to drink, clean off the vomit.
Did Bill indicate to you or Kathy on the night of the party if she had been drinking?
No, I haven't talked to him. I mean,
I would assume yes.
They didn't question who, you didn't have any questions to them about who she may have been with at the
I
party?
did. I mean, I asked if there was any, they said there wasn't anyone unusual or whatever. And, we found a cooler in the back that had beer in it in the back of the Murano. And then it smelled like liquor when we opened up the door in the front, but, so.
Was there anything in the car that you may have touched while you were out there?
Well, actually, me and Alexander, when I first went there, I just unlocked it. I thought, well, she's got flat. I opened it up. I looked to see if there was anything missing, her purse, or, the keys might have been in it or whatever. And, I opened up the trunk or the hatchback to see and looked in the cooler and stuff. But other than that, that's all I did immediately. I shut it, called, and then Alexander came out, deputy, and, I think he was the first to arrive. I'm not certain. Of course, he touched a lot of stuff, but, I didn't touch or remove anything or anything like that.
You know why it would have been on that side of the roadway?
What, that dawn situation like this, unfortunately, I gotta ask this, what was the source of you and her problems? Was it alcohol? Was it?
Well, it was that. It was the, we were trying to pull her out of that situation. She was involved with Bill and Kathy. I saw a lot of stuff. She was.
When you say involved, what do you mean? I mean, 'cause I don't know Bill or Kathy.
I caught her over there several times. Where she was missing or not where she was supposed to be, and I would park my vehicle down the road and I'd come up there and I'd look around back and she'd be naked in a hot tub with them.
With
Bill and Kathy,
Bill and Kathy.
and also another couple, Brian and Shannon Lee. They're teachers at Dyersburg. And when I confronted her about that, she said she'd never do that again. And we were over there one night, and it was after Kathy's birthday party. And when I saw and realized what was going on, that was the night that we all got in a hot tub. But I didn't think anything of it at first. I mean, we'd been at the country club, and we'd all been, kind of drinking, but Karen was totally naked, and there were several others, and I kept trying to get her. She finally was going to go in, we thought, to get dressed. Well, shortly after that, Bill followed her in. And then Robin Alford said, I'm going to go check on Karen. It was probably 5-10 minutes later. I can't remember exactly. So, and she went in there, and we all got out. It was ready to go home. And Karen was so drunk, she was passed out in the living room, kind of halfway on the couch. She had a towel over her, but she was just totally naked. And, we left. Robin said that she encountered Bill. She prevented Bill from raping her that night, is what Robin told me. And so whenever I realized what was going on and everything was going on, I tried to pull Karen out of that. And I confronted Bill about it, or Kathy. And Kathy said, oh, it was just bad judgment. It'll never happen again. Okay? And so then I didn't really talk to Robin about that after that. But then it was a week or 2 or 3 weeks ago, or after that, it was about, Karen said she was going to the country club to a birthday party. And she promised she'd be back by 11:30 or 12. And she never showed up. Well, Dustin was home. And I told him, I said, brought her here. I said, I'm going to go check her tomorrow. And I went over there at 1:30 in the morning. And I heard some people in the hot tub. It was Brian and Shannon Lee. They were naked, like they were having sex or something. Bill had just gotten out, but I heard Shannon say, where'd Karen go? Oh my God, thought she would never do this again. So I went to the door, and Bill was standing there. I said, Bill, where's Karen? It's almost 1:30. I'm worried about her.
For just a minute.
Oh, she's just upstairs talking to Kathy.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I just walked on up there. And
can you pause it? Yeah, it's tough after lunch to sit here and watch that. Let's just stand up for a second and stretch, and that way we'll all get refreshed.
Oh my gosh, y'all. This is getting. Oh, we're going to throw this up for a second. Wow. This reads like a romance novel gone wrong. This is spicy.
That's fine. All right. Well, let's sit back down.
Hot tub.
Let me make a suggestion. If you notice that somebody next to you is having a tough time, and it's just part of human nature.
Don't
If you
fall
notice
asleep.
that,
A
if you're
juror
getting
fell
a bump,
asleep.
what we do in Dyer County, I say, cough or clear your throat, and the person next to you will wake up. So, okay, sorry to interrupt. Let's go.
So,
How can you fall
know,
asleep in the
it was
middle of
bad.
a swinger party?
And
That's bad,
I
y'all.
asked her, I said, I listened to the conversation just a little while. Kathy said, oh, I think my husband coming back up here or something, Bill. Here's how off he wants to get in bed and kick me out or something. Anyway, so I finally said, Karen, what are you doing? Why are you bedding with Kathy? And she said, oh, just go home. I'm just talking to Kathy. I'll be there in a little bit. I said, no, get up. Come here. I want to talk to you. She never get out, and so I went over there, and she started cussing at me and everything. She was upset. I could tell she was drunk, and I went over and pulled the cover back, and she was naked. She just had a little bit of a wet towel over her, and I asked her, I said, why are you in bed naked with Kathy? And anyway, that's the night that I just left, and went home, and Brian and Shannon Lee drove her home that night. She wasn't able to. And so,
Are you separated?
well, and then I confronted all this. Well, then I talked with Robin about that, about her being in bed, and I can see all that. She said, I can't believe that. She said, well, let me tell you what I encountered that night. She said, I prevented Bill from raping her that night. Why does she keep going over there and putting herself in these situations? And so when Robin told me that, I confronted Bill and Kathy both about it. Of course, Bill denied it. Bill told Karen, my wife, and Kathy, his wife, that Robin was trying to fondle him in the hot tub. I don't know if that was to ruin her credibility or whatever. So when I told Robin that, Robin was furious and Paul, and they wanted to confront Bill about it because she said, "Nah, you're not going to say that about me because I didn't do that or anything." And so Robin went over there and confronted Karen and Kathy about all that, what was said, and then from that point on, it was just really bad. Karen withdrew even more, and then probably about 3 months later, that's when she, I guess it was the 7th, October 7th was whenever, that Friday night, her dog got poisoned, and the sheriff, everybody was out there, and we were dealing with all that ordeal. She kept telling me to come back in the house, that I said, well, I'm dealing with this. It got to be 1:30, 2 o'clock, and I thought it was kind of odd that she wanted me to, come in the house, go to bed, because she's not worried about it. But anyways, so I did, went to bed, got up probably 8:30 or 9 in the morning. She wasn't home. The girls weren't there Saturday morning. And all day long, I was texting and calling and worried about her. And no response. So this here wasn't uncommon, And finally at 8:30 p.m., she sent me a text that there's a letter and a notebook in the top dresser drawer. And I got it, read it, and said that she'd taken the girls for a while, and she'd filed for divorce, pick up the papers, and she wouldn't tell me where she was or anything. I texted her, I said, I want to make sure the girls are okay. Because there's been times that she would leave them at the babysitter and take off, and I didn't like that because I was available or whatever, but she didn't want me to know where she was.
When was this?
When she would leave the kids at the babysitter.
No, when she took off.
That was, I believe, the 7th, October 7th. It was on a Saturday.
This month?
Yeah.
Or last month?
Yeah. And,
did you ever find out where she was?
well, what I did, I went on the Verizon account, and I saw a number that she had called, and I called, and it was a restaurant in Orange Beach, Alabama. And so I figured, okay, that's where she is. So Preston and Dustin, she wouldn't tell them, my boys, where she was. And they were worried and concerned. And so finally my son said, I know you're on the beach. And I said, yeah, I'm on Orange Beach. So what? Basically. And so they were really upset and said, Mom, you're the drinking, the heavy drinking, and everything. And they tried to do an intervention over the phone with what she was doing to make sure that's what she wanted to do. And she, we had a friend at Pocahontas that kind of did the same thing. And she said, remember when you told me when I was little that if I ever acted like Melissa, to let you know. He said, you're acting just like Melissa with everything you're doing. And so she cried at first, and it turned to anger, and and the boys really hadn't talked to her since. They just highly, upset with her. She was stealing money from Dustin all summer. She was taking money from his. He worked at the animal clinic. We claimed Preston on our taxes. We were supposed to get like $900 back, but she never gave him all the money. It was just, we didn't know what she was doing. Our account, the bank account was going down every month, overdrawn. It was just constant. Didn't know where the money was going.
Did you ever find out?
No, I mean, everybody was telling me, family and even her mom. I was talking to her mom that you got to get your own account. You got to know, what's going on with it. But I was still trying to trust her. And then, so that morning, when she did that, the bank account was totally overdrawn. I had $20, for all week. And
When she went to Orange Beach and left, did she just come back, or?
well, finally, Keely, I talked to my I talked to the girls, finally, a day or two, Keely said, well, Kathy gave me my birthday present finally. Or Keely's birthday was that past Friday. And so I said, really, so I knew she was with Bill and Kathy. And they had taken her. And anyways, they came back on Thursday night.
So when did she come back to the house where you live?
Thursday night. I mean,
Okay.
we had never been apart, separated. I mean, finally, I didn't have any finances or anything to really retain with attorneys. It just so happened that the night that the dog incident happened, my neighbor's brother's an attorney, and he was there, Tim Davey, and so I got to talk with him, telling him the situation, and so I told him what had happened, so got him to be start to be my attorney, and I still care about her. I love her. I want her safe and return home. And I don't know what I can do. I mean,
So you said that she became friends with a girl across the street or whatever, and that's when the erratic behaviors.
yeah, really extreme. She got a tattoo. She's always thought tattoos were. She got a tattoo. She started listening to different kind of music all the time, just partying. She didn't work. The boys always wanted to go to work because, we were struggling financially to keep everything going, and the account was always something going on, and she was, and that's in senior year, we really struggled, and felt like we took away from his senior year, and because she wouldn't work, she wouldn't, and her mom and brother, when they came down for graduation, they brought this up. I hadn't even really thought about that. I thought sure not, but they were thinking that she was acting like she was on something, She didn't have addictions to diet pills and stuff in the past.
He does like to talk. Like, come on, dude, I'm done.
She's kind of got an addictive personality. You asked earlier what I would say that she's either, if there's something that she's involved in, she's really gung ho. That's all it's about, and she would do anything to stay thin. And
Would she voluntarily leave her children?
voluntarily.
Like, she just wanted to disappear, would she do
No,
that?
I can't say that.
You can't say that.
No, I mean, I know she cares about them. Now, she hadn't always made her best judgment. I've seen her, poor Ashley and Keely running down the drive, chasing her. But she wanted to get to Mill and Kathy's or something. And then there was one time I thought she was almost going to hit Ashley getting away from her. So, I think she's just had some lack of judgments, but I can't see her just
Leaving the
leaving
kid.
and disappearing. I mean, I just, Somebody had to have seen something. Somebody, I mean, there was just, it was Halloween weekend. It was just, um,
Okay, one thing y'all
And
need to
she
learn
came
when you're in
home,
an interview like this,
was it Sunday
shut your
morning
mouth,
early?
answer the
What time was
questions
it?
well, it was
exactly
about
and nothing more.
1:30 or 1:45, something like
This is
that.
why he's
Usually
getting in
we got
trouble.
about 10.
Yeah, yeah. Got up about 9:30 or 10.
Where does she normally sleep? You said you sleep
Yeah,
upstairs.
it's downstairs.
Does she sleep with the girls or
Yeah, well, sometimes, I mean, it just depends,
something? Just
And I asked Ashley, I said, well, did you go to bed with Mommy? Do you remember her getting up? She said, I kind of remember her taking me and putting me in bed with Keely. So, but it was not uncommon for her to get up and go. And I just, so many times she would, I was so worried about her. If you want to call that controlling or whatever, but I was just always trying to protect her. I was worried.
Here is
She'd
the
get up
emotion.
and, leave at night, and I would see it, and one night she asked where she was going, and she said, "I'm going to go ahead and go to Walmart." And I said, "This late?" And I said, "No." I said, "You're probably really going to Kathy's, aren't you?" And she said, "No, I'm not." And she said, "Fine, you don't trust me? You go to Walmart." And I said, "Well, okay." She got mad. I said, "Fine, I trust you." Well, she didn't show up for, 10:30, 11, and I kept, texting. I said, I need to go to bed. This was like a Thursday night, so I need to go to work in the morning. And she she said, "No, it's peaceful and quiet in here. Just let me be. I'll be home in a little bit." And I said, "Okay." But got later, and I finally told Dustin. I said, "Dustin, I'm going to go check on your mom, make sure she's okay." So I went to Walmart. I saw her vehicle, and I went to Walmart, nowhere to be found. And so I thought, well, I'm going to find out, she's having an affair, what she's doing. And anyway, I went and I sat in the back of the vehicle. I sat there, and it was hot, and finally about 12:30, here came Kathy. Drop her off. And I got out of the vehicle, and I tapped on the glass, and I said, "Kathy, what are you doing?" I went over to Karen's side, and of course Karen was angry and upset. And I said, why did you lie? Why are you? I asked Kathy, I said, "Why are you taking her places, or what are you doing?" I said, "Where are you taking her and going and picking her up?" Because I'd seen that, that she was doing stuff like that, because I had witnessed it before. And Kathy owns a dance studio where our girls go, and they've only been friends for really close for probably less than a year, to be so. And Kathy has a master's degree in psychology, but she doesn't practice that or whatever. But I told Kathy, I said, "You're enabling her. I don't know, you know what that means to, it's just hurting our family." I said, why are you doing this?" And Karen got very angry and upset. Everything's just so secretive. Why? I mean, a mile and a half away. Why wouldn't you just drive to Kathy's if you wanted to go there or whatever? And she went to Nashville a few weekends ago for training, and to start her silver sneakers class or whatever. And I didn't think it was Friday and Saturday. She said it was. So I said, okay. She withdrew like $1,000. I didn't think it was going to be that much to go to this training. But she came home Friday at 4 p.m. I'm sorry, Saturday. She left 4 in the morning, she said, on Friday to get to Nashville. And she said she had to go back Saturday, so she went back and spent the night with Jenny in Lexington, Tennessee, supposedly, to save a motel room. But, that was quite a drive back to Lexington, I thought. But anyway, she got back Friday about 4 p.m. On Saturday, about 4 p.m. And she got her bag out and stuff. She said, "I forgot my curling iron in the vehicle to get it," because she was getting ready to go somewhere. And I said, "Yeah." I said, "I'll get it." I looked down, I noticed her panties were in the floorboard under her seat on the driver's side. thought that was odd, and I looked at my tails, they'd been warm. I put them back down there and took her curl out her new and said, later on, I said, Karen, I said, why is your panties in the floorboard? She said, oh, I had to change, or I said, you changed in the vehicle? And she said, no, I changed at the convenience station before class or something. I said, well, why would you put them in your floorboard? Why would you not put them back in your bag and or something? Why would they be in the floorboard? So I mean, just stuff like that all the time. And then I found stuff.
It's the same stories over and over, in my humble
And
opinion.
say and bring stuff like you said. I found a glass dildo in her coat pocket.
Him and that thing.
And I took it out and I thought, first I didn't know what it was. It was a glass handle. And at first I thought it was a crank pipe. I didn't know what it was. And I realized, no, it's a dildo. And so I took it out and hid it. And then
That's a small
she said,
last
"I want it
D
back."
word.
And I said, what are you talking about? She said, you know what I'm talking about. And I said, well, where'd you get that? Why would you have that? I said, why are you involved in, and what's going on?
He's not helping himself.
Security, is anything else? I appreciate your help, I really do.
I mean,
And
I'm being cooperative. I mean, I had my attorney from Door. He's worried about all this. He don't want, and he probably wouldn't like us here right now. But I'm trying to be cooperative. But he's saying, you've been very cooperative. He said just to protect you and your girls. That but I just want her, a home and found, and I don't, we're all hurting. And I still love her. And regardless of whatever other situations, we can all deal with that.
let me see if Karen needs anything. We're gonna get you out of here, man.
It's always important to watch people when the interviewer leaves the room. You never know what you're going to see.
If you hear anything, please give us a call.
I would on all this. I just don't have much more. Hey, I'm trying to be strong for the girls and for my boys.
Right.
I just, it's just really hurtful that, I don't really have any family here or anything. Some people are coming in from Pocahontas and stuff that knows us better and knows us more. And they're willing to talk and help out whatever and past situations or so I mean if you need anything let me know. And I told him that that my attorney that I had for for the divorce, he's concerned about me talking and stuff, but I told him I don't have anything to hide. I've been fully cooperative, but it's not like I'm lawyered up or anything, but he said, just be real careful. And then, he talked to the sheriff last night, but I'm not, I don't want you to think I'm trying to hide or do anything like that. It's just,
That
my daughters.
that means you are.
I mean, I'm willing to do whatever.
Okay.
So,
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming by.
okay. Well, can you tell me the status right now? What's going on?
We're just still trying to follow leads. We'll talk to her.
Okay, guys, that's interesting. Oh,
Phelps can hand you some photographs like if you would examine them for me.
Hey, Mods, how you doing? I don't think they were divorced yet. No, they did not get the second divorce.
Yes, sir, this is accurate.
Okay. Do you know who took those photos?
I did.
Okay. So obviously you recognize them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are they a true and accurate representation of the scene that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you publish those to the jury? Your Honor? Ask them to be made exhibit to his testimony number 8 and publish them to the jury. Out of respect for the decedent, we're not putting them up on the board.
Thank you. I was
Alright,
just
Deputy
getting my
number 8,
thing,
collect
just in
it.
case. I hate it when they put victims' photos, but look, I gotta do this. You can see the clerk or whoever it may be, the transcriptionist. What's her name? Anyway, I can see them in the main video, so I did this. Please don't get angry, but I'm trying to respect the family. Oh, no problem, Ronnie. Glad you're here, Ronnie. They're entering them into evidence, and so I don't want to show what I see.
You want the jury to see those now?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a minute and let them go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to skim through this.
Why was he considered a suspect?
Shoot, that's not what I want. I think we're getting ready to go into cross. Y'all, I noticed some inconsistencies in his testimony, and as in opening statements, it's correct when they state that he changed his testimony from calling to her or talking to her from the top of a dark hallway stairway. He did not necessarily see her, but he could hear her, and they conversed. Basically, the lights were off. He's at the top of the staircase. She's at the bottom of the staircase. Aw. Go for it, Karen. I thought you... Where did you go that you're unpacking your suitcase? So, I still don't know this guy's name. Wonder if I can screenshot that. I did. Let me pull it up. Got it. Now let's see if I can zoom in. Crop. I'm trying to zoom in on the name badge. If I can. We'll see. I doubt it. Oh, come on, y'all. He's getting ready to start testifying. Here we go. Nope, I can't. I tried. Oh, thank you, Ronnie. Like I said, sometimes courts can be kind of boring. I think we're going to go into cross.
Investigator in this case,
Yes, sir.
Yep.
and you have been involved in this case since October the 30th of 2012, 2011.
Actually, I wasn't there on the 30th, but I came back on a Monday and started on it.
That'd be November 1st.
The two interviews that we saw, the first one was October the 30th of 2011. You did not attend that.
The first interview?
Yes.
Yes, I did. I was in the audio room when that video was being recorded.
And Mr. Swift.
But he took the lead on the
voluntarily came in and answered
first.
A lot of questions.
Yes, you did.
All right. And the video shows what it shows. He had crutches.
Yes.
All right. The second interview, was that the next day?
Yes, the next day.
And that was at your request.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Swift again came in and cooperated and answered
That's
a bunch
correct.
of questions.
That's correct. That's correct.
All right. The officers, you've been in the courtroom the whole time. So the officers that have already testified today, if you can't hear me, let me know. All right. The officers that have testified today, you had talked to them.
I'll look that up.
I guess, you had knowledge of what their reports were or what they had to say.
Yeah, I read their reports, and I had spoken to Sergeant Walker on the day of the event.
Okay. And the first time you went to the Swift house was what day?
I believe it was on that Monday, I believe.
Okay. It was the day after she was missing.
Yes.
All right. And you went in the house.
I think several of us went there that day.
Right. You and other officers went in the house and the property. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to get to the point, sir. And were there dogs involved in either day or at the time that you were there on the property or in the house?
Oh, you saying was dogs involved?
Yes. Cadaver dogs or dogs about scents?
I don't recall us taking any dogs to the house.
Or the property around the house?
I don't recall that.
Okay. At some point, the next day, you and others are at the house. You're there for a period of time.
Yes.
All right. You go in the house.
I think all of us went in the
Yes,
house.
all of you. And you look around wherever you want to look at.
Yes.
And you didn't have a search warrant, did you?
No, he volunteered
Right.
to let us in.
Right. And you looked wherever you wanted to go.
Well, sure.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And did you come back the next day?
I don't recall coming back the next day.
All right. And then after that, you went back to the house several times, you and other officers.
Yes.
All right. You requested the assistance of the TBI.
Yes.
All right. In fact, quite a team came and assisted you at the house, didn't they?
That's with the search warrant, yes.
Okay. And in fact, detailed notes and examinations were made by the TBI team and your team of the house while you were there.
The TBI conducted the examination.
And this went on for a number of days, didn't it?
I don't know. No, they didn't do that a number of days. They conducted their investigation that day that they did the search warrant.
Okay. And are you familiar with some diagrams and charts that were made of the house?
The TBI would have had those charts.
Right. But you also are the lead investigator, aren't you?
Yes.
And so you're talking to them, aren't you?
I'm talking to the agent that's on our area and assigned to our area.
Right. And you're there when they're there, aren't you?
I'm there when they're conducting the search.
Right. And you're familiar that detailed drawings are made of different things and parts of the house?
I didn't have their drawings, no.
Okay. Just one second. So you didn't examine those or anything?
No.
All right. And so, but the TBI did extensive swabs and testing in the house when they were there,
Yes, they did swabbing.
wherever they chose to do it.
That's correct.
And you're with them while they're doing it.
Well, I'm there on the scene. I'm not on the heels every minute, but I'm there on the
Right.
scene.
You can see them going around and doing a lot of different things in the house and outside the house.
That's correct.
All right. And this goes on for hours, you say, that day?
I think they were there several hours.
All right. And that was the TBI. Who was the agent in charge?
Nathan Bishop.
Okay. And you say Mr. Swift was there?
Yes, he was at the residence.
All right. And so from that, the TBI, whatever swabs or tests they did, samples, they took those and submitted things for testing at the lab, didn't they?
That's correct.
And as lead investigating officer, you're familiar with that.
Yes,
The prosecutor asked you about some of them.
yes,
Okay. And all the things that they tested that were in the house, whether it be in the garage, whether it be in different rooms of the house, the results came back. And you talked to the TBI about it.
yes.
All right. And there was nothing of evidentiary value.
There was some evidentiary value, and there was, as it relates to blood, there was not.
Okay. All right.
That's interesting. If there's no blood,
numerous
how in the
things were
heck
sent
could
to the
she
lab
have been
for
killed in the
testing,
basement
swabs and things.
garage?
Correct.
And also, Karen's Morano was, you said it was processed, sent to the TBI and processed.
TBI processed it. That's
Right.
correct.
And there was no evidence of any blood or anything out of the ordinary in her car.
That's correct.
All right. And you said earlier the same thing about the house.
As it relates to blood, there was no blood.
And forensic evidence.
There were other evidence that was obtained by TBI.
Right. And you got those reports back.
He does kind of remind
access
me
to
of
them.
Kenny Rogers.
Okay.
I think
Things like
Kenny
beer
was cuter.
cans, swabs from the garage floor, swabs from any stain that was in the house. Those were all taken.
Yes,
All right. Swabs from the molding in different rooms.
out in the garage.
Right. Handkerchiefs, carpet, anything that had a stain.
There was no usable evidence.
But those things were
There was
swabbed
items
and tested.
taken. Yes, things was taken.
Okay. And the things from the car.
The
could have
witness
been
reminds
any
me of an actor,
sunglasses,
too.
Toothbrushes or cell phones that were recovered
Out of the car.
out of the car. Yes.
Yes,
All right. Any jackets or clothing that you found around the car or down it near the Mississippi River was tested?
Some clothing was found near the Mississippi River. It was tested.
Right. The cell phones that were found her cell phones that were found were tested.
That's correct.
They were tested for DNA.
That's correct.
They were tested for blood or any DNA type evidence.
We sent them to the lab for analysis.
Right. And David Swift's blood or DNA was not obtained from any of those.
Not to my recollection.
All right.
I think DNA is going to be a big deal.
David Swift's car was on his property, I guess, when you and law enforcement were there.
Yes,
And that was looked at and searched too.
that's correct.
All right. And there's no evidence of any blood or DNA evidence of Karen Swift.
That's correct.
All right. They indicated a struggle or a body had been transported.
No, we didn't detect that.
Wait.
Karen's Murano.
That's correct.
All right.
So you're telling me they live together and there is no trace evidence of any DNA in his car of Karen? May not be blood, but there be hair. Excuse me, skin cells. Huh? That doesn't make sense. Unless he's talking just about blood. Oh.
Any physical item, if it be clothing or boots or anything, was checked.
Physical items that we collected, yes, was checked.
That were anywhere near where the car was or her body was later found.
Items that we checked,
Yes.
there wasn't any items near her body other than what she had on.
All right. But any clothing near the Mississippi River and all that?
That was,
Your standard procedure was to check anything that was close by if there was anything.
we submitted those clothes for evidentiary for DNA purposes.
All right. On the Swift property, there was a pool.
Yes, it was.
All right. The bleach bottles that you talked about in that earlier.
Correct.
Recall that?
Yes.
Those were tested also.
I'm not sure if they were or not.
All right. But those were things that you thought might possibly be evidence.
Well, after he had told us what he had done with it, that he had used the bleach to clean up the vomit in the garage.
But were they swabbed or tested?
Not that I recall.
All right, but you're not sure.
I'm not sure, but I don't ever remember us collecting that.
All right. They weren't collected?
No,
All right. You didn't deem it important to collect at that time?
no,
All right. You're looking for anything that's important.
correct.
All right.
That's interesting.
You didn't stand over the officers while they're swabbing everything, did you, though?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Dude, come on.
Mr. Hogshooter, the prosecutor asked you about. You recall that?
Yes,
All right, let me just ask you a few things. He was a possible suspect or person of interest.
he was looked at. That's correct.
In fact, the application was taken out by you about him, wasn't it?
Beg your pardon?
Was an application for a detailed records and a pen rester and trap and trace device taken out for him by you?
I'd have to see that to remember, sir.
Y'all, I'm going to snooze this up a little. Sorry, not sorry. See if it's too fast. Y'all, this is a lot of dead space. Is he in the same clothes he was in yesterday?
Fresh?
I remember doing that.
Okay, can I have that back if you don't mind? Is this an application that you took out, sir?
Yes.
And what was it for?
It was a phone record to see if we could locate anything that might have been evidentiary in this case.
Who was it for? Or what number was it for?
I think it's Ms. Hawkshear's number.
You think? Did you put him, list him as a person of interest in this?
Say that again.
Did you list him as a person of interest?
I thought that he might have been involved, so we thought he might have been a person of interest.
And this was dated November the 4th, 2011?
Yes,
Okay, and this is something that you signed and filled out the application?
that's correct.
All right, and you were trying to locate him?
We did locate him.
Okay, but you took this application out
Yes.
because you deemed it important enough to look at?
Well, in light of what had happened in the
Yes.
past, yeah,
All right. Now, you were aware of the poison dog incident.
yes,
You were here when officers testified, and Mr. Hawkshooter was charged with that.
that's correct.
All right, and that occurred before this incident,
That's
October the 30th,
That's correct.
like a month before?
Something like that.
Okay. And Mr. Hogshooter's house was searched and photographed,
That's correct.
and he was employed as a contractor,
He was a contractor, yes, construction contractor.
and pictures were taken of his house which showed equipments, hammers, and screws.
There were photographs taken of the house.
It included, if he's a contractor, some of the materials that you saw in the house.
Yes.
Okay. Had a new roof on the house.
I think he was in the process of building that residence that he was living in or remodeling or something there. I can't recall that.
Okay. And his vehicle was searched and pictures were taken of his tires.
Yes,
Okay. Anything around his property was photographed.
yes,
All right. If there were some roofing shingles or building material located near his property or close to it, that would have been photographed?
yes,
All right. The cell phones of Karen Swift that were recovered, his house is close to that location, isn't it?
that's correct.
All right. And Mr. Hogshooter, he was interviewed.
He was interviewed.
You interviewed him,
I sat in on the interview with Investigator Gregory.
right? And he indicated he was present at his house on October the 30th, that weekend,
And
2011.
you're talking about interviewing for the dog poison, or you're talking about?
I'm talking about, you interviewed him when you found him about the Karen Swift case.
He was interviewed, yes.
Yes. And isn't it true that he indicated to you and the other officer that he was at home during that weekend?
If my memory serves me correct, that he was at some type of camp church meeting or something like that.
Right. He indicated he was at home that weekend. Yes or no?
I don't recall him saying that he was at home.
Okay. All right.
Glad y'all didn't see that. We have a kitten. I won't say the rest. My poor daughter comes in.
He was interviewed. There was audio done.
Okay.
Was there?
I can't remember his audio or video, but it was recorded, the best I can remember.
Right. Would that have been November the 6th of 2011?
That may be accurate.
All right. If I pass you something to refresh your memory, would that help?
Sure,
All right. Can I ask you just to look at it?
sure.
Okay, good. Mods, y'all, everybody watching. Comment. Let's wake up.
Are you asking me, is this an interview of Mr. Hawkshooter?
Yes. Does it refresh your memory?
It appears it may be an interview of his wife.
Okay. Can you pass me that back? Yes, excuse me, that is my mistake.
Oh, so who is this person? Hog Shooter? Is that his real name?
Can I pass
Are
this?
you kidding me?
My apologies.
Our ambulances are going like crazy today. I don't have my radio in here because it's too loud. I have a Firecom radio. I'm a volunteer firefighter. But we've had a lot of EMS movement today.
Page 43, when you have a chance to get there, to refresh, page 43.
Is nobody on Discord?
While he's looking at that, let me see council for just a second.
Okay, we're going to speed up. We're going to zoom.
Yes,
Okay. And,
yes.
okay.
What?
And
Yes. Sorry, guys.
was any chemical testing done at Mr. Hogshooter's house?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. And the Hogshooter residence, was it in close proximity to the Swift house?
Yes,
Okay. And you testified, in fact, you played the interviews from these 2 days.
Mr. Swift.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And he was asking a lot of questions and things, a lot of discussion about where he had been Saturday. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. He indicated he was at the skating rink with his daughter and another girl. Is that correct?
Yes, I recall that.
And did you seek to verify and find proof of that?
I believe my investigators followed up on that. I directly didn't.
And was that confirmed?
Yes.
All right. And he also indicated that he went to Walmart with his daughter.
Yes.
All right. And was that confirmed?
Yes.
In fact, wasn't a videotape obtained of that?
Yes.
All right. And it did show Mr. Swift and his daughter at Walmart?
That's correct.
All right. And it showed him with his crutches walking different places in the store?
Well, the video I recall seeing him at the cash register with his crutches.
Okay. And what about at the mall?
I don't recall seeing a video of him being at the mall.
Right. But was it verified? Do you know whether or not it was verified he was at the
I
mall?
think they did follow up with it.
And it was confirmed or not?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, there was never any introduction or proof of any marks or scratches on David Swift from October the 30th or the 31st, was there?
No.
All right. He was interviewed both days.
That's correct.
He was interviewed, that afternoon after the car was reported.
The officers did, yes.
Yeah. In fact, he testified and he verified that there were no marks or
I
scratches.
didn't see anything like that on his body.
But you're an investigator.
That's correct.
All right. You indicated when the prosecutor asked you that there were swabs from her body and fingernail clippings.
That's correct.
All right. And the fingernail clippings, is that done to indicate DNA or tissue underneath her fingernails?
That's correct.
All right. And there was no evidence of any of David Swift's DNA or blood?
That's correct.
All right. You mentioned the bleach, and you didn't think enough on the interview to even ask him about that, did you, in the video interviews?
No, I did not.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You saw when the pictures of the bleach were taken,
I think it's during the first search warrant.
and that was November 7th?
Yes.
And when did you interview Mr. Swift?
I have to refer back counsel to the date, but it was,
Was it prior to the
Yes.
search warrant?
yes, sir.
All right, you can step down, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, y'all.
Mr. Bach, tell me again what the name is. Thank you.
Anybody hear name? We're going to scroll that back because I just put live captioning on. This is driving me nuts.
Mr. Bach, tell me again what the name is. Thank you.
Nope, didn't catch it.
So you're Jason Page?
I am.
You're a trooper with Highway Patrol?
Yes.
Were you employed as a trooper with Highway Patrol on October 30th? Excuse me, in
That's probably my problem.
So you're Jason Page?
I am.
You're a trooper with the Highway Patrol?
Yes.
Were you employed as a trooper with the Highway Patrol on October 30th, excuse me, in October, November of 2011?
I was.
Okay, were you asked to participate in a search for Karen Swift?
Yes, I was sent to Dyer County. For
Okay,
search.
were you in what they called the strike team back then?
At that time I was, yes, sir.
Okay, and when you were helping perform these searches, did you come across any evidence while you were searching through the fields?
I found 2 cell phones in a abandoned lot that I thought were odd.
Okay, and what did you do when you saw those cell phones?
I just contacted the sheriff's department, who was head of the investigation. They came down and
They took it from there?
they took it from there because we were searching for a missing person at that point.
Okay, pass the witness.
Just briefly. We've met before, Mr. Page.
Yes, sir, Mr. Taylor.
All right. You were assisting along with other officers.
That was quick.
Yes, there were multiple troopers there and deputies and yes.
All right. And y'all did things like form a line to see what could be found.
I was there multiple days, but as the strike team searching, we would just show up at a certain time and they would give us a grid. I don't know who set those. It was up or above me, and
Right.
we would just get in viewing distance of each other and walk, pretty much.
And how many officers you think were involved with you, just roughly?
I mean, there's 2 strike teams for the Highway Patrol in West Tennessee, of Jackson and Memphis, and there's 10 to 15 people on each team. So I don't know the exact number of that day because we were there. I don't even know how many days I went.
Was it more than one day?
I believe so.
And could it have been 3 or 4 days?
It could have been because we did some searching, if I remember correctly, around the Great River Road, Lake Dyer County line in that area.
All right. And your involvement is you happen to be the one in line that found the cell phones.
Basically, that's it, yes.
And basically you alerted somebody and they took photographs. You didn't take photos.
I did not, no.
And then they retrieved them and did what else?
I mean, I would guess somebody would retrieve them and take them as evidence.
All right. Were dogs involved any of the times you were there?
Not that I recall.
Okay. All right. And was the team there for several hours each day?
Yes, it would have been all day long, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
So you are Sergeant Jason Gossley,
Yes,
and you were with the Tennessee Highway Patrol?
that's right.
How long have you been with the Highway Patrol?
Over 20 years, about, 20 years and 5 months.
Okay. So you were with the Highway Patrol in November of 2011, correct?
Sorry, I gotta do it.
About, 20 years and 5 months.
Okay. So you were with
I'm sorry.
So you are Sergeant Jason Gossley,
Yes,
and you were with the Tennessee Highway Patrol?
that's right.
How long have you been with the Highway Patrol?
Over 20 years, about,
whatever, 20 years and 5 months.
Okay. So you were with Highway Patrol in November of 2011, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you on duty on November 7th, 2011?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what unit you were assigned to then?
I was assigned to our critical incident response team. It's a unit that's within our Special Investigations Bureau.
Okay. And could you tell us what the critical incident response team does?
So critical incident response team is available to help all troopers and other agencies with crash reconstruction mainly, but we also do crime scene investigation documentation.
Okay. Did you have the occasion on November 7th of 2011 to travel to Dyer County, Tennessee?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that trip?
That trip was made to document the scene where the vehicle was located on Millsfield Highway, and the location of the cell phones that were found, and also the property, the Swift's property.
Okay. What did you do when you arrived in Dyer County that day?
I believe we met with Investigator McCright at the site on Millsfield Highway and reviewed that area with Mr. McCright, and he took us and showed us where the cell phones were found, and then ultimately we made our way down to the Swift's residence.
Okay. And did you map all of these areas that day?
We did. Initially, it was requested that we map the areas individually to document where these items were located. Once we arrived on the scene and saw the close proximity of everything, we made the decision to just go ahead and tie the roadway into all of that. So Millsfield Highway, down Harness Road to where the phones were located, then back down Harness Road to the Swift's residence.
Okay. Did you use some sort of equipment or computer program to do this mapping?
Yeah, so it's basically survey equipment, what you would see at a job site or when they're building a roadway. It's called a total station, and it's a very accurate way of measuring. It's a laser-based measurement system.
Okay. I'm asking the bailiff to hand you a map. That's not it.
Y'all hanging in there? Y'all doing good?
Not it. That's it. That's it. You recognize that, sir?
I do.
Okay, you tell the jury what that is.
So this is a scale diagram created in AutoSketch software, and this is accomplished through the use of the total station and a data collector. So we go out to the scene and set the total station up and take multiple shots with the total station to different points. Those points are depicted on here now as a line drawing, but all the data that's collected is imported into the AutoSketch system and used to complete the line diagram and complete it to scale.
Okay, it has some distances included in the little inset box there. Do those have a margin of error?
They do. The device is, like I said, it's a survey grade device, so it's within an inch of accuracy.
Okay. And you said that this is to scale. So is there the little inset box on the bottom right? Does that have any significance when you're telling the jury it's to scale?
Yes, it's hard to see, but there's a scale bar located there, and if you take that scale bar, transfer it anywhere in the diagram, that's what the measurement would be.
So is the map that you created a true and accurate map of the area and the items that you were pointed out to that day?
That is correct.
Ask that be made an exhibit to your testimony.
I'm going to say number 9. Helen, what do you
Sure. Same question, Your Honor, or excuse me, Mr. Sergeant Gossley. Did you have the occasion to again visit Dyer County in August 2012?
Yes.
Okay, and were you requested to return, or why were you requested to return then?
We were requested to return to an area there. I believe that's also on Harness Road, where Ms. Swift's remains were located.
They'll send you another map. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell the jury what's that map of.
Okay, so the same thing is an auto sketch diagram, same principles. We use the total station to map different points around the property. And then those points are imported into the auto sketch software to complete the line diagram.
Okay. Would you also make that an exhibit to your testimony today? And is that also to scale?
That is to scale, yes.
Oh.
We can publish those to the jury.
Well, number 9 and 10. Go to
Yes.
jury.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Taylor, let's wait a second and let the 2 exhibits be passed to the jury.
Yes, sir.
We're glad to have you.
Down. The map.
Oh, there it is. Yay. I'm going to zoom. Dude, what are you waiting on?
I have exhibit 9.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, to assist with this?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess, did you review your photographs?
Yes, as part of the drawing process.
All right. Do you know what the address was that was the area near where the evidence was located?
I do not.
All right. Can I pass this to the officer?
You finished with exhibit 9?
Not yet, Judge.
Okay, sorry.
I will give it back.
No problem.
You still have exhibit 9.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recognize that photograph?
I didn't take the photograph. I recognize where it is.
Okay. Now, the area near the trees, do you see that structure house on that photograph?
No.
You're not sure?
No, it's not there.
Okay. Do you see the area where the abandoned driveway is?
No,
All right. Do you see the Swift residence on there?
I do.
Okay. And, okay. All right. If you could hand me back my photograph.
Oh.
Write down the address of the structure that is near the trees.
It was abandoned.
Okay. It was a house.
Yes.
It was it looked like it was not completed, or?
I do not recall.
Okay, that's fair. Now, let me see if there's anything else.
He's trying to poke holes. Y'all.
Okay, thank you, officer. Now, what you've drawn on there, I don't know. We can hold it up in front of the jury, or they can look at it again if they want to.
To second place.
I'm fine with just walking in front of the jury if anybody wants to look at it. The area where the cell phones were found, so.
Lay down. Good girl.
And before I do sit down, can I pass you one more photograph?
Yes, sir.
This is weird
You recognize that?
cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the abandoned roadway on there, driveway on there?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind taking the officer's pen and marking that on there?
Certainly.
Yes, just how about an X on that one?
Yes, sir.
And would you draw an O on the,
Why don't you mark it with that, officer, so we can see?
Yes, sir.
yes. An X where you see the abandoned driveway on the actual photograph? And that's a true and accurate picture of that area from what you recall?
That is correct.
All right. Do you also see the structure that's near the abandoned driveway?
I can't make it out in the picture, sir.
All right. Can I pass this to the officer to see if it refreshes his recollection?
Y'all, it's been, what, 12 years, I think?
The structure.
Filling me with trash. I think the people who. Is it my favorite friend
I can't make out a
channel?
picture. I know the area where it,
do you see that area on the map? On the photograph, excuse me?
Yes, sir.
Would you mark that where you believe it is? Okay. And is what you mark your true and accurate recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you mind passing it to me? Where you mark the X is where you recall the structure being?
It appears to be in that area. Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's on both maps that you mark the X?
Yes, that area is in both photographs.
Okay.
The first photo, you asked me to identify the driveway.
Right. And you mark that with the X?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that, Your Honor, I would request that this one here be exhibit number 11.
Okay, why don't you hand it to the officer? We'll go ahead and get it marked.
Oh. Yeah. I'm not I'm going to turn my ears down. I'm not jumping into this and being presumptuous at this point. I really am looking at this as an alternate juror,
This
literally.
is the area where you mark the abandoned driveway.
Yes.
All right. I asked that that be exhibit 11.
All right, let's go ahead and mark.
And if I could pass this to the officer, we can pass both of them at the same time, I guess, to the jury if they want to. Where you marked on this one, which will be exhibit 12. Is that X mark where you believe the house was?
Yes.
Okay. And I asked that be the next exhibit.
Any objection? We'll go ahead and admit it as number 12. You want to pass those to the jury now?
Yes.
You take them to the jury.
Are we still? Y'all. Let me skim.
You stated they appear to be true and accurate depictions of what you saw.
They're true and accurate depictions of the area, yes.
Anything else? No. Trevor, you step down. Thank you. Trevor, release it.
Yes.
Next. We are in a verdict watch for the Idaho versus Chad Daybell's trial. I may break with this and go over there.
Carla Rexing.
Yes.
Okay, would you please state your employment?
I'm a special agent with the FBI's Memphis division as part of the Nashville Resident Agency, which is a satellite office out of our Memphis office.
And what unit are you assigned to?
I'm assigned to what's called the CAST unit. I've been in that program since 2015, and as well as my regular duties of a special agent, I work violent crimes and cyber intrusions.
Okay, and what is your educational background?
What's her name?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Accounting and a Master of Engineering in Civil Engineering and Geographic Information Systems.
Okay, y'all, I hate to do it, but I got to have her name. I'll go back. I hate this. They don't show names. Spell your name.
I did not.
Do you have any way of knowing when they were taken?
So frustrating. Give me names.
Ma'am, you are Carla Rexing.
Yes.
Okay, would you please state your employment?
I'm a special agent with the FBI's Memphis division.
Got it.
As part of the Nashville. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Accounting and a Master of Engineering in Civil Engineering and Geographic Information Systems.
What does your day-to-day duties consist of in the Bureau?
So primarily as a special agent, I'm assigned to a cyber squad currently, so working network intrusions. But as a collateral duty, as part of the CAST unit, I look at cell phone records on a pretty weekly basis, I would say.
Okay, and what do you do what's the purpose of looking at those cell phone records?
So the CAST unit specializes in historical cell site analysis. And so those records that I look at are typically for trying to give a general geographic area where a cell phone was. I utilize this in a historical manner as far as placing devices near a crime scene, for example, or utilize these records during Amber Alerts or to find missing hikers in national park areas as an example.
Okay, and do you have training in cellular record analysis?
I do. So as I mentioned before, I started with the CAST program, which stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team. I started that in 2015. As part of that certification process, you have to go through certain courses and take tests and pass those tests in order to become certified to conduct historical cell site analysis. So I received several hundred hours of training in radio frequency theory, cellular networks, as well as phone records themselves from both private and government contractors.
Are you certified in those types of areas?
I am, yes.
Okay, tell us what you're certified in, just so
So the certification is to conduct historical cell site analysis. And as part of the CAST unit, we utilize that analysis for three primary purposes. One being to locate missing people through real-time or historical analysis, to provide training to our state and local law enforcement partners, and then to provide expert witness testimony.
Yeah, that was my next question. You provide training to others in this area?
I do. I teach courses primarily in the Southeast region.
In your job, do you utilize these CDRs? Okay, you already answered that. I'm sorry. How many times do you think you've performed real-time CDR analysis?
I can go live
Real-time
twice.
Historical cell site analysis, I misspoke.
So since 2015, I've processed and analyzed in excess of 1 million phone records and have found hundreds of devices utilizing this technique.
Have you ever testified in court as an expert witness before?
I have, yes.
Okay, were you declared an expert in the field of historical cellular report analysis in those courts?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall how many times?
About 10 or 11 times so far.
Okay. Your Honor, I asked the witness, or is defense wish to order the witness? Okay, I asked that she be declared an expert in the field of historical cellular record analysis.
Y'all, I'm live simultaneously, two different
Taylor, would
things.
you like to examine the witness with respect
This is
to
freaking
qualifications?
cool. Hey, mods, go see if you can find the other live on the Chad
Witness is
Daybell.
an expert in the area of historical cellular
Record
record
analysis.
analysis. Couldn't read my own writing. Sorry.
I can be live twice.
It's kind of a confusing topic, so let's start with the basics. Please tell the jury, what is a cell phone?
So cell phones are radios and they communicate with cell phone towers via radio frequency. And so your phone is programmed to listen to those frequencies. So it's very similar to the radio in your car. You have stations or frequencies like 99.5 or 102.5 if you wanted to change the station. The only difference is your phone can talk back. And so your phone is constantly scanning the towers in the area. That way, when a phone call or text message, for example, is made, a record is generated with the cell phone company.
Okay, and you mentioned cell tower. Describe what a cell tower is for us.
Ronnie,
So
can you
a
hear
cell
me?
tower is a location where electronic communications equipment and antennas are mounted in order to allow for the use of wireless communication
Oh,
devices.
okay. I'll go
How does
look.
a cell phone engage a tower?
So the very simplistic way that I explain this is your cell phone is either in a single mode or a married mode. So in single mode, your phone is, you're not making a call or text. It's scanning the available cell towers in the area, trying to figure out which one has the best and clearest signal. So when you're ready to make a call or a text message, for example, and your phone enters into married mode because it knows which one, based on scanning the network, has the best and clearest
Oh, I
signal.
can't go live in both,
What is historical cell
but I
site
have one on hold. Okay.
So by law, the cell phone providers have to maintain records of users on their network. And so historical cell site analysis is just analyzing those records that are maintained by the providers.
Yeah, what kind of records do you look at?
So I look at what are called call detail records or CDRs and other engineering type reports, which will be referred to later on as time in advance records.
In layman's terms, what are
Oh,
CDRs,
she's
call
smart.
detail records?
So CDRs are very similar to the old paper billing statements that we used to receive in the mail for our phone calls. It would tell us the who, what, and when. It would tell you if you made a phone call, at what time you made that phone call, and the duration. The only difference in those billing statements versus CDRs is the when. So the call detail records provide us the tower and the side of the tower that the phone connected to when an event happens, such as a phone call or text.
Okay, what do you do with those records when you have them?
So in addition to the CDRs, the providers also maintain a list of all the tower locations of the towers in their network. And so historical cell site analysis is simply acting as a Google translator by taking those CDRs, marrying them up with the tower list, and providing a geographical representation of where a phone could be at a given date and time.
Were you asked to examine some phone records in this case?
I was, yes.
Okay, do you recall the numbers that you were asked to examine? What would be?
They ended in 1577 and 5549.
Okay, for clarity, I'll tell you that it's been established, it's not disputed, the 5549 number was the victim, Karen Swifts, and the 1577 number was the defendant. Were you asked to review records for a particular time period?
Yes, for October of 2011.
Okay, and did you prepare a report on your findings?
I did, yes.
Ask you to either look up there or there. Do you recognize? So is that the first page of your report?
I do, yes.
Okay, go to page 2. All right, would you tell us about your introduction on this?
So this slide just goes over a little bit of background about request. So in this particular case, I was asked to analyze 2 particular phone numbers in a given time period. It also goes into the methodology that I briefly explained before on marrying up those call detail records with the tower list to provide a general geographic area of where a cell phone could be at a given date and time.
And could you tell us about this slide, explain how sectors and orientation come into play with your analysis?
So this slide on the left-hand side of the page, there are 2 graphics. The top graphic is what a typical cell tower would look like. It's on a large pole. Sometimes cell towers can have antennas affixed to sides of buildings. And so that's also considered a cell tower. On the right side of the screen, you'll see another graphic with a circle divided into 3 pie wedges. And so that's a top-down view of a typical cell tower. A typical cell tower is broken up into 3 different sectors. And so typically the sector 1 faces in the north direction and covers about 120 degrees of a 360
It's okay.
circle.
It wouldn't let me.
Sector
It did
2,
it for a
which is the
second, then it
blue
kicked me
shaded
out.
area,
Dang
typically
it.
faces in the south-southeast direction, while sector
Thank you,
3,
though.
the green shaded area, typically faces in the south-southwest direction. And in addition to the tower location and the side of the tower that's utilized in a transaction, our phone records will give us what is called an azimuth, which splits each of those sectors down the middle. So for example, sector 1, if the azimuth on the records indicated 0 degrees, we know that you'd go 60 degrees to the right and to the left to give you your 120 degree wedge of coverage.
Okay, and were some records submitted to you to help you prepare your report?
Yes.
Okay, would you describe what kind of records were submitted to you?
There were call detail records, some of which did not have cell site information associated with them, some data session records, as well as time in advance records.
Okay, do you recall what company they were from?
Verizon.
Okay, and what format were they submitted to you in?
They were given to me in Excel format, which is typical of Verizon.
Is that for the RTT?
Yes, so RTT is also referred to as a time in advance records, yes.
Okay, and did you also examine a 3G record?
I did. 3G is a type of technology. In this particular case, they were 3G data sessions.
Okay, was 3G common back in 2011 when this event occurred?
Yes, it was.
Okay, you go to 4. Okay, can you explain the slide for us and tell us how
Now we're in 5G.
how you make your maps for your illustrations?
So this slide is going to refer to the graphics that you'll see later in the report. So you can see that in the 3 graphics on the top, you have the 2 arms that extend out with a small shaded area in between those. So that just indicates that that was the particular tower and side or sector of the tower that was utilized in the transaction. And the shaded area in between those 2 extended arms doesn't indicate the coverage area of that cell tower. It's just telling you what direction that it's facing. You'll see the graphic in the middle has something that looks similar to a rainbow or hot dog looking arc. So what those records will represent are RTT or time in advance records. And so what I mean by time in advance records are a special engineering type report that contains data that is collected independent of you actually using your phone for a call or text message as an example. So the RTT is a distance measurement from the tower that the network thinks that your phone is located at. And how that distance is derived is the time that it takes from the signal from the cell tower to get to your phone and back. And so what these records tell us is they can narrow down the area of where a cell phone could be at a given date and time. And so these records are necessary in order for a cell phone network to function properly. It allows each of your phones to have a certain time slot on the network to avoid collisions or dropped calls. So if there was a fire alarm that went off right now and everybody tried to exit the courtroom at the same time, there would be collisions, people would get hurt. If I gave each of you a number and you exited the courtroom in that number order, everybody would get out in that order in a more safe and efficient manner. So that's very similar to how the phone network works. Everybody has to have a certain time slot on the network. So the last part of this slide at the bottom is just a call out box that gives you information about the particular record.
Okay, and it says, it gives you the date and the time, and it says distance from the tower. How is that distance from the tower ascertained?
That's the distance that the network believes that the device is located at, and it is collected based on those timing.
Okay, I'm going to stop there for a quick second. She was talking about the numbers that everybody has. That is how, like, if you're a first responder, if you didn't know that you guys can get priority. I have it. It is a system to which, if there's an emergency, mass disaster, or situation that happens, and the cell towers are overwhelmed, I don't ever lose my signal as long as I have a signal, meaning I'm not in a dead zone. I have priority on that channel. And so if we're at a big event, say we're in an area like a football game, Dallas Cowboys, and they have a tower. And when you have 100,000 people kind of going all in one area, it slows down the tower. I don't slow down. I keep my normal speed and I do not get disconnected. If there's a hurricane, I don't lose. As long as that tower's up and running, where most people will lose their signal, I will not. Just an FYI. If you know anybody who's a first responder, they can do the same. And the bill is cheaper.
Advanced measurements from the time it takes for the signal to get from the tower to the phone and back.
Okay, and you have some locations, times of interest on here. How were you able to ascertain those?
These were provided to me by another law enforcement agent.
And they include the victim's residence, the intersection of Millsfield Harness where we know the victim's car was found. You have
I would ask if it would not leave. You could ask questions.
Okay.
Objections sustained.
Yes, sir. I apologize. I was trying to move quickly. The locations of interest you said were provided from.
I'm not going to put people's personal addresses up there as long as possible.
Let them read them for themselves instead of me leading them for them. All right, can we go to page 6 if you get a chance?
Sorry, y'all.
Can you explain the map that we see here?
This is a geographic overview of the area of interest with the locations of interest, as well as the cell towers of the Verizon network during the time frame of review, which are indicated by the red circles.
Just out of curiosity, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cell phone towers in this entire, or approximately 10. I may have missed one. If we looked at the similar map today, would there be more towers on? Would you expect to see more towers on the map?
Not necessarily. There are more densely populated areas of cell towers as you would get to maybe Memphis or Jackson, but cell tower networks are designed to provide some overlapping coverage area based on the users in their network. So there hasn't been a ton of changes to this particular network over the last 10 years as far as new constructed towers.
Okay, go to page 7, please. All right, first, can you tell us what this slide is telling us about?
So these are the cell site activations for the red phone ending in 1577 on October 29th, 2011 from 9:59 to 11:16 a.m. These are all time in advance records. So these are the signal measurements that are independent of whether or not your phone is making a call or text. So you can see there you have those hot dog looking arcs between that time frame, which is an indication that the device is somewhere within those rainbow hot dog arcs.
Do the differing colors of red and pink, do they have a significance?
No, it's just indicating the distance variance. So the distances there range from 0.02 miles to 0.24 miles.
Okay. So that would indicate that between 9:59 a.m. and 11:16 a.m. that morning of the 29th, the defendant's device was in this area.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a distinction that you like to make between those two things? As far as, I guess what I'm asking is, can you tell if a person is in a certain area, or are you only able to tell if their device is in a certain area?
This is only for the device.
Okay. So if someone leaves their phone at home, perhaps their device might still be connecting to towers and it would appear that they were at home, but when they possibly could not be.
That's correct.
Okay. Can we go to page 8? Okay. Can you tell us what we're seeing here?
These are cell site activations for the red phone on the 29th of October from 12:04 p.m. to 1:48 p.m. So again, these are your signaling measurements or the time in advance records. And so from 12:04, so that's your red box in the middle of the screen towards the bottom, you can see that it's using a tower near the Dyersburg area. Then at 1:31 p.m., you have a measurement that has a hot dog looking arc several miles away that goes over some of the locations of interest. And from there, from that 1:31 timeframe till 1:45, you can see that the phone begins to travel in a north-northeast direction based on those time in advance measurements that we're collecting.
Okay. And then between the top left box where you say that the 1557 does no cell site records from 1:49 to 8:18, does that mean the phone was turned off, or?
So there weren't any call detail records that contain cell site information for the 29th, so I only had RTT measurements during this time frame. Doesn't necessarily mean that the phone was off, just there were no signaling measurements collected or not enough data was provided for me to analyze at the time.
Okay, and that the top part there, or the rainbow, does the defendant's home appear on that?
Yes, the residence is close to the timing in advance band.
Okay,
Yes,
is that your yellow?
that is the yellow flag. Yes,
Okay.
correct.
So you say that, I'm sorry, I hate to ask that again. You said that it's not necessarily that the phone was off. Do you know of any reason why, if the defendant was home, that his phone would not be connecting to any cell towers?
It could be off. It could be connected to Wi-Fi, for an example.
Okay. Can you tell us what a network extender is?
So a network extender is something that you can utilize in a home or office setting to enhance your voice and data capability. And it's something that has a relatively small range to it.
Okay, and if someone's using their cell phone in their home, is their phone going to connect to their network? And they have a network extender in their home. Is their phone going to connect to the network extender or to a tower?
So again, the phone is going to connect to the best and clearest signal, but the purpose of the network extender is to provide a coverage area, stronger coverage area in places that you may not get good coverage. And so theoretically, you should connect to the network extender as long as the load capacity hasn't been reached. So for example, if your network extender limits you to 5 users and you've reached that 5-user capacity, you may then connect to a standard cell phone tower. Or if your internet was down at the time and your network extender wasn't available, you would then connect to the nearest cell tower with the best and clearest signal.
Is a network extender designed to be your best and clearest signal in your home?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, now we're moving to the evening of, I believe your slide says 10:29 from 8:19 to 9 p.m. Can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes. May I refer to my report so I can see the timestamps?
Yes. I assume, Your Honors, you have a problem with looking at a report?
Of course. And that is so true.
Okay, so
I am a first
the cell phone
responder
activations for the red
on
phone
several
were
levels,
from 8:19
and I'm legally
to 9
bound
p.m.
to respond.
Does that show any sites of interest on there?
So from 8:19 to 8:23, there were some time in advance measurements collected in the Dyersburg area where it does encompass.
Okay, I know this can be a little tedious, but I wanted to say I'm required to respond by multiple agencies, and it is a responsibility, and that is why we get that. I wish I had it when I was with American Red Cross and I was traveling the US from disaster to disaster, and that would have come in very helpful. But back then we didn't have it that I knew of. But you're right, because we have to respond. But one of the things is that was a very good explanation, I guess what I'm getting at, as to how that happens. I like the way she said it. That's like, instead of everybody just running funneling into one area, everybody's getting a number, and there's those with priority. That was a good way to explain it. That's why I brought it up. Okay, let's get back to it.
Two of the locations of interest, the Dyersburg Mall and the Walmart area.
Okay.
At 9 p.m., then you can see that the phone has moved in a northern direction based on the 9 o'clock time in advance measurement collected about 12.54 miles away from that tower that's at the farthest north of the graphic.
Okay, so tell us something about that. That's a pretty wide arc. Do you have any indication where, is there any way of telling where on that wide arc the defendant's phone was at 9 o'clock?
So without any other overlapping hot dog or rainbow looking arcs, we can just say that the phone was somewhere along that arc or slightly closer to the tower to account for any obstructions in the way. So the two hot dog arcs at the bottom of the graphic, those have an overlapping area where we can narrow it down. But the tower, the time in advance measurement at the top of the graphic, since it's so far away from the tower, it could, in theory, be anywhere along that arc.
Let's go on to page 10. Before we get started on the 3775549, I noticed there's a little box at the bottom left of this slide. Can you tell us what that means?
So on the 30th of October, for the red phone, there were no cell site records captured prior to 2:26 p.m. Again, the call detail records didn't have cell site locations within them. And so the only records that I had to rely on were the time in advance records, which didn't start till 2:26.
And you say 2:26, that was on the 30th?
On the 30th, correct.
Okay. So tell us what we're seeing here for the 5549 phone.
So
In the early morning hours, this is the early morning hours of October 30th.
Yes, so for 5549, the gray phone, from 1:28 a.m. to 1:45 a.m., you can see there were cell site activations in the Dyersburg area. And based on those time in advance measurements, distances, as well as the time stamps, you can see beginning at 1:37, the phone begins to move from a west to east direction.
Okay, and then the second slide, the second slide, is that what you're, I'm having trouble following you. Okay, we'll start with the upper left box at 1:28 is the first one time-wise. Can you tell us what you see with that? Let's go with that.
Sure, so at 1:28, which is the far left cell site that's on this graphic, it's pointing in the southwest direction. And we can tell that by the azimuth of 240. So 240 faces in the southwest direction. And with that measurement collection, the network believes that the device is approximately 0.98 miles away from the tower.
And that's in Dyersburg.
And that's in the Dyersburg area, correct.
Okay, so then let's move down and to the right to the 1030 at 137 box. What does that tell us?
So about 10 minutes later, you can see there was a cell site activation on cell tower 225. And the azimuth is indicated as 240. So again, facing in the south-southwest direction at a distance of 1.4 miles away. So between 128 and 137, you can see that that phone is moving in a south or a southeast direction. So from west to east. And then as you move from 137 to 140 a.m., you can see that now the device is utilizing sector 2, which is indicated by the 120-degree azimuth. And so it starts with measurements collected at 1.7 miles, 1.93, and 2.08. So what that indicates from the time period of 1:28 to 1:45 a.m. is that phone is moving in a west to east direction away from Dyersburg.
Okay, can you explain why, like in the first two boxes to the left, there's only one notation, whereas in the box to the far right, there's 5 different indications? Is there a reason why it appears to be hitting more towers at some time rather than the others?
It's just that the network had collected more measurements on the tower that's closest to the right side of the graphic, or the time frame of 1:40 to 1:45.
Okay, and this is now at 1:52 to 1:53 a.m.
So for the gray phone from 1:52 to 1:53, now you can see that the time in advance measurements are utilizing a tower back towards the west direction from the last time in advance measurement that was collected at 1:45 on the previous slide.
So it appears it has gone to the east and now it's moving back towards the Dyersburg area?
Yes, so at 1:52:51, you can see that the measurement collected was 1.05 miles away from the tower. And then another measurement was collected about 30 seconds later with a distance of 0.73 miles, which indicates that that phone is getting now closer to the tower and moving in an east to west direction.
Okay, and then number 12. Okay, and tell us what we're seeing here.
So this slide indicates the same time in advance measurements that were on the previous slide, but now includes activity from the network extender records related to this particular device.
So you're saying, or excuse me, please explain. You said it looks like it says approximately 15-minute drive. What does that mean from there?
So if your device was in the time in advance measurement collected at 1:53:26 a.m., which was 0.73 miles away from that cell tower that's indicated there, it would take you on a drive in normal driving conditions approximately 15 minutes if you were going back to the residence as an example, which is consistent with what the network extender activity indicates, that that phone was connected to the network extender at 2:08 a.m.
Okay. And your yellow box, you're indicating that it was connected to the network extender from 2:08 a.m. to 4:38 a.m.?
Yes, there was a very long duration data session that was captured during this time frame, beginning at 2:08 until 4:38 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to examine. If you see.
That's strange, isn't it? I need some opinions on this. She's good, very good witness. Definitely a good witness for the state.
Now, I'm handing you a printout of a document that's already been admitted, part of exhibit, I believe, 3 is that our thumb drive?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
I do, yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
These are 3G data session records associated with the gray phone ending in 5549.
Okay. And would you walk us through what you're able to tell from that 3G session report?
So these data sessions for this device, there are 5 entries that cover data sessions from 2:08 a.m. on October 30th to 5:09 a.m. on October 30th.
Okay. And the one at the bottom is, I think, is where you got your information for that yellow box, the network extender activity. Can you tell us what it means for that? You said it's on the network extender from 2:08 to 4:38. What does it mean when that 4:38 arrives?
So at 4:38, that particular data session was terminated, at least utilizing the network extender. So the network extender is a mini cell tower in essence.
Okay. And what's the most common explanation of why a network extender session was terminated?
You would leave the coverage area of that network extender, which is extremely small. They're not made to expand coverage outside of maybe a 50-foot radius.
Okay. Layman's terms, she left the house?
If somebody left the house and this particular device was the device they were holding, then yes, you would no longer be within the coverage area of that network extender, which would cause you to utilize a standard cell tower.
I misspoke. The device left the house. Would that be the most common explanation?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us what the other, I believe it's 4 lines of the 3G report show.
So after 4:38 a.m., which was the end of that data session on the network extender, there are 4 other records that happened after that, which were data sessions utilizing your typical standard cell tower.
Okay. And this is the 5549 phone that we have already identified as being the victim, Karen Swiss phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm curious why. Can you go to the next one? Okay. When was the next tower? I've lost track of, since I gave you my record, I forget, but was it at 5 o'clock or so, the next tower connection? Will you tell me, or tell the jury?
Your Honor, I would object to leading. You can ask questions.
When is the next tower connection after the network extender, it leaves the network
Objection's
extender?
overruled. I don't think it's leading. Go ahead.
Can you tell us when the next tower connection, if there is one, after the network extender is disconnected?
Yes, there was a data session connection at 4:57 a.m.
Okay. And walk us through the rest of them, please.
So again, we had time in advance measurements and data session records. So the data session record was the network extender. There were subsequent data session records at 4:57 a.m. on a tower south of the residence, which is one that I typically saw in other time in advance measurements that would service the residence, for example. At 5 a.m., I saw another data session on another standard tower that is located closer to the Dyersburg area. Again, that has provided coverage area as far north as the residence, for example. And then another data session at 5:04 a.m. and 5:09 a.m.
Okay. Now, you said that you've seen this this particular tower connection before. Tell us, do you have any information as to where you think the device was on this big arc?
So on this particular RTT measurement or time in advance measurement. This was the last one that was collected on the 5549 device. And so this was at 5:04 a.m. This particular time in advance measurement was captured a duration of about 15 seconds. And on that RTT record, there are also additional columns in that report that may indicate additional connections during that 15-second time frame. And so there were additional connections made with corresponding distances. So generally, I would say the device is located anywhere along that arc. But based on the other signal measurements that were collected during the 15-second duration here, the phone is most likely in the southeast part of that hot dog rainbow-looking arc, which encompasses the area of some of the locations of interest.
Okay. And you just testified that the last connection they made to a tower was at 5:09. And then there were no more connections, is that correct?
Yes, so the 5:09 a.m. tower, which was a data session hit, didn't indicate the side of the tower, so we only know which tower was utilized. This graphic here represents the last, at least time in advance measurement, where it had a direction on the tower that can give you a better idea of where a phone could be located.
Given the number of towers from the time it left the network extender until the last one at 5:09, given the relatively few number of towers that it connected to, does that tell you anything about whether or not that device was possessed by someone on foot or in a car or some other scenario?
Based on some of the additional measurements collected, at least on the 5:04 a.m., is that this device is more likely in the area where all the locations of interest are, instead of, say, for example, on the Missouri side of the river or near the river. As you know, some of the drive times, like if a device, for example, were at a residence, to be able to get over to the river doesn't account based on some of the measurements that we do have collected and captured.
I guess my question is this: if someone had put that, when it went off the network extender at 4:38, if somebody had put that device in a vehicle and say we're driving south towards Memphis, would you expect to have seen more towers connected?
Yes, I would. If it was heading in that direction and away from the coverage area of this particular tower, yes, I would expect to see other connections.
Towers in that direction.
Yes.
Consequently, if it headed north, you would expect to see towers in that direction.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, more than you see on the RTT reports that you have.
Yes. If, like, for example, the tower that's just on the Missouri side of the river, if somebody were closer to the river, I would expect to see an activation on that particular tower, which you can see indicated by the red dot on the left-hand side.
Okay. The last tower connections at 5:09, what are some of the reasons that you can think of why a
Credit card.
stop connecting with towers?
So there are a couple examples. One could be that the phone is turned off. One could be that it's connected to Wi-Fi. There were numerous attempts to collect measurements after the 5:04 time in advance measurement that just didn't register any cell tower or corresponding distance. So which is an indication to me that the phone is likely off the network and it can't be found.
Would a phone being destroyed cause it to stop connecting with towers?
Yes.
That's the witness. Excuse me. Would you make your, I'm passing you to see if I have you'll look through this. As you're asking, is that an accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
I asked you to make it an exhibit to her testimony.
You did as exhibit 13.
Did I miss anything, y'all?
Judge, are they?
I'm ready when you're ready.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just briefly, these are basically just locations and charts for different times for the two cell phones.
That's correct.
All right, these do not contain anything about the computer times or about anything other than the two cell phones.
Yes, just the cell phones.
All right. And the network extender, that's something to boost a signal in a house in layman's terms? Would that be like an accurate assessment?
Y'all.
Would it necessarily mean that someone left the house, or could it also mean that they walked to a different part of the house and the network extender got disengaged or picked up?
So typically a 3G network extender, which was what the records indicated was used for, you may have about a 50-foot radius from the actual network extender device that you could travel within before you would drop your connection with the extender.
So let me just make sure I understand. If I have a network extender in my house located somewhere, and typically how are they, is it like is it located in a central room or a location where you don't have good coverage?
I would typically put it, if I had a network extender, probably by a window or somewhere where the connection could be established the best, but you could put it theoretically anywhere in your home or office.
Okay. And if you walk up to a different part, the other end of the house, you could either get disengaged from the extender just by doing that.
If you were far enough away from it, yes, it's possible.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're leaving a house.
Not necessarily, no.
It could, but it's not a guarantee. It could be just walking to a different part of the house.
If your network extender, if you go beyond the coverage, which again is about 50 feet radius, which I think is about 7,500 square feet.
So you've gone through and at different times tried to chart as best you can direction or locations, in essence.
From looking at the records, yes.
Okay. And how is it different? And was it different in 2011 than it is now? Now, is there more detailed information that could give you more precise locations?
No, we typically see the same call detail records and timing advance measurements. These records were on a 3G network, and typically we see more 4G and 5G nowadays, but you get the same types of information in the reports.
So you wouldn't have a more precise or accurate GPS now than you did back in 2011?
Not compared to what we have today. It's the same types of records.
It's not any more detailed now than it was back in 2011?
Nope.
Okay. Just a couple of other things. So basically what you have is just different, and some of these are wide locations that you can't say exactly, other than they're in these wide areas where their locations are.
That's correct. Without overlapping arcs, for example, these towers are spread out because it's more of a rural area.
And if I'm in my house and I set my phone down to charge it, or it could still possibly, if I'm getting emails or downloads that are coming to my phone, there would still be some activity showing.
Yes, because time in advance measurements are collected independent of what you're doing on your phone. As long as it's on, a measurement can be collected.
But in the middle of the night, there could possibly be less activity.
Sometimes RTT measurements, there could be gaps in the records collected because the network sees that the phone is likely stationary. And so it may not, for example, continue to collect measurements throughout the middle of the night.
So there wouldn't necessarily be any data?
Yes, so you may have a record collected at 9 p.m., for example, and not another one until 2 a.m. as an example.
What is a central time conversion?
We are typically in UTC -5 or 6, depending on daylight savings time.
Okay. And I guess, do you take that into account when you make this conversion?
I do typically with most records. However, Verizon is providing their records in the local time.
Okay. So they make that distinction or calculation for you?
For these records, yes.
What if you change the time zone on your phone? Would that make a difference?
If you're using Wi-Fi for communication, you may not be on the extender.
There would be no record that I would look at that would have cell site information if you were on Wi-Fi.
Okay. And it's because it's picking up the Wi-Fi and you couldn't measure any data.
You'd have to be utilizing the network to call, text, or a data session. So if you're on Wi-Fi, there are no records that would indicate that would collect a cell site.
Would I guess with the cell phone signal, would it collect the best signal, or is that a true statement or an untrue statement?
The phone, when it's scanning the network, is going to use the best and the clearest signal.
Okay. So if there's two, it'll go to the best or clearest signal.
Correct.
I guess can the insides of houses be barriers or affect these?
Sure, the best signal would be you standing out in the middle of a field with your phone on top of your head with direct line of sight to the tower. And there's going to be obviously times when you're in a car in a house, but it doesn't affect, it's very negligible effect on the signal. It still travels through walls. When you make a call from your bedroom or bathroom, your phone still works.
All right. I believe that's all I have.
Ma'am, you're excused. Thank you. Witness release. Mr. Taylor.
She is.
All right. Recall your next witness.
John Hawkshooter.
Let's see if his name is correct. This is going to be the good one.
Last witness we'll try to get to today.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Beg pardon?
May we approach?
Yes, sir.
Y'all, now we may wake up. Y'all, this may be good. This may be good, y'all. Y'all. I wonder. Let's see how he spells his name. It would be nice. I have everything turned up as loud as I can. I don't know why the Bluetooth on my phone, on my ears stopped. I prefer these.
Brief witnesses after this that need to testify today. So we'll take care of that and then we'll knock off for the day. Okay, just want to let you know where we are with things. All right. General? He's not been sworn yet. He's not been sworn.
Good afternoon. You're John Hawkshooter.
Yes, sir.
Would you please spell your name?
JOHNHOGSHOOPER.
Just
Hog.
All right. Mr. Hawkshooter, do you know David Swift?
No,
Okay. Have you ever known him? Did you know him previously?
no,
Okay. What about Karen Swift? Did you know Karen Swift?
no.
Did you ever live near them?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me where you lived on October 30th of 2011.
I lived on Harness Road. I don't remember the address to it. Directly across, probably 2 football fields from them.
You lived 2 football fields from Mr. and Miss Swift's house?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe for, I don't know.
Okay. Did you have an incident concerning dogs on October 7th of 2011?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I was building a house right there, and Mr. Nafee's dogs had come over to my property and was tearing up some of my property, and I went over to try to see if he could keep his dogs in his yard and everything. And I didn't actually talk to his daughter, and she said that he would tell them, and
Would tell who?
her parents.
Okay. Not Mr. and Miss Swift.
No,
Mr. Nafee.
Nafee.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And they just was tearing up my yard, so I Just kept going,
Okay. So after you asked them to keep the dogs in the yard, did they do that?
They did not.
Okay. So what'd you do next?
I was having a bad fly problem in my house because of the dirt being hauled in, because I was building a house there, and they was building a new school at Fifth Consolidated. And I asked them if they could dump all their concrete, dirt, and debris there at my place, and they said, yeah, well, the dirt attracted the flies and then dogs, I guess. And so I put out some fly bait to try to kill off all the flies, and the Nathan's dogs got into the fly poison.
Okay. And where did you put that fly bait?
Outside by my front door.
Okay. Did Mr. and Miss Swift's dog also get into that poison?
I was told that they did. I wouldn't know what their dog looked like.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Mr. and Miss Swift about that?
I did not.
Did you ever have words with them or any discussion about the dog being poisoned?
No, I did not. I know it was the Nathan's dogs because they went to their house. It was just two big dogs. That's all I ever seen was their dogs.
Okay. All right. Did the police department or the sheriff's department come out and talk to you about that?
They come out and kicked my door in and left me a note.
Okay. Were you eventually arrested and charged with cruelty to animals?
Yes, I was.
And did you plead guilty to that offense?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, were you arrested on November 5th of 2011?
I don't recall the day, but I was arrested the day that they did a big search for Miss Swift.
Okay.
The whole community was out there looking.
Okay. So you were taken to the sheriff's department, I assume?
Yes, sir.
When you were there, were you questioned?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall who you talked to, which officer?
I think it was this officer right here. I'm not really for sure.
Okay. All right. Did they ask you to, if they could search your truck?
Yes, they did.
What'd you tell them?
Absolutely.
You gave consent?
Yes, sir.
No problem with that?
No problem at all.
Okay. Did they ask you to give a DNA sample?
Yes, they did.
Did you do that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you make them go get a search warrant first?
No, sir.
You just voluntarily gave it to them?
Yes, sir.
Did you cooperate with their investigation?
100%.
Did they ask you anything about Karen Swift and about her being missing?
I don't really recall what questions it were, but I'm sure they did. And it's been so long ago, I can't remember the questions they did ask me. I'm sure they asked me something about it.
Okay.
I remember talking about it, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay, all right, that's fair. It's been a long time ago.
It was a long time.
All right, Mr. Hogshooter, do you remember the weekend of October 29th and 30th of 2011?
The Halloween weekend?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall what you were doing on October, well, let's go back to the day before, October 28th, Friday?
Friday? I don't remember what I did that day per se, but that night, the whole entire church, we went to Bolivar to a judgment house to see a theatrical play Friday night. We didn't get back till late, had some fellowship and stuff there, we didn't get back till late. I don't know what time it was.
Okay. And that was the Friday night before Halloween?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay, let's go to the next day, which would have been October 29th. That would be Saturday. Do you recall where you were that day?
Saturday, I got up fairly early because I tried to get some applications put in. I didn't have a way of doing it on my computer. For some reason, it wouldn't let me do it on mine. So I did it at the library. So I did that. And then we had a thing at the park where we were serving hot dogs and fellowship and witnessing to people, and, to try to talk them to get to God,
Okay, so when you said we, are you talking about the church?
Church, yes.
Okay, and which park was that?
Okino?
In Dyersburg?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know how long you stayed there?
No, I don't.
Okay. Was it late?
It was late.
Okay. Any idea what time you got home?
It was after dark, I'd say.
Okay. Once you got home on the 29th, did you leave the house again for any reason?
No, I did not.
Okay. Let's move on to the next day, October 30th. That would have been a Sunday.
Sunday, I got up, went to church, and that's Sunday night. I come home after church to try to get a nap in because we was going to have a hayride at the pastor's house. So tried to get a nap in and went to a hayride at the pastor's house Sunday night.
Okay. Did you ever see Karen Swift on any of those dates?
I did not.
Did you know what she drove?
No.
Did you know what Mr. Swift drove?
Not really. I mean, you see vehicles, you just don't pay attention to things. I could have been driving a truck. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Did you know that Miss Swift at some point went missing on October 30th? Did you hear that?
I did not.
Did you hear it in the news or did you?
I didn't have no way. I had no TV.
Okay. All right. So You had no idea about that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever see, after that weekend, the October 30th weekend, did you ever see Mr. Swift out in his yard or out in a neighbor's yard at that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice anything about him? Do you know if did he appear to be injured in any way?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell me about that. Was he using crutches or tell me about it?
He was on crutches talking with the Nafies outside, and it was kind of around, I don't know, dusk, maybe a little after, I don't know. Can't remember. It was right at dark. And he was talking to him, and you could see him using his crutches while he was talking. But after he got done talking and they went in the house, he just walked like he didn't need crutches anymore. And I thought that was strange. I just didn't think nothing about it at the time, but I was like, well, maybe his leg ain't hurt no more. I don't know.
Okay. And that was after everyone else went inside?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the TBI showing up at Mr. Swift's house and doing a big search?
Yes, sir.
That's important to know.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think they was actually there twice.
Okay. Did you notice anything strange about Mr. Swift's house before the search happened?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
If it had just been ordinary routine run of the day, just seeing somebody on crutches, I probably wouldn't remember. But he was carrying a 5-gallon bucket of something. I don't know what it was. Just carrying a 5-gallon bucket into his house.
Okay. Did you notice anything else that day?
No, I just thought that was strange. Somebody on crutches trying to carry a 5-gallon bucket.
You know what was in the bucket or what he was doing?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. Did you notice anything that day?
Later that night, I went outside and noticed a industrial chemical smell in the air. Thought it was really super weird. So weird, I went over to my friend's house that David lived that way, and he lived right over this way. I went over and got him and said, man, come here, smell this. And it was just a real odd smell. I'd never smelled before. And it was after dark. And the wind was, David's house right here, my house right here, the wind was blowing that way. So that's the only reason I smelled it. It was a light breeze.
Okay. Any idea what it was?
Never smelled that smell before.
Okay. In 2011, were you married?
Yes, sir.
What was your wife's name?
Bronwyn Hogshooter.
Okay. I'm sorry.
You want her maiden name?
No, so that's fine. And I don't mean to get personal, but I need to ask about this. Were the two of you having any marital issues?
Oh, it was volatile at best.
Okay. Would you mind telling me about that?
She was an opiate addict, and it was terrible. I don't know if anybody's ever seen opiate addicts, but they tend to get to the point where they overdose. And she was at that stage I had to take all the checkbooks away from her. I had to take every finance we had and lock it up so she couldn't go get the money and go spend it on dope.
Were you using drugs at that time?
No, sir. I was using the Lord, I assure you.
Are you still married?
No, sir.
I assume you were divorced?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know when that was?
I know it's been over 3 years.
Okay. All right. Now, you said that you lived on Harness Road. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did Willie Johnson Road connect into Harness Road?
I lived kind of in a curve. Well, in that curve, Willie Johnson went that way.
Okay.
So I kind of lived in that curve right there.
Okay. So Harness would have gone around?
Yes.
Okay. Around. Did you ever have a reason to be on Willie Johnson Road or to be driving to the opposite end of the road?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Charlie Whitnell was selling dirt, and I was going to buy some dirt from him, and he kind of told me about where it is. So I've tried to find it. I want to see what kind of dirt that it was because I had all that construction debris. I needed dirt to kind of help fill it, and I wanted to buy some dirt. He was going to sell it to me cheap, but I wanted to see what kind it was. Right. So I went down that way to see if I could see where he was digging at.
Yeah. And what kind of vehicle did you have?
I had a F-250 diesel truck.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask you two very important questions. Did you kidnap Karen Swift?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you kill Karen Swift?
No, sir, I did not.
Your Honor, pass witness.
Y'all, he seems like a pretty good, decent man. They painted him out to be this horrible person.
Mr. Hogshooter, let me ask you a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You lived on the Harness Road.
Yes, sir.
You lived there on the weekend of October the 30th of 2011.
Yes, sir.
Could you get closer to the microphone?
Yes, sir.
All right. You lived there with your wife.
Yes, sir.
All right. You say you were home that weekend.
Yes, sir.
You were there Saturday night till you left sometime Sunday morning around 9:30 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Your wife was with you.
I don't recall if she was with me or not.
All right. That Saturday night, October the 29th into October the 30th. You didn't say that you heard or saw anything strange or out of the ordinary, did you?
No, sir.
All right. In fact, the officers interviewed you for quite a long period of time on November the 6th, didn't they?
I don't think so.
They interviewed you sometime after that weekend, didn't they?
I don't remember how much, but it was after that weekend. Yes, sir.
Okay. They brought you in and asked you questions, officers.
It was started out with the dog event, and then briefly at the end of it, got asked a few questions about Karen. I don't recall what they were, but it was mostly about the dog event.
But they read you your rights and had you sign a rights waiver, didn't they?
I'm sure they did.
Okay. Now, there's two different incidents. There's the dog poisoning that is earlier. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. This one's
Y'all, thank you so much for watching.
2021.
Please do the YouTube thing.
And you got arrested or approached by law enforcement after that.
You're saying 21?
Oh, excuse me, 2011. December the 7th of 2011.
December?
No, October the 7th of 2011, excuse me.
Okay, yes, sir. That sounds about the right time
It was
frame.
about a month before the others.
That sounds about the right time frame.
This printing's pretty small. And you were approached about cruelty or poisoning of animals.
I was arrested on the day that they did I don't know what day it was.
Well, what we'll do,
There was a big search. I mean, 1,000 people or better was out there. They had a road.
we can do
blocked off.
this. Do we have a verdict? Do we have verdict? No, we'll switch here. We'll switch over from here. I'm looking for the news feed. Okay, so do we actually have a verdict? Do we know? Okay, let me do that. I'm going to go back over here. Go back up here and see what he's saying. Matt, can you get the door? So I don't see it up yet.
Who are in chat in with us so that we could watch this. Let's see. Daybell got 3 counts of murder in the first degree, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit grand theft by deception, as well as 3 counts of insurance fraud. I will say, let me just go out on a limb here and say, I believe this will be an all or nothing verdict. Only because I believe that this will be a guilty. Just in what I heard, and I've popped in and listened almost every single day to little bits of this as it's been streamed over on Top Mark. It's crazy. I'll say that. And there seems to be a plenty of evidence that would point to Chad Daybell, even if it's not physical video of we watched it happen. See, Brandy's here, says, hey, I'm here. I'm riding shotgun on the way to Nashville for CrimeCon and saw there's a verdict, so I wanted to watch with y'all. You've got some time, Brandy. I'm jealous. I hear you're going to be there with a couple mods. I know Ian Runkle's going to be there. I think Emily D. Baker's going to be there.
I would love to be there, but I can't.
Going to be there again this year. Just some good people. I hope you have an absolutely wonderful time. and please send pictures. So we're super excited. I'm committing to next year for CrimeCon.
Me
But
too.
I still have tentatively. I'm looking at possibly at the convention in July, a little further west. Where is it? Is it in Denver, Las Vegas? I don't remember, but that one is is like a true crime and paranormal podcast convention. I forget what it's called. It's got like 4 letters. Let's see. Brandy, have a safe trip for sure. We're so excited you're going, and I'm very, very jealous. Just breathe. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. I've back focus.
Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to
Some
share a
depth.
different screen. I do not wish to. Hopefully in Texas, they're talking about the CrimeCom. There we go. Hold on. That's a friend. I want to join. Let me join. Let me join. So, okay. So, we are waiting. And right now, everybody's talking about CrimeCom. I want to be there. Anybody who's friends with Recovery Addict, I've asked to join in, see if he'll let me. Oh, snippet. No wonder it got hot. My fan stopped. Let me. Does CrimeCom move around? Anybody can, hey, y'all tell me about CrimeCom. That might be something I go to next year. There was a juror question indicating they were stuck on a certain issue. Or for Ronnie, that's why they took longer than 3 minutes. All right, Chad Daybell is facing 3 counts of murder in the first degree, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit murder, 1 count conspiracy to commit grand theft by deception, as well as 3 counts of insurance fraud. Dang. Talking about Lori Vallow. Didn't mean to stop it. Lori Vallow was a co-conspirator, but she was not facing the death penalty because the state made in the error in discovery. I'm like, that sucked, y'all. He's not on video. Where's your video, dude? Hold on a second, y'all. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put some music on. Oh, okay, he got it. Never mind. Yay. Okay, good. My son got it. Y'all, why don't we do this? We'll keep going on ours, and when something pops up on screen, we'll go get it. But in the meantime, let's continue. So, because we're already behind, let's keep going. I'm watching. Something comes up, we'll be good to go. Okay. All right, let's keep going.
I pulled in to my house and the deputies approached me and arrested me.
Okay. And then after they arrested you, at some period after that, they interviewed you.
Yes, sir.
You stayed in jail.
Yes, sir.
All right. And it was a long interview, wasn't it?
I don't recall. I don't think it was.
Okay. If I could, got to pass this to the witness.
Oh, that was quick. Okay.
Look at that and see.
Yeah, we were
just
getting a
look at
little
it, see if it
sleepy.
refreshes your recollection.
Just the front page, or
Just look at the front page and look into it.
you want me to keep going after the first page?
Does that refresh your memory about the date?
No, sir, it doesn't.
All right. Is the date November the 6th, 2011?
That's what it says.
All right. And does it appear to be an interview of you?
I mean, it's got my name in it.
And Calvin Johnson and Glenn Cook, were they the two officers that talked with you?
Sir, I don't recall. I don't remember. I thought it was this young man right here. I can't remember.
Okay.
It's been 12 years ago, y'all.
Saying they asked you a bunch of questions.
That is his real name.
They asked you about the dog poisoning.
Yes, sir.
All right. You want to look through this and see if it jogs your memory?
Jeez, dude. What are you getting at? Just say it. Just say it. Oh, no, it'll be ejected too. Oh, gee, dads. Really? Watch your ears, y'all. Okay, y'all, I will be right back.
Does that refresh your memory at all?
No, sir, not really.
Okay. And let me just make sure I understand what you're saying. So you don't recognize any of the information or that you were asked questions by the officer?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. And when you testified earlier, you're saying that the dates that you saw David Swift talking to Mr. Nafee on his crutches was when? This weekend?
Way after the incident.
Okay. You're talking way after October the 30th.
Yes.
All right. Do you know if it was several months or not?
I don't recall that neither. I don't recall the time frames of things. I just know it was after. That's all I know.
Okay. And when you saw him walking out, you're saying with a bucket. You don't know how long after October the 30th of 2011 that was?
Them two things kind of happened in the same, really close together.
Right. And you don't know if it was weeks or months later, do you?
It could have been weeks. It could have been a week later. I don't know. I don't remember.
All right.
But I just know it was after that date. A week, 2 weeks. I don't know.
It could have been a month?
I don't think it was monthlies.
You're not sure of the exact time frame, how long after October the 30th, 2011, are you?
No, sir.
All right. Now, the night of October 29th through October 30th, you're not saying you heard any strange noises or screams or anything like that, did you?
Sir, it was a busy weekend for me, and I was exhausted, so I didn't hear nothing.
All right.
I was in bed. I just didn't hear anything.
All right. You didn't hear any noises like a flat tire going by or anything?
No, sir.
All right. That's all I have.
When you saw Mr. Swift carrying the 5-gallon buckets, was it prior to the search by the TBI?
Yes,
Okay, so if the search was by the TBI was on November 10th of 2011, it would have been before that date?
it would have been.
Thank you.
All right, sir, you step down. The witness release, can I ask? Yes. Go ahead.
Did you indicate you were employed in construction?
Sir,
You were employed at this time in construction?
employed in construction, remodeling.
Okay. And you had construction material near your house or tools and things of that nature?
Debris from the Fifth Consolidated School that was being built.
Okay. You had that on or near your property?
It was on my property, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, you can step down. Is the witness release?
Yes, sir, about to say.
Mr. Taylor, the witness release?
Judge, I've just asked Monday.
Mr. Hawkshaw, you need to be back upstairs on Monday morning.
Here, Monday morning.
Yes, sir. In the witness room. For your next witness.
Brian Lee.
Oh, who is this? Who is this coming in?
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth?
Would you raise your hand, please, sir? Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Would you state your name, please?
Stephen Brian Lee.
Hey, Shalee, do you know David Swift?
I know who he is, and I've met him once, and this is the second time I've ever seen him in person. So we had one meeting.
Do you
before.
recognize him?
I do. Yes, sir.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
He is.
Would you point him out, please?
He's right there.
Could we just make a record of the fact that he's identified the defendant?
Mr. Lee has identified Mr. Swift in the courtroom.
Mr. Lee, did you know Karen Swift?
I knew Karen.
Okay. How did you know Mr. and Miss Swift?
I knew Karen through the bonus, Bill and Kathy. Bill and I were friends, and we hung out a lot, and that's how I came to know Karen.
Okay. Were you around Karen very often?
Not very often.
Okay. Did you ever have any conversations with her?
Oh, sure. We had some social events where we talked.
Okay. Do you know if there were any kind of marital, I'm sorry, let me strike that. Do you know what type of relationship Mr. and Ms. Swift were having in late 2011?
When I first met her, I didn't know she was having any kind of problems. Later on, I found out she was going through a divorce.
Okay. And what type of person did you observe Ms. Swift to be?
Matt's going to take
She
it.
was very nice, and she was had things together. I was surprised to find out she was going through a divorce because she was such a pleasant person and always seemed happy and smiling.
Did you ever see her around her children?
Just once, but not very often. The one time we went over, and she hadn't have her kids there with the Bona kids.
Were you able to get an idea of what type of mother she was?
I did not, because we were just there to hang out on the back deck, and
Okay.
I didn't see her interact very much with her kids because her kids were with the other kids, and they were doing their thing. So
All right, I got you. Thank you. Were you present at a birthday party for Kathy Bona? I think it might have been her 40th birthday party.
when you asked me that, I tried to remember when it was, but I don't remember it being Kathy's birthday party.
Well, it's just, were you present at a social event?
We were present at a social event.
Okay, and where was that?
I think at the farms, but
Okay.
I don't remember us being at a birthday party with Kathy at the
Okay.
farms. So
All right, so was it in 2011 or was it another year?
I can't, I don't remember it being a birthday party for Kathy at the farms. That's
Okay.
So.
Okay, all right, but do you recall being at a social event in which it was the Bonas and Miss Swift was present?
At the farms?
Yes, sir.
No, vaguely. I don't know. We had, we would hang out at the farms a lot, and I can't remember the time that we were there, and it was Kathy's birthday party.
Okay.
So.
All right, let me just move on from that then. Do you recall a time that all of you ended up at the Bonas house and some folks ended up in a hot tub?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
All right. So all I know is we were at the farms for some function, and we ended up at the Bonas after the function at the farms.
Okay. And
we were just hanging out.
Was Mr. Swift there?
Not when we first got there.
Okay. Was Miss Swift there?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know if she got in the hot tub?
she did.
Okay. Did Mr. Swift show up later?
I was told that. I never saw him.
Yes, sir.
I did not see him.
Okay. You never saw Mr. Swift there?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you at the Halloween?
That's,
party
I think,
on
the first big
25,
objection.
2011 at the Farms?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Miss Swift there?
Miss Swift?
Yes.
She was there.
Okay. Was Mr. Swift there?
I never saw him.
Okay. What'd you see Miss Swift doing when she was at the party?
She was just having a good time like everybody else and mingling and dancing and
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you?
He's so uncomfortable, y'all.
I saw nothing. It was just nothing out of the ordinary.
Did you see her arguing with anyone that night or having any problems with anyone?
I never noticed anything. No arguments, no anything.
Okay. All right. I'll pass the witness.
Uh-oh. Go for it, Cross. Ask the question we all want to know. Were you without articles of clothing in the tub? That's what everybody wants to know.
You indicated you were at Kathy's house at a party.
Yes, sir.
There was a hot tub in operation.
Yes, sir. It
All
was.
right, just a few questions. You remember there were people in the hot tub that had bras and panties on?
Yes, sir. We did not have bathing suits, so we just boxers and bras and panties and yeah.
Was anyone naked?
I cannot tell you what they're wearing because I can't even remember who was at the party other than Kathy and Bill and me and my wife and Karen. And that's all. I can't remember what anyone had on.
Just 1 second. The only time I guess you saw David was at the 5K run.
That's where I met him. Yes, sir. The 5K run.
He was watching the girls and assisting while Kathy was there.
It was a fundraiser, a 5K fundraiser. I think it might have been for the girls in the dance club. And Kathy was there because she runs the dance place. And my wife and I were also running. And I think Karen was running also. So
Right. Was Karen helping Kathy at that event?
I believe so. I believe she was assistant. Yeah.
And did you see David with his children?
I saw David and I remember he did have some kind of injury at that time, but I can't remember what it was.
Right. Did you see him with his children though?
I didn't pay attention because I just met him that one time and I didn't really pay attention to what I just said, hey.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Sir, you can step down. Witness release? Yes.
Thank you.
Witness release? Yes.
They call Shannon Lee.
Y'all, that sucks. Shannon Lee.
That's Shannon Lee. Oh, my wife too. She tells me I can't hear all the time, so I'm used to it.
Y'all. When are we going to get into who was what and where and you know what all without me getting in trouble? We still don't have, they're not back yet, y'all. I thought we were going to have a.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name, please?
Shannon Lee.
Okay. And Ms. Lee, do you know David Swift?
I know of him.
Okay. Do you know him when you see him?
Yes,
Okay. And did you know Karen Swift?
I did.
And how did you know Mr. and Mrs. Swift?
I met Karen through Bill and Kathy Bona.
Okay.
I had never met David in their presence.
Okay.
I mean, not at any gatherings or anything.
Okay. Were you friends with Karen Swift?
We had just sort of begun a friendship before all this happened. I had met her through Bill and Kathy Bona. We had been at their house when she was in our presence.
Okay. So more of an acquaintance, I guess?
Yeah, I would say it was more of an acquaintance.
Okay. Did you ever have an opportunity to see Miss Swift with her children?
I think on one occasion we were at the Bonas, and her two younger daughters were with us or with her there.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe what type of mother she appeared to be?
She seemed like a very caring, loving mother.
Okay.
Concerned about her children. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have an opportunity to observe what type of person Miss Swift was?
The times I was around her, she seemed like a very nice person, good character.
caring, loving.
Do you remember a time that there was either a party or some kind of social gathering at the Bonas and some people ended up getting into a hot tub?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And do you recall if Miss Swift was present?
She was.
Do you know if Mr. Swift was present at that time?
The only time I can recall seeing him was we were leaving that night, and he came through the door, either coming from the house out to the back porch or the opposite. I'm not sure which way that worked, but we ran into each other.
Okay. When you saw Mr. Swift approaching, had he been there earlier in the night? Had he been a part of the social gathering?
No, he had not.
Was this at about the time the party was breaking up, or were you the only ones leaving, or how did that happen?
Yeah, things were breaking up, and my husband and I were heading home, and I was going into the house to get my belongings, and we kind of ran into each other.
What did you see Mr. Swift do at that time?
He just seemed upset. He didn't do anything. I didn't see him do anything. I think he went on out to the back porch, and I was going into the house to get my purse and my things, and we left. So I don't know what happened after that.
And when you say you ran into one another, do you mean physically?
Like he brushed against my shoulder as I was coming in, and I think he was going out. We just sort of bumped into each other.
Do you apologize for that, or make any statements?
I don't remember any exchange verbally. I just know his expression on his face, he looked like he might have been upset.
And that was my next question was, what did his demeanor appear to be? He appeared to be upset that night?
He didn't look like he was in a friendly mood, no.
Did you stay around after that?
I did not.
Okay. We move on to the evening of October 29th of 2011. Were you present at a Halloween party at the Farms?
I was.
Okay. And were you a host or were you just present?
No, my husband and I were both hosts. We helped decorate and get it set up.
Okay. Did you see Kathy and Bill Bona there that night?
Yes.
Did you see Karen Swift there?
Yes.
What about David Swift?
I did not see him there.
Okay. While Miss Swift was at the party, did you see her throughout the night?
Yeah, she was there. I mean, we ran into each other some, and maybe we visited some.
Okay. Did she sit at the table with you?
I believe at some point in time we all kind of sat at the same table.
Okay. Did you see anything out of the ordinary with her that night?
I did not.
Did you see her arguing with anyone?
I did not.
Did you see her dancing with anyone that night?
Not anyone in particular. We all kind of danced as a group, just a social event type thing.
Okay. But not just one individual, two people dancing?
No, I did not.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
That's a witness.
Thank you.
Ms. Lee, let me briefly ask you some questions. Did you were interviewed by officers after that,
Yes.
and they asked you a bunch of questions?
Yes,
All right. This was after Karen Swift went missing?
that's correct.
All right. And you answered their questions?
Yes,
All right. You went into did you go into the station and do an interview?
I did.
Okay. And you answered several questions about what you're testifying about and what you recall back then.
That's correct.
Right. And that, when you gave that statement, that was closer in time to when you remembered it.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Just a few things. You never indicated you saw David and Karen arguing.
I have never seen that, no.
All right. And you do recall that you were asked questions about Kathy Bona's party. Was it her birthday party?
I think that's what I can't recall what brought us to that night of being on their back deck, but
Was it her 40th birthday party, or do you remember?
I've been told that I went, but I don't recall going, but
Okay. Was that when you talked about the hot tub, being over at the Bonas and seeing people around the hot tub?
there was an occasion where I was at the Bonas and some people did get in the hot tub, but what brought us there before that, I really can't recall. I don't know.
All right. And you said there were several people there and you saw people in the hot tub?
Yes.
All right. And is that when you indicate that David Swift, you were leaving or you went by each other? Is that when you're saying that occurred and you brushed each other?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, this is a hot tub that was supposed to be a spicy party, and now it's turning out to be kind of a flop.
The Bonas were there and several other couples.
Yes.
What is the last name that they're saying? Bonus?
Do you recall seeing
Bonos?
people in the hot tub with
Bruno?
panties and bras?
No.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Karen Swift in the hot tub in her panties and bra and then remove her bra and throw it?
No, I don't.
Okay. If I can, at the interview you answered a bunch of questions. I know it's been a long time.
Yes, sir.
Wrong place to get in the
I'm gonna
hot tub.
pass you a
Tex.
document to have you look at this and see if it refreshes your recollection, and then we'll ask questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Texas, y'all. God almighty. Thank you. In Texas, y'all, don't get in a hot tub until winter. Jeez. Yeah, definitely pre-COVID. We almost have what's called a cold tub. It's the size of a hot tub with just plain cold water in it. And even then, it ain't that cold. Especially if it's sitting out in the sun. My country folk hot tub is a watering trough for cattle filled with water. Now, my grandpa made me a hot tub one time. He took a cow trough, he filled it full of water, he put a hose in it over the edge with the fish pump so I'd have bubbles. We tell you,
We can't pick you up without the microphone. So it's okay.
after the sun heated it up, it was hot.
Let me just say it
Do I
again.
need to come out there? Is that what you're saying?
It was a metal tub. It was so
Trying to
cool.
save trouble. I'm sorry.
One of my fondest memories.
Would you just
We
take a
use that
moment
thing
and
year
just
after year.
read that, and then when you're through, just let me know.
We didn't live near the pool. There was a creek, but there's too many moccasins. So, and he would fill that up every summer and he'd keep it cleaned out and he'd put the pump in it with the air and sometimes put little suds in it to keep it from getting any kind of algae in it. And it would have that Dawn liquid bubbles on top. And I'd flop around in that thing like a little mermaid. Yep. Yep. So true. Hey, after baling hay all day one summer with the handsome cowboy, oh, he was so gorgeous. I was young and I woke up one morning at Grandma and Grandpa's and Grandpa said, I need you to come hail Bay. And I said, I'm no cowboy. He goes, yeah, but there's one. And I looked at him and I said, be right out.
I know it's been a long time.
The cowboy threw it up on the
Looking at
flatbed
these
and I
copies,
scooted it around.
refresh your memory.
Honestly, I don't remember all those details at this point, but if that's what I said happened after, then I can't dispute that. I don't.
All right.
A shirtless cowboy, very fit, 9-pack almost.
With their bra and panties.
I don't recall it now, but it might have happened.
Okay.
But.
And you recall saying that you saw Karen Swift in her panties with a bra on, and then she removed her bra and threw it?
I don't remember that, but if that's what they said I said, then I can't dispute that.
That was.
It's 12 years ago, dude.
A lot closer to when you were interviewed, or at the time you were interviewed.
That's correct.
All right.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Just 1 second, I'll be through.
Well, we didn't have any chlorine or any kind of water like that. We didn't have any. He just dump it out and refill it every couple of days.
Kathy's bedroom.
Yeah, I don't know.
During Kathy Bona's party.
She might have gone up there.
You see in the statement where you talk about brushing, you and David brushing past each other?
Yes.
All right. You indicated
Yep.
that
It was galvanized.
in Kathy's house in her bedroom.
People were mingling in and out of the house, and I never even went up into Kathy's upstairs to know if that was a bedroom or a bathroom. To be honest with you, I don't know.
But you recall answering questions, and you've reviewed the statement that you were interviewed.
Yes.
And that's in your statement.
Okay. Then she might have been up in her bedroom.
The tank was really big and round. It was only a few feet deep, not even 2 feet, maybe 2 feet deep, maybe 3 at the most. I don't remember. And he'd have to use a front end loader to dump the water out. But it was a galvanized watering device for the cattle. And then I complained that when I sat down in it, it was like here. So he threw some rocks in it, big rocks. I'll be right back, y'all.
Can you redirect?
Sweet, do you ever recall being at a party where you were in a hot tub along with your husband and Mr. Swift was present?
No, he was not part of the party. I recall bumping into him when we were leaving.
Okay, I'm talking about a previous party.
No, I do not.
So if there was an interview of Mr. Swift played earlier today, and he made a statement that you and your husband were having sex in the hot tub, would that be true?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Maybe you can shut down. Witness released. Mr. Taylor's witness released. Maybe you have to choose. Free to go. Okay, I think we'll stop there for today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go home for the afternoon and the evening. I hope you all have a good evening. Remember this, do not discuss the case with anyone. Certainly not with each other. Do not speak with any of the attorneys, the defendant, anybody in the courtroom, or anybody who approaches you.
Okay. Y'all, we're switching. Switching screens, y'all. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to add me here. Let me get the
read that from there. As you just saw outside the courthouse, there is a podium with some microphones. We'll have Abby.
What?
Coverage for you this afternoon for some breaking.
Oh.
Decision.
We were notified just after 1 o'clock that a verdict has been reached and it will be read at 2 o'clock, so about 10 minutes from now. Now, the case went to the jury at about 4:30 yesterday afternoon. They deliberated for a couple of hours, about 2 hours last night, and then decided they wanted to go home for the evening. And not home, let's be clear, they actually didn't go home. They are sequestered during this process. So to ensure that there is no tampering with the jury, no opportunity for them to see something that they are not allowed to see, and hence ruin the process, right? They actually had to go to a hotel last night, stayed there, and then we're back deliberating again at 8 this morning.
And those deliberations, when they picked up early this morning, about 8 a.m., it took them about 7 hours to reach a verdict between yesterday evening and this morning, which is actually about the same amount of time it took a jury to convict Lori Vallow at trial last year. When you get into this final phase, Andrea, I guess, what are the instructions for the jury? Was it as simple as we could go in there, take a straw poll, and come right out?
No, in fact, you heard the judge. It's specifically written in those instructions that while the jury does have to, each juror has to come up to their own independent decision on all 9 of these counts. He did say, though, in the instructions that should not happen without discussion. It should not happen without actual deliberation. So they want people to listen to each other, hear different perspectives, and then come to a decision.
Are y'all hearing everything okay? Do we have good
This is a
sound?
live look at the courthouse right now.
I can't hear myself.
So
Here we
Abby
go.
Davis has been there. She has been there listening and watching, and she is actually at the courthouse now, and she is going to join us with that verdict. Abby?
And I actually,
Is she there yet, or she's still in the
think
courtroom?
she's still
Okay,
inside
sorry.
the courtroom. So kind of just
Y'all,
to set the stage.
I
for
get a
everyone, at
little
2
bit
o'clock,
triggered when
we're
I
gonna
see all
get a
those
live
cameras.
look inside the Ada County courtroom, and they'll have the
Ada
verdict, and
County.
they'll read that from
My
there.
name
As
is
you just
Ada.
saw outside the courthouse, there is a podium with some microphones.
My name is
We'll have
Ada.
Abby
That's
likely
Ada
rush
County.
out of the courtroom, give us some insight from what happened inside, and then we are expecting likely to have members of the Daybell family, or I should say rather the family members of JJ and Tylee that we've heard from throughout this case, as well as during the Lori Vallow case. We would expect them to have some remarks to the media. So we're kind of watching this all in real time with you at home. Again, you are tuned into live breaking news right now. We understand the jury in the Chad Daybell trial, they will have a verdict at about 2 o'clock. And Andrea, as we maybe take another look live outside the courthouse, at this point, I guess the jury's made their decision. Is it more of a formality now, getting everybody back in the building?
Yes, I think the court agreed to give folks 30 minutes notice, so that they have to get the defendant, they have to get the defense attorney, they have to get prosecutors back in. I know that we have a photographer down there who did see several of the law enforcement officers who were there for the closing statements yesterday, certainly have a vested interest in this case. And interestingly, yesterday during those closing arguments, you heard the defense attorney, John Pryor, actually call out law enforcement and named them and said that they were irresponsible and that they did not handle evidence well. In fact, he called it an absolute failure. So when I say vested interest in this, not only did they spend years, hours and hours and hours, weeks, years investigating it, they were specifically on the line yesterday during defense's closing arguments when they were sort of blamed in essence. And they said that this wasn't handled well, and that's why the defendant is, according to his attorney, falsely accused of these 9 counts. So be interesting to see how it plays out and their response to that.
And we heard, I guess, extended closing arguments. Andre, I know that the state of Idaho, they argued for about 2 hours.
Yep.
We heard from the defense, John Pryor, again, for an extended amount of time. Then, of course, the state had the rebuttal. So we'll see how big of a difference that really made. I know that there were some that were surprised that closing arguments went so long. But, as an attorney for either side, that's your real last chance to make your case.
It is. It's your final plea to the jury. And watching it, the prosecutor's opening statements and closing statements were very, very similar. Really, it was clear their strategy from the very beginning. They followed it through to the end. And what we heard in the closing statements and in the rebuttal was a rehash, ultimately, of what they believe they laid out for jurors. Really just a look back at what they did. When it came to the defense attorneys, the defense attorney in his statement, it was a new approach. We heard him blame at least 4 different people and say that they were the ones responsible. He acknowledged the murder of JJ and Tylee, in fact, called it a brutal murder, and said that they were killed, but not by Chad Daybell. And so he initially had said right in the very beginning of his closing statement, it's not going to go long, right? I'm not going to talk for very long. And then midway through said that he may have misspoken and that in fact it was going a little bit longer than even he had anticipated. So it seems like he took himself by surprise as he talked yesterday during those closing arguments.
And we were watching his closing arguments with all of you on live stream yesterday, and something that stuck out to me was a big PowerPoint slide from Pryor that said reasonable doubt, and there was a checklist of things kind of planting the idea, or maybe not so subtly planting the idea to the jury, that if there's reasonable doubt, you can't convict this man.
That's exactly right. And so he really pointed most specifically to no DNA evidence. And so he put Professor Dr. Greg Hampikian, on the stand to talk about DNA evidence. He referred back to him and back to that testimony, very much looking at the medical examiner. Also, he put a medical examiner up on the stand to counter what the prosecutor's medical examiner witness had testified to. So those were his 2 big points in terms of evidence, talking about there was no DNA from Chad Daybell found on any of the weapons that they found, no DNA evidence found on that plastic bag, the things that were found on Daybell's property. Also that there was he believes no evidence presented that said Tammy was killed at all. He says that she died of natural causes or of a health condition, and that didn't feel like the state had proven beyond a reasonable doubt that there was medical evidence that she had in fact died as a result of homicide, something the medical examiner did rule eventually after exhuming her body.
And something I understand about first-degree murder in the state, and the state of Idaho argued this, you don't have to physically be there in the moment that an action like that is connected. So we understand that from the state of Idaho's perspective, when they're taking a look at these 9 counts, they were trying to get through to the jury. Well, even if, hypothetically, if Daybell kind of coordinated this, he wasn't physically there touching them, he could still be found guilty.
Yes, and in fact, when they read those instructions, and I mean, remember, the instructions themselves, when they read those to the jury, it took close to 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And that goes very specifically on, and it lists what has to be true. The jury has to believe these things are true in order to find him guilty of this specific charge. I think there were 42 jury instructions. Actually, they added one today. They added the 42nd today. So if you were watching along, I know folks was watching on YouTube and watching on our ktvb.com, got really anxious when they had a hearing this morning. The judge actually pulled those jurors out of deliberation and gave them that final instruction. And that was the instruction on the first-degree murder charge of Tammy Daybell. So he had put that in. They knew that they were considering that charge, but the actual instructions on what was required for that charge, they had that for JJ, they had that for Tylee. They did not have those instructions for the murder of Tammy. So that's what he added today. So that makes a total of 42 instructions. And those are very explicit, very specific about what the jury has to find evidence of in order to convict.
We're about 2 minutes away from court getting back in. Before that, Andrea, real quickly, the 9 charges, let's go over these quickly. Of course, the first-degree murder charges for Tammy Daybell, JJ Vallow, and Tylee Ryan. Those are the big 3 that I think people are paying attention to, but still 6 others.
And here's how it will work. They will read down what they call a verdict form. And so the order that it will go in is they will first look at conspiracy to commit murder of Tylee. Then it will be murder of Tylee. Then it will be conspiracy to commit murder of JJ, the actual murder of JJ, conspiracy to commit murder against Tammy, the murder of Tammy, and then there will be 3 additional counts at the end for insurance fraud. And that is the defrauding of the benefits, getting the benefits illegally through fraud of JJ, Tylee, and Tammy. So that's the way it will read. And that's what we would expect to see is they will come in, they will seat the jury, they'll make sure that everyone is ready to hear it. They will get that form and they will read down it. And that's exactly what the jury does. They have to select on each of those charges, guilty or not guilty, and then they sign the form saying they agree that that is their unanimous decision and that each of them came to that on their own.
If you're just joining us, you are tuned in to live breaking news coverage here on News Channel 7, the Chad Daybell trial. The jury has reached a verdict. We understand from the court that they are expecting to start court here in about, less than a minute at 2 o'clock. The jury will come back in. Everybody will come back in, the defense team, the media, the public that's inside. And from there, we will have the proceeding. So that's what we're standing by for. Andrea, we can circle back to this, of course, after this. But if Chad Daybell is found guilty this afternoon, that would then, I guess, prompt the next phase, a penalty phase.
Yeah, and it goes directly into that. So there will not be, what we saw were months between the Lori Vallow sentence or the Lori Vallow conviction, and then we had to wait for sentencing because they have to do that pre-sentence investigation because it was the judge who decided. In this case, it will be if they find him guilty of first-degree murder, then it will be up to that jury to make decisions based on sentencing, and they will go into another phase, and it's essentially another mini trial, if you will.
Okay, y'all.
It will be
Just
evidentiary. It will
FYI.
not be the same back and forth that we saw.
I'm going to mute this for a second. I need y'all to understand. I'll tell y'all what's going on. FYI, the trial we were just watching, the Swift trial, is done for the day. So we're going to stick with this until this part is over. But we also, and I'm not into politics, but I will air it because it's important. Trump, his situation is also on a verdict watch. Now, I do not cover political trials, but I might cover the actual verdict. I don't know yet. We'll see. Don't expect people to stay on for that, but if you want to, look how much I've already gotten notes on this trial. So we are waiting. I do have it here. It's going to happen any minute for the Daybell trial, Chad Daybell trial. I did not follow that too much. I was too busy in other trials. So if y'all want to, y'all that are live with me, please comment, like, subscribe. Guys, I need subscribers. It doesn't cost you anything to subscribe. So please subscribe. Share. I appreciate that. If you would share. Oh, that is my, sorry about the wind, the air noise on my microphone. There, it's off of it. I apologize. Oh, I hope that didn't drown out your ears. I am writing day 3. So we may do day 3 this afternoon. I don't know yet. We'll see. We'll see how long this goes. But What are the chats saying right now about all this? I'm going to minimize mine and bring theirs in and see if I can see their chats. Someone said, "Don't tell us to wait for the fun of it. It ain't cool." I know, y'all. So many people are so anxious over this trial. I know everybody gets anxious. The wait is killing me, man. The wait is killing me, man. No. Oops, didn't mean to do that. How did I do that? What did I do? Okay. We have courtroom. We have sound. My sound is on. My sound is up. I think what I'll do is put me somewhere. I'm trying to figure out where to go.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay, here we go, y'all. So they have muted.
Guilty. Question.
Sorry about that. Here we go.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Bailiff, if you would please retrieve the verdict from the jury foreperson.
I think he's going to be guilty because
Thank
his
you.
wife was guilty, or, you know. Everybody's watching. Look at that. Y'all, being in a big case like this and having your entire life fall apart on TV is astronomical.
All right. The court has reviewed the verdict form. I'll note that all counts have been properly marked, as well as the verdict form's been properly dated and signed by the foreperson. The next step then is Mr. Daybell, if you and counsel would please rise, I'm going to have the clerk read the verdict.
Oh, yeah, I think this is going to be all guilty.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho in and for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell defendant. Case number CR 22211623. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 4. In regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 7. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Question number 8. in regards to count 8 of the amended indictment, excuse me, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Dated this 30th day of May, 2024, and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict. At this time, I'm just going to collectively ask the jurors, all of you, is this in fact your unanimous verdict on each of those counts? Very well. At this time, I'm going to inquire if the parties wish to have the jury polled. Does the state wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense, Mr. Pryor, wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, then. I'm going to direct the clerk to record the verdict. At this time, then, this does conclude the guilt phase of this trial. Because the defendant has been convicted on counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, and so a second phase of this trial, called the sentencing phase, will be taking place next. We're going to take a recess at this time for approximately an hour. We will come back on the record and begin with the start of that sentencing phase of the trial. I'd like to remind everyone that this courtroom conduct order is still in application throughout these proceedings. Thank you all for complying with that. We are going to take that recess at this time. Mr. Daybell's to remain in custody at this time for the commencement of the sentencing phase.
He is
And with
now
that,
considered guilty.
Thank you all, and we will be in recess.
Okay, so
Chad Daybell found guilty on all charges, most notably first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell, J.J. Vallow, and Tylee Ryan. We just have the verdict in, and Andrea, your thoughts, I guess, as you were taking notes. Any surprises there, or all 9 charges being guilty? Did that kind of line up?
It did. I mean, if nothing else, we're looking to Lori Vallow's case, and this trial was very, very similar to hers. A lot of the exact same evidence that we saw in the Lori Vallow case, with new additional information. And so, again, everybody watching, to include some of the jurors who sat through Lori Vallow's case, they've been in that courtroom every day talking to them. They said they did expect to see a guilty verdict on all charges. Also, looking at the timing, I think, you hear a lot that if it comes back, it takes too long for a verdict to come in. The longer that it takes for a verdict to come in, the more likely that indicates that there is potentially some discussion or some disagreement on a charge, which means can't come to a unanimous decision. That's when we get either into a hung jury or they're found not guilty. And so that's.
okay, now I'm going to go to another. Okay, y'all, what you thinking? I think now, from what they were saying, the jury now gets to go back and decide his fate. They get to decide his fate as well. So they're not done yet. Now we're on the punishment phase. And I don't know.
Number 219. Juror number 4, red card number 631. Juror number 5, red card number 653. Juror number 7, red card number 752. Juror number 8, red card 1680. Juror number 9, red card number 823.
I don't know, Ronnie. I don't know.
Juror number 10, red card 1358. Juror number 11, red card 1365.
What do you think?
Juror number 12, red card 716. Juror number 14, red card 997. And juror number 15, red card 1078.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for conducting the roll call. All right, at this time, I'm next going to inquire from the jury foreperson, has the jury reached a verdict?
Okay, we've already seen that. We're going to end it. Wow, y'all. That's an interesting little twist of events today. Not sure when. Oh, wait a minute, kids. You're forgetting someone. Hold on. They're forgetting the dog. The kids are going to go swimming. I am looking to see what else I can find. Did you forget the dog? Okay, bye. All right. So, you're saying that the Trump verdict is not going to come out today? Is that what I'm hearing from you? Oh, let me see. Trump verdict watch. I'm looking, y'all. Y'all are so awesome. He may very well get that. It just depends. It just depends. Ooh, what's this? We'll throw that in real quick. I don't know why we're having so much internet. We've had some rain around here, intermittent and surprising rain. So there we go. Matt?
Our moment-to-moment coverage of New York versus Trump continues. News. And the former president's attorney, Todd Blanche, is still delivering his side's closing argument.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the internet right now. Let me give it a minute. Okay, y'all. Wow, we have been on for almost 6 hours. Trump verdict may come out today. If they don't, the jury will be released at 4:30 is what I understand. 4:30 their time, 4:30 what time? And I have not, I got to admit, I do not follow politics as far as court cases. I don't feel comfortable doing that. I mean, on my channel. But I have no problem doing the verdict because this is international news. This is not just certain cases. So I'm trying to find where's the best place to watch live. Okay, there we go. So they have people that have entered and left the courtroom. So we don't know what's going to happen with that. Oh, I shall return, y'all. On my way. Hello, hello, everybody. I'm back. Yay. Gosh, there's a lot of door banging on that video. Okay, appreciate y'all hanging around. Um, it's hard to do this all day without getting up. It is hard, y'all. This is a lot going on. All right, guys. So we're going to just hold this right here, probably in the next few minutes. If they release the jury at 4:30 their time, that would be 3:30 our time. So that's important. I'd like to, God, it'd be nice to get that and have that information. That would be cool. That'd be way cool. Okay. What are y'all thinking? Y'all comment about the trial we're watching right now. Their time. Okay. Well, that's only 1 minute away if it's their time. Do you know what's interesting? I found out that this particular jury actually has lawyers on it for Trump. I'd be sweating blood anytime I have a or yeah. So the trial that we're kind of been watching is the trial of the death of Karen Swift by her husband, and that is kind of I have no information. I didn't know anything about this. I'm coming into this like an alternate juror. Seriously, I have no idea. I have no opinion formed one way or the other. Once again, you're correct. You're innocent until presumed guilty. But I don't have anything major on this guy yet. I don't have anything that says to me he did it beyond a reasonable doubt. Um, I wonder if the adult children are going to testify. I wish I had a witness list for him. Oh, that I wish we had. Like the Karen retrial, but not that I'm going to find out more than but alternate juror doesn't, your jurors don't get that. So I can't do that. What is, y'all were talking about something that people can get, I guess on Discord or something that Recovery Addict gets for documentation. Didn't know y'all said something about that. One of my fabulous, gorgeous, rockin' butt mobs. Yeah, it is. To me, it's all about making her look horrible, and to me, that's just. I don't know. Y'all, I don't know. Gavel, is that exactly what it is? Gavel ATGD over at Discord? Is that correct? I need to find it. There's a lot of people going in and out on the. I'll go ahead and throw it up here. Why not? Y'all can see it. There we go. Put me there. Okay. So, mod. I go to. Got all your Wi-Fi social media cell, but have current testimony on my TV. Y'all will be pissed off at the victim's hamming. It's awful, but this is exactly what the mods. Yes, we are. Thank you for that. But how do I search for that? What are y'all doing here? Where's Matt? Uh-oh. Gavel AT. Maybe he left without you? Ugh. Sorry about that, y'all. No results. How do I search for them? I don't know how to do this, y'all. I don't know how to search for them. I guess I need the link. To join the server. I don't know how to do this, guys, and my son just walked out the door. Is it in the standard search? Do I search? There's one search. Okay. Nothing. I get nothing in the little search engine. I have a little search box up to the upper right-hand corner. I get nothing. I don't even see invites. Where are the invites? I see no warnings, no notices. I'm in general. I'm in general. I don't even know what the heck I just did. I don't even, I love you guys, but I don't even see that I have anything waiting. I have no clue. Don't have a clue. I am so new to this and it's frustrating as heck. Huh? I did. No, I don't. Where would it be? I don't see it. Up at the right, where it says up at the very right, it says admin 2. Ada K is chilling, and then Steve is asleep. I'm clicking on the far left hand. It has Discord, then my face. That's my channel. I did. Okay, guys, I'm very. I'm not. I don't know how to get out of alternate juror. Okay, I clicked on my little face with my name and it pops up a window and it says Ada K, members, join channel, voice, all notes, but there's no other information. Can you see what I just did?
Okay, listen. Yes, listen. When you messaged me, get started.
Okay, now I've got this thing picture up with me, CG, and Ada up, and now I can't get that off the frickin' screen. Okay, got it. So in the far right-hand side under admin, it says note. I'm sorry, y'all. This is frustrating. I hate this.
I know. Let's solve this weekend.
Yeah.
Okay? So there's no stress right now. And I'll tell you, voice channel, Discord. Click on that. And there's a hang up.
Well,
So you won't hear me anymore.
y'all, this is Trump has reached a verdict. Okay. Well, I mean, Jennifer, now I can go to mods and go to mod, and that's how I was texting y'all. But even when I go to the mod chat, I don't even see an invite. Are you seeing what I'm doing?
Voice, general.
Right there.
I can tell because I tuned it. You'll see.
Yeah. There. I just disconnected her. I don't know how to do this, y'all. I have no freaking clue what I'm doing. I don't ask me. This is, my son has been doing this since high school for like 10 years. This to me is stupid, crazy, hard. General, I don't see any. Okay, buddy, waiting for an invite. Y'all. Well, at least I figured out how to do that. Oh, y'all. Life is hard. See, I've got to explain something to all of y'all who don't know who I am. Thank you so much for joining. I'm Ada K, alternate juror. Please be patient with me. This is on my 10th week of doing this, 10th week-ish. And I have had to learn, I have had to learn all the technology. I have had to learn to set up 2 monitors, a camera, an iPad, the cell phone, wireless keyboard, mouses, set up the Rodecaster Pro, set up the Stream Deck, trying to set up the GoPro, which is not working, and even get my Keurig in the room with me. Not only that, I've had to learn to use how to use multiple programs that I never used before, including Canva and StreamYard. So I am a little bit on the brain fried section. And I'll have to be honest with you, alternate this Discord is not easy to use. My son even told me it wasn't easy to use. I don't want to boost it. Thank you very much. I'm going to delete it. Oh, y'all, this is just not fun. So we do have a verdict, is what someone is telling me. And that, I guess, is a good thing. Yay. What am I doing? My brain is fried. I can't remember. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was restarting trying to start. And do you know what I don't like about the Canva? I'm trying to share it on a vertical screen, and I can't downsize it enough to put it on the vertical screen without it hanging over on the other screen. You can only size it to a certain degree. That is frustrating. Y'all. Appearances. Oh. Can't do that. CG is guilty on all charges. Being on as a Galvadars will give you channel exposure and you will still have your own Discord. Great! How do I do that? Sorry about that. That was a fire truck going like a bat out of Haiti. So how do you get on the channel is my question. Let me go to recovery C. Who would have that Discord that you're talking about? Anybody know? Anybody know? I'm going to go to his channel. He's live again. So when I go to RA's channel, I don't see it. Would it be in his comments? Duh. Y'all, there's just too much to learn. You guys, it is beyond overwhelming. Well, obviously, we're going to go to 4:30 our time, obviously, or they're going to hold them over. Okay, y'all. I'm trying. Not finding it. I can't even Google it and find it. That ain't gonna happen. Nope, not finding it. Little girl, you're okay. Why are you so scared? You were just such a sweetie a minute ago. Oh, come here, baby girl. Oh, how are y'all doing? Okay, let me see if I can go to Mr. RA's live and do that. Hey, why don't you ever want to be up here with me? You don't want to be up here with me? You missing Sissy? Well, she's definitely my kid's kitty. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Okay. Yeah, Kitty doesn't want to be on with me. Did he turn off his chat to only members? No. So I type in exclamation point. I didn't get anything. I did it. Oh. I clicked on it. Oh. What? Need to verify. Did we do it, y'all? Did we do it? Y'all are so awesome. You know that? side. It says double counter. What is that? What does double counter mean? Did I just get into something I don't want? Because I'm not in the gavel thing. There we go. I'm in. Am I in? What? It said I've been blocked for using a VPN? What the hell? VPN are not allowed on this server. Join our support for further assistance. What is a VPN? What the hell? I've been blocked. But what does that mean? What is a VPN? Oh, shh. Meh. Okay. Oh, we're still waiting for the Trump thing, y'all. I am so sorry. Okay. I am now. Okay, there's a pinned message. Okay, I'm in there. Now, question, y'all. I'm in. Woohoo! Y'all, how do I get the stuff that you guys were talking about? How do I see all these people listed? How do we get listed? Okay, it said I'm in. It looks like I'm in. Okay. Now, oh, let me do this. I apologize. It says I'm in. I'm in. Okay. Now, announcements. Welcome. About the Discord. Reminders. Top. My hearing aids are feeding back. But then you go down to Okay, I did that, and Runkle of the Bailey and everybody's showing up. Recovery addict. Brandy. Oh, God, don't get me going there, y'all. You guys are saying Discord page, and I have no idea what the heck you're talking about. I'm in chamber chat. A Discord page, is that the little weird happy face thing? I've been blocked. I've been blocked. Okay, I'm about ready to throw this Discord down the frickin' toilet. I see you say on ATGD, but where the Sam heck is it? I got the Discord button. I got a double counter community. I've got the gavel drops. I click on that gavel. It's a neon pink gavel with the background. Is that what you mean? I wish somebody could see my screen. Y'all, you can. What the heck am I thinking about? We're going to share my screen while we wait for court. There. Okay. Take myself off. That is what I'm seeing right now, y'all. Up here is their thing, right? It has a 1 by it. Tag pin message. Delete user? Okay, I'm going to get this off. Okay, I come up with okay, upper right. Karen Reed trial. When I do that, what it comes up is all the videos. Runkle of the Bailey, all of them. I did that. What I'm looking for are actual non-videos. These are all videos. It's their Patreon, all of that stuff. Is that what you mean, love? How do I get my videos in there? Nothing. I get nothing under documents. Well, I don't know how to do any of that. I'm sorry, I'm frustrated. My brain is Recovery Addict has a new thing. Y'all, I'm just overwhelmed, y'all. Going back to my own channel. I am just a little overwhelmed with this. I just get to a point. What is this double counter community? I'm sorry, CG. You have a blessed day. Thank you for all your help. You are awesome. Thank you again, love. You're wonderful. I appreciate you. I know everyone's waiting for the Trump thing. We are waiting as well. There seems to be people moving. Let me share that screen again. There we go. You got a bunch of... Have a blessed one, CG. I know y'all will get me there. I am sorry for the frustrations. I do really well, and then I have like... This has been so intense, and in fact, Recovery and Addict and I spoke about it. And, you know, there's people who are doing what we're doing and started long before I did. And they still struggle plugging in their phone. And I get it. It's not an easy thing to do. But y'all, it gets to the point to where your mind cannot take in any more stuff. Gets to the point that you're just like, I'm fried. It's like you're totally fried, and I'm fried. And I am like trying my best to keep up. Trying my best to keep up. I love it when you get weird requests from people you don't know. Okay, let's share this. Add to screen. Let's do that. New comments. Well, it's not about just taking a break. It's about the fact that I have so much to learn, and I'm getting ready to go to call. Convicted? What? Convicted? Say what? What? All charges convicted. Y'all, all charges. This is going to get nasty, y'all. Wow. So now what?
ABC News Live coverage here of an historic day here. The former President Donald Trump found guilty on all 34 counts in the hush money case that involved Stormy Daniels in the lead up to the 2016 election. Found guilty again on all counts by a jury of his peers. Again, we know the makeup of this jury come from a cross section of life in this country. 2 attorneys among that jury pool. It's been said in other cases along the way that the prosecution doesn't
No,
always
Law
like
2
having
did not
lawyers
predict this.
sitting in that jury box. But in this case, both sides agreed to those 2 jurors in particular, lawyers who perhaps, as we'll find out in the days to come, might have helped explain some of the very detailed jury instructions from Judge Juan Merchan. Again, the former president you see there on the screen found guilty on all counts. Some of the color coming in from the courtroom from our team. The former president Donald Trump watching
So if
very
he's guilty on
closely
all
as the
accounts, so what does
jury
that
was
mean?
polled. They
What does
all
that
replied yes when asked if this was their verdict. The district attorney himself, Alvin Bragg, stern-faced in the courtroom. Todd Blanche was the one who asked to poll the jury. Of course, that is the lead defense attorney in this case for Donald Trump. Donald Trump watching again as they were being polled, looking over at the jury as each one of them was individually polled on the verdict. One of our reporters describing the former president as slumped over in his chair, slumped somewhat, looking at the jury as they delivered the verdict, adjusting his head each time to get a look at each of the jurors as, again, they were polled individually. So again, just describing it, it's obviously the limitations of the court system here in New York, no cameras in court. But as we know, we've described to you what would happen. The judge would enter that courtroom. Donald Trump would stand along with others in that courtroom. The jury then re-entering, the 4-person standing, saying we do have a verdict. The judge asking the 4-person.
Wow.
What that verdict would be. And then we watched even the screen here, the graphics could not keep up with the speed at which the verdict was delivered. 34 counts, all 34 of them, the former president found guilty in this hush money case. I
So
want to
is
bring
he
in
going to be? Is he
Dan
going to have
Abrams
to
with us
spend
just as we came on the
prison
air. Dan
time?
with me here in the studio. And Dan, you and I have talked. There were all sorts of plausible scenarios here, what the jury could decide. Perhaps guilty on some counts, not guilty on others. Obviously, the chance of a mistrial or a hung jury. It would take just one juror for that scenario. That's not what played out this afternoon. To have 34 counts and to have a jury find over the course of 2 days the former president guilty on all 34 counts. What does this say to you?
So let's be clear. If there had been a split verdict, if there'd been convictions on, let's say, 9, just the ones, for example, where Donald Trump had signed the checks, it would have been unlikely, unusual. Most people watching this case expected either there's going to be an acquittal, There'll be a hung jury or they'll be guilty.
Wow, the internet is like,
On all charges. It would have been surprising if the jurors had split the verdict because it's really all basically the same set of facts. It's just a question of which ledger and which check. So either you believe it or you don't. And so the fact that it's 34, we have to be careful here, right? Let's not
so what's going to
overstate
happen
what that
here?
means. Because, for
Is he
example,
still going
when
to
it
be able
comes
to
to
run for
sentencing,
president?
it's not as if the sentence is going to involve 34 counts where each count ends up being served consecutively. There is almost no doubt that whatever sentence happens here, the sentence will be concurrent, meaning all of it will be served at the same time for the 34.
Oh, great. So he's going to jail, so he can't run for president.
Let me
He's
stop you
screwed.
right there because viewers at home
But he
are
could
going
appeal
to
it
ask
while he
immediately, what does
runs.
this mean? Could the former president be sentenced to potential time behind bars? We know there is the potential for that, though extremely unlikely for a first-time offender, correct?
I think it is unlikely. This is the lowest level felony in the state of New York. We talk about misdemeanors versus felonies, but there's also different levels of felony. This is a Class E felony, the lowest kind.
Okay.
And Donald Trump has never been convicted of a crime before. I think as a result, it is unlikely, not impossible, that he would be sentenced to prison time in connection with this case. There are other options, right? There is probation. I think the other potential option could be home confinement. Can you imagine that? In an effort, if it were to happen before the election, someone who wants to be out on the campaign trail. Again, I think any serving of a sentence, though, very unlikely to happen before the election. A number of things will happen first. First, he'll do an interview with the probation department. That is typical in any case. You have a meeting where you talk to he's going to have this meeting with a probation officer because the probation department then recommends what sentence they think the person ought to get. And then number two is a sentencing happen weeks, months ahead. There's going to be appeals in this case, et cetera. So I think that the actual serving of the sentence, whatever it is probably some time away.
Sometime away, Judge Juan Merchan will take into account whatever the
But
probation
can he still
officer
run
suggests after this meeting that you say will
as
take place,
president?
regardless of whether you're sitting across from somebody who does what you and I do, or somebody who works in
Okay,
sort of
y'all.
any sector here.
I am going to say farewell. We will start tomorrow with the next day of the Swift trial. You guys have been awesome. I've been on for almost 7 hours. I'm tired. I'm going to go relax, enjoy another cup of my fabulous coffee. I've got some things I got to do. I got to clean up my office, man. It's a hot mess over here. Got to get it all cleaned up for you guys. I'm kind of slouched down in my chair. I'm done. I'm cooked. I'm toast. CG and text. Thank you. Ronnie, thank you. Eddie, thank you. Everybody, thank you for the Discord thing. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a quiet moment tonight and I'm going to go sit down and I'm going to play with Discord a little bit. I'm sorry, I got a little frustrated. I'm brain fried right now, and it's going to take me a few weeks to recover. Like I said, this has been and I also have to learn how to use this doodad. There's just so much to learn, and I know I'm doing good, but man, your brain just goes and I'm done. So we will see you tomorrow at 9:30. Yeah, tomorrow at 9:30, and we'll start the other trial again. Okay. With that, let's rock it out of here, y'all. Let's rock it out of here. You ready? Why aren't you hearing it? Oh, because I turned it down.